racing. The schedule for today.
The schedule for today is 3 races per class. The 49er FX is going to do 3 races, and then the 49er are going to do 3 races, and it's all on with the Gulf Fleet Racing, the 25 best 49er sailors in the world, both men and women, battling it out now.
So we're going to start off today with 3 races with the women's FX. We'll just get the boys to roll up the leaderboard as of the finish of racing last night. And Andy, you can just run through. We're inside the last 2 minutes. So we're just waiting on the leaderboard if we can. And Andy.
So there are those Kiwis we were talking about. 3 points ahead of Victoria Yurtzok and Annika Lawrence from Germany. Martine Grael and Kaina Kunz from Brazil in 3rd place at the moment. Not many points separating these teams. The Spanish yesterday won all of 3 of their races in qualifying, so they go through to the finals in 4th. Dobson and Ainsworth from Great Britain, Beckering and Dutz battling it to win selection for Holland. The reigning world champions from Italy, Conti and Klapsich in 7th. The Schutt sisters, the surprise leaders of a very tough Danish contest. And Henken and Scott yesterday qualified for the Olympic Games. They will be representing the USA in the 49er FX. So big celebrations last night for Henken and Scott. And we are about a minute away from the start. And the wind is about 180 degrees round from where it was yesterday, Peter. So they'll be sailing from left to right as we look out from our commentary position here on Clearwater Beach. And the question is, will it be as one-tracked yesterday as it was today as it was yesterday? Because yesterday was all about sailing in towards the shore. 45 seconds to go. What is there going to be a gain feature? This is what sailors talk about. Is the beach and the proximity to land going to mean that they need to sail into shore to get into an acceleration of breeze, or maybe it'll be too lumpy in there as the waves are breaking on the beach? Maybe they actually need to get out to sea. Maybe it's slightly flatter water out to sea. Those are the kind of things that they'll be weighing up in the pre-start procedure. But 20 seconds to go, and we see Denmark 3 at the bottom of our picture looking like they want the committee boat start, but one of the other Danes is closing them out from possibly getting the perfect start. Let's see how that works out for Ida Nielsen in Denmark 3. She needs to have a great day to stay in contention for qualifying for Denmark. Off they go. Let's hope it's a clear start. Looks to me like it's a little bit pin end bias, so the boat's at the top end. What did you see there, Peter?
I thought I saw a flag go up. I couldn't identify exactly what it was. I wondered if it was an individual or general recall. It
looks like a general, possibly.
Yeah, general recall. We just didn't, so that was a good call. We got that. General recall flag went up over the line early, so we will now reset for a restart. David Campbell-James, our principal race officer, we had breakfast with him. He really does love and live and breathe being a race officer, doesn't he? You sit there and they know every nuance of what's going on the water. I was interested hearing him speak about the relationship between race officer and competitor, and in fact the team managers and coach. I thought that was very interesting that relationship and trust. He really rated that, didn't he?
Yes, the 49er class has signed up David Campbell-James to be their permanent race officer. So he has travelled the world circuit with the 49ers for some years now. And his son actually used to race in the fleet as well, Paul Campbell-James, now part of Ben Ainsley Racing for the America's Cup. So he's got a long affiliation with the class. And the 49er is such a unique boat. It sails its own kind of course. It doesn't deal with the waves that well, as we saw earlier in the week in Clearwater. A lot of broken masts. So these are the kind of factors that a race officer has to weigh up. It's not that windy today, but the waves are quite significant, and they will have to be careful going downwind. And so David Campbell-James needs to weigh up, bearing in mind the lack of seaworthiness of the 49ers sometimes. Can he safely send them racing? But bearing in mind this is the best 25 teams in the world.
So they should be racing.
I think they should.
The sea state's certainly up and it's choppy. Just in terms of the weather forecast, we don't have a graphic, but I can certainly talk you through it. So the wind essentially is out of the north of 350 degrees if you're that way inclined. And the forecast is for the wind to go to the right. And in fact, tomorrow we could have a light offshore breeze. Current-wise, high tide at in 3 hours' time at 3:20, And talking to the Clearwater surf life-saving team down below, thanks very much, they're saying the flow, and it's pretty insignificant, really is down the course. So right now, tide coming in, so a bit of wind with tide. But when the tide changes later in the day, Andy, with when the men come out in the 49ers, we may well see it get even a little bit lumpier with wind against tide. So the weather forecast, and right now off the end of the pier that we're using for a camera down there, we've got 17 to 20 knots. It doesn't look that windy to me, but maybe with the tide, it sort of all just gets a bit flattened out.
I think this is the reason why the girls have been sent out this morning and the boys later on this afternoon, because the boys have been it's been a 49er Olympic class for 20 years now. There's a lot more experience of dealing with these conditions in the 49er men's fleet. This class is still only 3 years old, and some of the women still struggle in these kind of conditions, and they're meant to get rougher throughout the day, so the women should have the easier half of the day.
I think a lot of people underestimate what it's like out there on a boat like that in 15 to 20 knots. It's quite rough and splashy for sure. They have to balance the boat the whole time. You can't just relax. And when we look at the onboards, they're just driving around quite fast, just getting from A to B, looking for another place to go. So it's not that easy.
Well, while we've just got a little bit of a moment, we had a bit of a chat earlier with our regatta leader leading into the Gold Fleet finals, Alex Maloney, Molly Meach.
Yeah. So Molly and I have a few process goals that we really want to kind of tick off through the Worlds, and we're also aiming for a podium finish here.
Alex and I are pretty confident going into this Worlds off the back of Miami. We had a pretty good racing practice there, and really confident in our team's ability to go in and perform really well at this event.
Since the last World Championship in Buenos Aires, we've had like a good solid 2 months back at home training on Auckland waters, and it was really good to be home for some summertime and just to kind of go back to basics and just keep it simple. And we train pretty hard and we feel good going into Worlds.
So the fleet standards definitely improved over the year, especially since last Worlds. I feel like all the girls have kind of stepped it up again. There's quite a few trials going on right now, so everyone's really competitive and everyone's just pushing all the racing situations.
Alex Maloney, Molly Meach spoke to us earlier, and they currently lead by 3 points, but there's a long way to go yet. We are still scheduled 3 races today, 3 Gold Fleet races tomorrow, and then of course we will end with the medal race, hopefully tomorrow afternoon. I think we are back in sequence, Andy. We can see black flag. Just explain that to us.
Well, the girls were naughty on the previous start. Some of them started crossed the line too early, so the race officer has decided that he needs to impose a bit more stick and make sure that they don't cross the line early. So with a minute to go, they're all still holding back from the line, because if you cross the line in the last minute before the start, the black flag says that you are out of that race. You're instantly disqualified. So the black flag imposes a bit more discipline on the fleet. So hopefully this time we'll see them get away cleanly and off up the racetrack. And we're looking there on board with the Kiwis who are leading this series at the moment. We just saw them being interviewed, Alex Maloney and Molly Meach, just weighing up where they're going to be starting. It looks like they're some way down towards the other end of the line, towards the pin end of the line, away from the committee boat. 34 seconds to go and still big gaps and a lot of space on that line at the moment. So it shows what a difference it makes when you have that black flag visible up on the committee boat.
It certainly does. So coming into 20 seconds, the course is just 2 laps. Windward leeward up to the top mark and then down to the bottom through the gate, just 2 laps. So coming up to the start, Andy, call us in.
8 seconds to go. This is the time to start sheeting on, pulling that trigger, as they say. Boat's just about to get moving, and you can see Denmark 49 just accelerating, GBR 22 coming off the line at this end, and let's hope that it's a clean start this time. And you can see how much the boats are bouncing up and down through those waves. Very hard to keep the pace on. Brazil coming through, possibly the favourites in this regatta. Martin Grael and Kaina Kunz deliberately started on port tack, giving away distance early on. They obviously think that they want to get into the right-hand side towards the beach, and we'll see how that works out for them. And a German boat as well, Germany 77, also with a similar starting technique. And we saw this work to great effect at the Europeans last year in Portugal. On board there with Victoria Yurtzok, Annika Lawrence, earlier series leaders earlier in the week. They were displaced to second place overall going into Gold Fleet finals. But this stuff could suit them. They're not that heavy, but they sail the boat incredibly well in strong conditions.
Just talk to us about that, Andy. Yesterday, when we were talking about this German crew, we were talking that we're in the transition of being powering up, powering down, and you talked about that those conditions weren't necessarily ideal for the German team, but now that there's a bit more pressure, do you think it evens it out?
Yeah, I think so. Marcus Bauer was talking about how when everyone is overpowered, it doesn't matter so much if you're a little bit light compared with some of the other teams. And I think everyone is depowering today, trying to get rid of as much power out of the sails as they can. But look how well the Spanish are going to windward. They were the ones that won all three of their races yesterday. That's the Olympic gold medalist from 2012 in the match racing, Tamara Echegoyen and Berta Betanzos.
Currently in the lead on the right-hand side of the course is Grael and Kunze. They're looking really good. Yurtzok, that we just saw on the onboard camera, is heading out to the left-hand side of the course.
Well, it was interesting that Grael and Kunze actually dipped the whole fleet on port, started on port, went behind everyone, so they really wanted to own the left.
They really did. So that was a clear move to give away distance early on to gain back distance further up the race course, because attack in these conditions is expensive. Yesterday, European champion Marcus Bauer was saying that possibly it was a 3 or 4 boat length loss through attack. Maybe in these waves it could be even more, do you think, today, Marcus?
Yeah, well, I think it's between 2 and 4 boat lengths in survival conditions probably. And today maybe 3. Let's settle on that.
And the key in terms of tacking in big waves is picking your spot. You certainly do not want to beach ball off the top of the mast. If France 10, that is about the earlier in the week, day 1, day 2, it was pretty trying. And when these boats capsize, it's very shallow, only about 12 feet deep. And they were sticking their masts in the mud and breaking them. But that's a lot of drag to be pulling around the course.
Well, that's the downside, isn't it? Is that you're dragging around that ball up in the air. These boats are all about having the perfect aerodynamics, and that is not improving your aerodynamics, but it does improve the hydrodynamics. If you happen to fall over, it maybe stops the mast going upside down.
Yes, and I guess it comes down to what you're used to. Certainly there will be crews out here that are very comfortable sailing in breeze. Now that looks there that the regatta leader, Alex Maloney, Molly Meach, they've had a shocker of a start. And
you can see their Red Bull logo.
Right now they're in, I would think they're in last position.
So they're the ones crossing on starboard, way behind the rest of the fleet. So I wonder what happened to them. It would be interesting if we can look at the analytics to see what happened to Alex Maloney or Molly Meach. But they should be killing it in this stuff. This should be their perfect breeze, I would have thought.
We certainly didn't see it off the line. But that's a little bit of a revelation. The regatta leaders are well back. But right over on the left, we can see now the Grael and Kunze have tacked and they're heading back on starboard. But Marcus,
what you could actually see right now was the tack loss, how the Maya and Stoffers just overtook him during the tack. They just did a full stop. It looked to me like we're talking about 4 boat lengths here.
But what's
attack.
But what's interesting, getting back to Andy, is although the left looked pretty good initially, now it looks like that group out on the right are looking quite strong.
It does, doesn't it? So maybe the early gains going out to the right-hand side are not working out so well. Let's keep an eye on that. Leonie Meyer, Eleanor Stoffers from Germany. We just see them here, Germany 77, leading the charge out to the right-hand side. But I would think they must be getting pretty close to the shore there. I would think that they would have to tack quite soon. And we will see how it works out between left and right. I wonder how much homework they managed to do before the start of the race to get a sense of which side might pay.
Well, the group that are showing on the graphic to be ahead are Dobson, Dawson and Hansen, and they are all pretty well in the middle of the course. I think Dobson might actually be out on that shoreward side. So initially the left looked strong, but as we enter the top third of the course, the seaward side has come back quite strong, and as they converge into that top mark. So it's a little bit more two-dimensional than what it was yesterday. Yesterday it was all shore-based. You had to win the left, hit the shore. It doesn't appear that way today.
No, it's a little bit early to draw too many conclusions, but yesterday was quite one-tracked. It was easy for the leaders to defend. Now, my personal hope is that we do see it a little bit more two-dimensional, and that we see more opportunities on both sides of the track.
So we head back into the body of the fleet. This is, remember, the first race of day 5, the 49er FX for women. We're in Gold Fleet Racing, and we're heading up right now. The graphic showing Dawson from New Zealand, Hansen from Denmark as the top 3. But the boats are all very, very close together. Probably the talking point right now is the regatta leaders. Looks like they had a shocker of a start, and they're well back.
Yeah, so a lot of catching up for them to do. Now, Jenna Hansen, Katja Iversen, they are leading the Danish trials at the moment, but it's very, very, there's a lot to play for between 3 teams in the Danish trials, all of them world class. But Jenna Hansen, that's good news for her that she's in the top 3 today. Tell us about Dawson Copeland. They won't be going to the Olympics, will they?
No. Well, New Zealand haven't actually done their nomination yet, but I'd be very, very surprised. In fact, I'd almost guarantee that Alex Manoli, Molly Meach will get the spot, because Erica Dawson and Ellie Copeland, they're really relatively new to the class. They've been the training partners of the number 1 team from New Zealand, and they're really stepping it up. They're doing a great job. They're in the development squad in New Zealand, and but it's great that they're here, and they're getting this very, valuable international experience.
It looks very even from side to side at the moment. I still couldn't call this. Olivia Price and Eliza Solly from Australia doing very well out to sea, coming in from the left-hand side. Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen more in the middle of the track. Well, this is the kind of performance they need to put in. They got 2 OCS disqualifications starting too early in 2 of the qualifying races. That's really put the Danes on the back foot, and what I would think were one of the favourites to get Danish selection have a real battle. They only just scraped into Gold Fleet, so they live to fight another day, but they've only got 2 days of racing left to be able to take the fight back to their Danish compatriots to see if they can earn selection. Because
now, Marcus, we've just been bouncing up the course. It looks like the front of the pack are really close together, and I watch your animation and they're jumping around. Can you just give us an update from Sailtracks? What are you seeing?
Well, in the SAP Sailing Analytics, it looks like Nielsen and Olsen could be rounding first. Maybe Kaiser and Blom managed to squeeze in, and Price and Solly also look good to round first.
Well, we're about to find out. There's the Spanish coming into picture, but about to go round. It's Australian boat. That looks like it's
Price
Olivia
and
Price and Solly. So great start by the London 2012 silver medalist.
And it's not a surprise, really, that an Australian combination are up there. They'll enjoy these conditions. So it's Olivia Price from Australia leading at Mark 1. Long way to go yet. 2 laps. As now we look at the bulk of the fleet coming in.
And a lot of traffic coming in now. This is going to be a very, very hectic rounding. We just saw Jenna Hansen and Katja Iversen, Denmark 71.
Just talk about downhill, Andy. It's pretty windy, or moderate to fresh, but big waves. You talked all about controlling a 49er downwind under Jenica. They are a bit of a handful. Just talk about that dynamic. Why do they nosedive? Is it the powder weight?
Yeah, they're very. They haven't got much buoyancy in the front, so they're very knife-edged. The front of the 49er. It makes them a great boat upwind. It makes them a very tricky boat downwind. So you can't always sheet the sails on for maximum speed. Sometimes you actually have to oversheet the Jenica to slow the whole boat down. Otherwise, you're going to pitch pole, which means falling head over heels. So a lot for the crew to think about. They basically hold the throttle. Just getting the pink spinnaker up there, that boat was in danger of actually trawling the spinnaker in the water and tripping over the sail. So that there's a jeopardy moment as you're hoisting the spinnaker in these conditions. You just see that again. That pink spinnaker has to get out. I think they're going to get away with it. But for the Australians, Australia 14, they only just got away with hoisting that before they trawled the spinnaker in the water.
Now, Andy, and sometimes in conditions like this, so if you're apprehensive and a little bit careful, it can be more problematic than actually putting the hammer down and just launching it. Given when the boats are incredibly fast and fully launched, it actually unloads the boat from from those situations where you can nosedive or pitch pole. So it's really, sometimes there's quite a big reward for actually just launching it, taking the risk, and going at high speed.
Well, it is, but the danger is actually getting the spinnaker up and getting the spinnaker down. The in-between bits are fairly safe because once the sail is up, you can oversheet it and you can go fairly fast, but not too fast to pitch pole. You just control your speed. But it was that windy earlier on in the week at Clearwater that they weren't even flying the Genicas downwind in some of the windier stuff. It's just too much of a risk. So there we see Australia 88, Olivia Price and Eliza Solly. Now they are sailing above form here, I would argue. The Australians aren't that great yet in FX racing. They've got a long way to go, so this is a really good performance by them. Being attacked there by the Spanish sailing higher in the back of the picture, that's Tamara Echegoyen and Berta Betanzos, won all three of their races yesterday, and they would expect to be up there. They are definitely a formed team, but I think this is an excellent performance by Price and Solly. It's strange that I'm saying this about a London 2012 silver medalist, but match racing in a keelboat is a very different kind of demand to the one that she's facing
But
now.
I'm sure she's a good sailor, and being Australian, she will work very hard if she gets the nomination between now and the Olympics. And again, enjoying the fresher conditions, no doubt.
Yeah, well, it seems so. Australia is the home. It's the birthplace of skiff sailing. So that's where the 49er originates out of. Very strong legacy of men's 49er sailing, not least with Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen, who we'll be talking about later on today.
Well, for that matter, all skiff sailing. You think of the 18s on Sydney Harbour. In fact, they've got their big equivalent World Championships on at the moment on Sydney Harbour.
That's right. So Aussie fans will be very pleased to see their flag leading this race at the moment ahead of the Spanish. Spanish have also been very good at skiff sailing. No prior legacy of skiff sailing like Australia, but they learnt the game of skiff racing very quickly. And Tamara Echegoyen, well, in fact, it was Echegoyen that won the gold medal in London 2012 and beat Olivia Price when the Aussies fell out of their boat in the finals. So,
that was interesting there. Echegoyen ended up a little bit mid-gate, and it's almost a bit like no man's land when you don't commit early to one of the gate markers, and that's actually given a little bit more lead to the Australians at that bottom mark gate. I think the Australians did a better job at the bottom mark gate. As we look at a nearly capsized
was the Swedes or the Finns? I can't quite tell, but they only just saved that then. And Denmark 3 is the first to go around the other mark, so that's Ida Nielsen. Really needs to put in a good performance today. Jenna Hansen going round, another Danish team. Now, which way is the red Jenica going to go? Straight for this mark? It's the much, much easier and safer job rather than doing the big handbrake turn, which the British have just done, going around the other mark. And the British are in a bit of trouble just going out of that mark, a bit of teabagging, and just took a while there to get going.
So we're in the first race of the day. This is the bottom mark for the first time, so the end of leg 3. They're on leg 4 now, back up to the top mark, and it is Olivia Price in the lead, and Nielsen heading that left-hand side again. Andy, what side do you like? The left was not that strong on the first up one.
Yeah, sorry to chime in, but some leeward mark round action on board of Victoria Yotzok. Going around the mark now, you could see how many boats were crashing into that leeward gate. They're currently down in 20th position. They've got a lot of catching up to do.
So they're a little bit deep.
They actually close together with Lutz and Boyke. Wondering if that's some sort of match race here. Let's follow. I believe it's a coincidence, that the German qualification is going on here, and they are competing, of course. Yotzok and Lawrence have the upper hand currently in the score table.
But it does appear that the people that are doing trials or using this regatta as some sort of selection trial vehicle, Marcus, it is affecting results, isn't it? You're seeing people really getting one-on-one with each other.
Oh yeah, always. That's always happening if the score rules are done in a way that it makes sense.
Just saw a beautiful tack there by the Brazilians. Obviously, every tack slows you down, but that's as good a tack as we've seen today. Just there by Martine Grael and Kayena Kunz in 9th place at the moment. And it looks like it's a Danish 1-2 right now. So Ida Nielsen and Marie Elsen and the Schutt sisters leading the charge. I should think that Olivia Price and Eliza Sully are somewhere doing pretty well on the left-hand side. And Peter, I think I disagree with you. I think I like the left, and I think the left was okay up the first beat. I think that's the side the Aussies came from the previous time.
So what do you think? It was more, I guess I was referring back to Grail when she dipped the fleet, went to the left, looked quite strong, at least on the animation early on. But when they came back after the attack, they weren't that strong. So Olivia Price looked like she wasn't hard left. She was, bottom third of the line, I think, on coming across?
Yeah, I'm not...
started up the top third of the line.
I don't remember where the Aussies started, but no, I really like the look of what the Brazilians did early on when they ducked the fleet and sailed out towards the beach on the right-hand side, but it didn't seem to work out for them that well.
Andy, just going back, Ida Nielsen, she hasn't had a very good regatta, and I know you were talking to her earlier in the week. It's good to see her back up where we'd normally expect to see her in the fleet, up near the front.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got so much work to do, only just scraping into the gold fleet, I think in about 22nd place or something like that, and there's only 25 boats that make it through. So the other two Danes are doing much better. They're around the 10th mark overall, and she needs to beat Jenna Hansen if she has, or by some places actually.
Well, right now we're seeing Ida Nielsen up in, I just saw it jump up on the graphic, certainly in the top 3. She may well even be showing to be close to the lead at the moment. So the Danish, third at the moment, Ida Nielsen. The Danish team seem to enjoy the fresher stuff.
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, the Danes had a really good knowledge transfer from the men. Another really strong 49er nation. They've won the gold and the bronze at the last 2 Olympics.
Guys, we've got Ben Ramoka out on the water, and he can fill us in with what he's seeing, being all close up to the action. Ben, what do you see out there?
Well, it's pretty rough out here. I don't know if you can tell from how this boat's swinging around, the size of the waves. I was a little nervous when I saw the start come off. Ida and Marie had a beautiful pin-end start, but their boat almost launched clear of the water about 2 boat lengths after the start line. Nevertheless, the girls are navigating these treacherous waters pretty well. Halfway through the pack, it's just tooth and nail as they jive down that run, but they all pulled it off nicely.
Thanks a lot, Ben, and come back in anytime you've got some news from out on the water.
So we've got Ben Ramoka. Ben Ramoka, the class manager, 49er class manager, out on the water, and if we can, we'll go back to Ben from time to time for an on-the-water look. Andy, again, now the fleet are heading away from us, heading to the north to the top mark. It's certainly starting to look pretty lumpy.
It is, and we didn't realise quite how lumpy, but Ben just saying that the Danes, Denmark 3, lifted fully clear of the water as they launched off the start line. So that's potentially boat-breaking kind of weather. So a little bit of boat management, trying to keep the boat in one piece for all 3 races. If you break the mast in the first race, you're going to miss all the races in a day, and that's going to ruin your regatta. So there is some sense in carrying a beach ball around.
Do you think people are a little more gun shy? Here we are on day 5 from day 1, day 2, where it sounded like it was just the conditions were right at the top end, probably more sea stake than wind.
I think maybe some are and others aren't. I think maybe some have adapted and others not.
Guys, Ben's got some more news.
Well, definitely some of the teams are gun shy. You can see it because they're carrying beach balls on the top of their mast. So I was very interested to see the Schutt sisters carrying a beach ball while Ida and Marie and Jenna and Katja decided to go out and go full up because they have to catch up. And the Schutt sisters just have to be more conservative. So there's definitely different approaches out there.
Thanks, Ben. It's Ben Ramoka from out on the water. So Olivia Price on the animation is showing to be ahead. Ekajayan in second from Spain, and Ida Nelson making a good comeback. I mean, we didn't really... Well, I think they were in the other half of the draw yesterday, but it's good. It's certainly good if you're a Danish follower, Marcus. They're reveling in these conditions.
Yeah, definitely. There's always a lot of wind in Denmark, and they practice a lot in these kind of conditions. Actually, they're really tough. They train in the winter when it's really cold and windy. By the way, let me set the record straight with what I just said about the German qualification. I looked at the tracks, and I couldn't see any sort of match racing. Actually, Tina Lutz and Victoria Jortzog, they're on opposite sides of the course, and they actually didn't even go through around the same gate mark, so no sort of match racing going on there at all at the moment.
We're just going to try a little opportunity here. If you're watching online and you want to send us any questions, if you hop onto the YouTube chat room, send us a question, and if it's relevant, we'll endeavour to answer it for you. And that's a bit of a first, probably a bit risky, Andy, actually. You never know what we'll get.
Questions we can't answer,
well,
but we'll see. Let's
see how we go. But if you're enjoying the coverage and you've got a question, drop it in there, and if it gets to us, we'll endeavour to... I'll put Andy Rice onto that. He's good at that stuff.
We'll see about that. Olivia Price and Eliza Solly still leading this race, and great performance by them. Not quite clear what the selection process is for the Australians. There is a view amongst the Aussie girls that this could be the regatta by which they're being selected, but I don't think they've definitively been told that. So a little bit of a mystery for the girls. They've just got to sail their socks off and see how it goes. But it's quite a subjective trial system for the Australians,
as it is for the New Zealanders. Although in the New Zealand situation, I'm sure it will be Alex Maloney, Molly Meach. And remember, we talked about them earlier. They were back. They had a terrible start. I just go to Marcus. Can you find them on the leaderboard where they might be? I think they're in the 20s.
Let's just call this bear away first. So we see this is a real risky part of the race. You've got to get this bit right. You've got to get that Jenica up as quickly as you can, which Eliza Solly manages to do. And we're now looking at the Danish coming up. This is probably going to be Ida Nilsson, Denmark 3, I think, wearing that red helmet for safety reasons. And here goes the bear away for the Danes. Crew runs in, starts getting that Jenica up, followed by the Dutch. And a bit of a gap back to the next boat. So another Danish boat. It's the Schutt sisters, and we know that because they're the one carrying the beach ball at the top of the rig. They're the ones that are playing it safe today with that extra windage, but prepared to take the extra windage for the safety involved. And GBR 22, that's Charlotte Dobson, probably going for Great Britain in the Olympics later on this year. Not selected yet, but very, very likely selection there for Great Britain. And the Swedes also both wearing helmets, so that the helmets become a bit of a theme in the 49er FX class.
I've got a bit of data from the SAP Sailing Analytics, and because the Spanish are in second position, they actually take the overall lead, jumping from fourth to first, if they manage to finish in first position in this race.
So that's provisional as they rounded the top mark. And that's interesting, Andy. I mean, we've seen in other, obviously in the high-performance cats that people are, well, it's mandatory. You've got to wear helmets. Do you think in time, and I think there's been some debate around our sport about the helmet use. What are your thoughts down track about making it mandatory? You could use it like we used to have life jackets, yes or no. Now, of course, it's compulsory. Maybe the use of helmets might be something that we might see more prevalent as our sport moves into the future.
Well, the good thing about the America's Cup is that it's made it cool, and it's made it okay to wear a helmet. It used to be a bit of a joke when you wore a helmet, but now you see the likes of James Spithill and Ben Ainsley and Ian Percy wearing helmets, then it's okay for everyone else to wear them. Just on board there with Victoria Yurtzok and Annika Lawrence, just obviously something not quite right there because I didn't get fully set up. That's how you should be going downwind. That's Martine Grael and Kayena Kunze really low down on the trapeze wires, putting every bit of body weight into it, and you can see their legs are crossed as far back down the boat as they can manage to try and keep that knife-like bow out of the water, and just small adjustments there.
That's a great shot. See, as they felt more comfortable, they dropped down, and we talked yesterday about the aerodynamic effect of of trapezing lower, and of course more riding moment.
And even now, Martine Grail is pushing the boat. People often would back off in these conditions. They'd get a bit of wheel wobble on the back leg and be a bit worried. She's still using her body weight. I don't think it's making much difference, but it's just her natural instinct to want to give the boat a bit of a jerk with just a upper body movement. That's how hard she's pushing the boat.
It's a great shot. You can see true team, good teamwork, and confidence to push hard.
I think they're being followed by Beckering dudes in the background, and you can see that boat bouncing around. Pretty windy.
Waves. It's even going to give it a bit rougher as the day goes on. We've sort of got the current running with the wind at the moment as we come down to the bottom mark gate for the second time.
And just coming down, you can see the mark in the front of picture. It just reminds me that in this kind of high-performance, asymmetric, apparent wind sailing, just a small gust of 2 or 3 knots can really change your direction. So judging your angles into the bottom of the course is really, really difficult. So if you go too far, you have to drop the spinnaker and sail the last bit on 2 sails.
So this will be the finish, Andy? 2 laps?
Yeah, yesterday was a 3-lapper, but we understand that they've reduced it to 2 laps today. And will Olivia Price and Eliza Solly be able to hold on? I think this is a really, really excellent performance by the Australians.
Led at every mark, and I think they've looked pretty comfortable.
We've got Ben out on the water. Let's listen in.
I'm very impressed here with Olivia Price's ability to hold off the Spanish. The Spanish they managed to hold off the whole time. Spanish are a real powerhouse, and Olivia and Eliza have been injured for the past few months, but they look really fantastic on the way into the finish here, as they're going to claim that first bullet. They've had a really tough run in the last 6 runs, so we'll be thrilled with this result. Hopefully we can catch up with them soon.
Well, we saw some nervous jibes there by both teams. I thought the Aussies were a little bit sketchy on their jibe, and I thought maybe this was a chance for the Spanish to attack, but actually the Spanish ended up doing a safety jibe. They held on to the Jenica on the old side of the boat and just did a real nice slow safety jibe, giving up first place but holding on to second. And across in third is Denmark 3. That's Nielsen and Olsen getting a few valuable points on their teammates, because they need to keep on doing this all day if they're to have any chance of beating Jenna Hansen and Katja Iversen, who are about to come across the line in 6th. That is the Dutch, Kaiser and Blom. Well, Kaiser and Blom also need to have a great regatta. I understand that for their trials, whilst they've won the Dutch trials, they haven't yet fulfilled the national requirements of finishing in the top 8 nations. I think going into today, they're about the 11th nation. So Nina Kaiser and Claire Blom also need to have a great day, because this is all about qualifying for the Olympics as well as winning the World Championship itself.
So the boat's now streaming over the line. In 6th we had Hansen and Iversen as the rest come through. Well, it's certainly a group of different names at the top of the board, but I think we've got a new series leader, Andy. It looks like Eshigayen from Spain will take the lead from the New Zealanders who are back in the pack.
Well, it certainly looks that way. 3 bullets yesterday for the Spanish, a second place today, really pushing hard on Price and Solly for the race win. So the Spanish are really looking like they're
pushing
in
hard.
their stride.
As we look at the boats coming through, we are hearing from the water that the wind's okay, it's the waves, and there may well, Andy, be a bit of debate about... in the end, it always comes down to safety, and there we have the New Zealanders just coming over the line there now. That's the leading into today's racing. It was...
they were leading going into today, but that was a terrible start to the day for them, and not good either for Germany 55 that just crossed the line there, Victoria Yurtzok and Annika Lawrence. So
there's a few of the rock stars down the back,
yeah,
and we do have a new leader in the women's FX. But a long way to go yet. 2 more races today.
And I think that's just shown us just how much things could change in the course of the day.
Well, and there was a group of them, and the points differential between that top group is very, very little. As we look at the boats now, they've finished, and we've got that provisional results up there. Price, Eshigayen, Nielsen, Kunze, Kroos and Hansen make up the top 6. So Andy, what now? Normal procedure really, isn't it? They stop, they regroup, they'll talk to their coach, have a look at the conditions. There is a bit of a debate going on, I understand, about conditions from race management. What are your thoughts? For me, it still looks okay. Well, we'll just hold on that. We have a leaderboard after the first race of day 5. It's the first race of the day. If we look at the leaderboard, so here's the leaderboard up to 9. So Price, Ishigayen, Nielsen, Kaiser, Short, Hanson, Dobson from Great Britain, Cross and Meyer make up the top 9. So that's the Gold Fleet Racing for the 49 FX. So that's the top 25 sailors from the split fleets. And Marcus, it's close at the top of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just the results of the last race, and maybe we can get the overall preliminary results on in a short while. It's not quite there yet, but we'll have it in a minute. Yeah, great race, and I'm looking forward to 2 more of these. I think the conditions are challenging, but no, we didn't see... Did you see any capsizes?
I didn't see any.
I think they're going around all right. I think they're going to take those balls off the top now.
I thought the boat handling actually was very good, and their bearaways are good. Bottom mark gate looked a bit hairy for a couple of them, but they recovered. Their recoveries were good.
It looks like it's just about on the edge of being able to push the boat hard all the time, not having to back off on the Jenica, not having to slow the boat down, but just another couple of knots of wind or waves slightly steeper, and they would start to have to change their approach quite radically.
Well, we've got another little highlight here, a little grab from earlier on of Nielsen and Olsen.
Hi, here with Olivia and Eliza, winners of the first race today, girls. Tell us, how are the conditions treating you?
Yeah, we're enjoying them. The breeze is quite good. The waves aren't too hectic, so it's pretty much just buckle up and a drag race. It's really quite fun.
Eliza, you've been out of action for just a little while. How's it feel to be back in a World Championship?
Yeah, it's awesome to be racing again. It's got some good race today. The waves aren't too hectic, so let's go fast and have some fun.
Well, you look like you're having quite a bit of fun already. So good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that was Olivia Price, the race leader. We just jumped over the top of our little video piece that we had, but they look very confident in this stuff, Andy.
Well, they do. I mean, yeah, I think you had faith in them from the beginning of the day. I'm quite impressed and surprised that they've done as well as they have, especially with the crew. Eliza coming back from injury.
Yes, yeah, but again, it's what they brought up on in Sydney. They used to. It's pretty breezy down under, and Sydney Harbour's always pretty choppy. So I guess I'm not surprised. It's sort of a bit of bread and butter for the Australian sailors. So that was Olivia Price and Eliza Solly, the first race winners of the Gold Fleet. And we're looking up course as I don't think it's any different from what it was of the first race of the day. As we look at the conditions on the water. We're just waiting between races. Of course, the sailors are given time to, regroup, have a bite to eat, talk to their coach as they get set up for the next race. So, Andy, in terms of looking ahead now, there's been a points change, there's been a leader change, but really nothing changes in terms of looking into the next race. They'll regroup. They'll have now a bit of an understanding. There we're looking at the Kiwis who had a bit of a shocker. They'll regroup, have a look, left or right. Good manoeuvres crucial.
Yeah, I don't know if left or right was really that critical in the end. I'm not sure. I haven't really got a measure of this yet. Certainly not as strongly as we did yesterday. It became really apparent very early on that it was all about going left, which put an enormous premium on the start. So, yeah, I still think we'll see people trying different things up the course. It'll be interesting to hear later how shifty it was and how much that's having an effect. But I should think boat speed and boat handling is a big part of the success or failure today.
Now, Andy, I've got one here for you from a viewer. I'll want to know. Claire's father's been watching and cheering for a daughter whoever clears, so Max Bloom. There's an issue on the Conti tracker. Well, we're just getting a bit of a feedback that someone is having a bit of difficulty following us. Stay with us, and if you have any questions, send them in. It's certainly good if we can natter away to you. I'm not sure if we can get it to work properly, but we'll do our best.
Sure, the team's working on it all the time. Sometimes the trackers soak a bit of water and then they need to be replaced, and I'm sure the team is working on that right now.
Thanks, Marcus. So we are on day 5 here at the 49er FX World Championships here in Clearwater. We're in the Gulf of Mexico. Beautiful conditions, midwinter in Florida. You wouldn't believe it. It's a little cool outside, but it's pretty ideal today. We've
got Ben out on the water having some information for us. Ben, we can hear you.
Spanish girl, just here with the Spanish girls as they renewed their match racing prowess from the last Olympics. How was it? What was it like chasing Olivia again? They were doing a really good job. Did you think you could catch him on that last run? Okay, so she's reporting that she thought she could get him, but they were just too quick on the downwind. So good luck to Olivia, she said.
You'll have to give us a summary of that, Ben,
you can see them bundled up in between races. Yeah, I'm aware that getting the mic there wasn't possible, but you can see them bundled up here between races. The water temperature is quite cool for this time of year, so everyone's just trying to stay warm here.
Thanks, Ben.
So, talking on the water to now the new regatta leader, Tama Ikigayen and Berta Bunte. Andy, help me with that one. The Spanish cruise name?
Berta Betanzos.
Berta Betanzos, sorry, apologies from me. And of course they were the gold medalists in London 2012 in the match racing.
That's right. So Tamara Eshagoyan was the winning skipper, but a very different kind of discipline in keel boats.
But it's interesting that those two crews fought it out for gold and silver in London 2012.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's really, really interesting to see that the Spanish and the Australians coming first and second just then in a windy 49er FX race. And on this occasion, Olivia Price didn't fall out of the boat because it was falling out of the boat in the finals.
I remember it well.
Of that match racing that gave the gold to the Spanish. That was one gold that got away for Australia that day. But they've made a great adaptation into a very, very different style of sailing, much more athletic.
Both crews.
Yeah.
You know, they've come from match racing and keel boats to sailing these very difficult athletic boats, the 49er FX. Just talk a little bit about the differences between the boats in terms of the 49 and the 49er FX. A little less sail area on the FX?
Yeah, that's right. It's a shorter rig. So it's a different mast. It's a smaller sail plan, and so while the men are operating at about 160 kilos all up weight, I'd say 280 kilo guys. This boat is designed more for 130 kilos, so 265 kilo girls. But these boats are actually capable of going faster in some conditions in strong winds than the full rig 49er, because small sails is all you need. And if you think about a windsurfer, the faster they go, the smaller the sail is, and certainly in strong winds they don't need much sail area to go really, really fast.
Well, and I talking to some of the actually to Blair Took, he was telling me that the spinnakers on the FX are a little bit smaller and also a little bit flatter, of a newer design. In fact, probably the spinnaker on the FX is a little bit more efficient than the fuller spinnaker or Jenica on the 49er.
That's right. So yes, there could be a change to the spinnaker design of the 49er.
Bit of an update coming?
Yes, I think so. There's always small little changes going on. Meanwhile, I understand that we may well have an interview with Ida Nielsen, one of the top Danish teams, who just had a third place in that race just then.
There are very many good Danish teams in the 49er FX fleet, but one of the really hot ones is Ida Marie Nielsen and Mary Olsen. So welcome, ladies. Is this a world championship that you can win?
Yes, it is. We have been leading the two last world championships quite far into the regatta, but ending up with a silver and bronze. So this time we hope it will be gold.
To complete the set, okay. And these kind of conditions, it's pretty tough in Clearwater from what we've seen. How does that suit your sailing style?
It actually suits us very, very well. We're from Denmark and usually we have a lot of wind and huge waves. So our favorite weather is like this, a little cold and wavy and windy. So it couldn't be more perfect.
And what does it mean for the trials? Are you selected for the Olympics yet? Presumably not.
No, not yet. Actually, we are not leading at the moment. It's Gina and Katja, because we didn't have a very good regatta in Miami, which were our second trials. And this is our last trial, so we have to make a good regatta here to qualify for the Olympics.
It always seems like it's been really friendly amongst the Danish FX crew, but is there any possibility of match racing, of starting to pull out some dirtier tactics?
It's not the plan to do any match racing, and if it will come, it will be in the far end of the regatta, not to begin with. I think we will succeed best with just doing our best and keep things simple. And by keeping things simple, there is no match race in it.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll wait and see if you can complete that set of gold to go with the silver and bronze. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Andy talking to Ida Marie Nielsen and Marie Olsen earlier. They were pretty confident going in, and they really haven't been able to convert. They were very good in that race, I thought, but probably up to now they've been a bit disappointed in their regatta.
Well, one of the things that the crew, Marie, just said then in that interview, which was a couple of days ago now, and it was to keep it simple. As long as we do the simple things well, we should be okay. Well, unfortunately, they didn't manage to do that. They were OCS disqualified in 2 races for crossing the start line too early, and it's really tempting to push the line. You really want to get a great start, but if you push it too hard and you're over the line and you're disqualified, that's an absolute disaster. So those 2 OCS disqualifications, I'm afraid, have made life very, very difficult. It's a big mountain they've got to climb if they're going to beat, in particular, Jenna Hansen, who's sailed a very good qualification series, which for the Danes was last year's Worlds in Argentina, Miami a couple of weeks ago, and now this is their final trials here.
Now, Andy, we're just on board here with the Kiwis who led going in, Alex Maloney, Molly Meach. They've had a shocker. They've spoken to their coach. What do they need to do? How do you get back on the bike when you've had a bad race? In fact, they weren't that strong in the last race tonight. What would you be telling them, or what instruction, what mindset do they need to get around?
I'm just wondering what's happening there in the water with that.
That's Ben's camera out on the water, and he can talk to Ben. Tell us what happened.
Team of Sarah, and she has decided to take off her balloon at the top of the mast, and she's now been struggling in the water for about a minute and a half as they capsized, swam this boat round, and she's really struggling to detach her balloon. I mean, she's obviously decided she can handle the conditions, but I know from wrestling at the top of the mast in my day that how hard it is. She's now got it free, and she's got to swim downwind to catch her boat, and they have to prevent the boat from capsizing. I'm going to put down my microphone now because I need to control the boat.
Well, there you go. Look, again, it's all very well putting a flotation device at the top of the mast, and that's there to stop the mast going upside down. We've only got 14 feet of water here, and what the issue was earlier in the week is the boats were going upside down, masts getting stuck in the mud and breaking the masts. But Andy, it's not as simplistic as just putting a ball up there to give you flotation. It's a risk, a big risk, having to roll the boat over and keep it lying on its side as opposed to upside down, getting the ball off, which seemed to be difficult. The downside also, you've been in the water for 5 minutes, cold, fatigue. It's no free lunch, is it?
It's not. I mean, just look at the effort that they're going to have to put in to get that boat upright again. Here it comes, and the crew gets in really nicely. Are they going to be able to save it? That's a beautifully recovered capsize there. So it looks like they didn't use too much effort, but Sarah Stayart, the French skipper, she had to swim up to the other end of the mast, untie that balloon. That's effort you really don't want to be expending in the middle of what's already a really tough day.
Well, as is often the case, you've got to make decisions in sailing, and this is why it's so wonderful for young people. You've got to look after yourself, make decisions, evaluate risk and energy output, and I would suggest that just that mere fact of, okay, we want to take the ball off, we'll roll the boat over, we'll get the ball off. There's a lot of energy output, and also just the mindset, isn't it? You're not focusing on necessarily the true job at hand to get out there and do as good as you can in the next race.
No, unfortunately for the French, that's proved to be a bit of a distraction. You can see the Norwegians on the left of picture, they've chosen to keep their beach ball up the top of their rig. So for some, they're just going to stick with where they are. And I think if in doubt, it's not a bad decision to have that beach ball up there, but you're probably not going to be looking at the winner of the World Championship with a beach ball at the top of their rig.
So we're just in delay. We've had the first race. We're waiting on the second race. We have been told that we're a little bit at the top end of the range. That's why we have the delay. We'll keep you posted in terms of estimated race start. We haven't got anything at this stage. As we look at the 49er FX here in Clearwater World Championships, and Andy, when we look at World Championships, certainly in this Olympic year, you've spoken a lot about the almost a distraction for some of the sailors or some of the countries that are using it for Olympic selection.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's difficult to sort of keep these multiple goals in mind, and I think it's much more straightforward for those that have already qualified to just be concentrating on seeing if they can win the World Championship, and that's the case, for example, with the Brazilians Martina Grael and Kayana Kunz. And also, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that the reigning world champions Francesca Conti and Julia Conti and Francesca Klapsic.
I thought it was only me that did that stuff.
I think we might have a little interview with them now. Let's hear from the Italians.
Julia Conti and Francesca Klapsic from Italy, they are the reigning world and European champions, and they are here in Clearwater to defend their world title, which they won only 3 months ago in Argentina. Julia, that's not very long to be a world champion. You presumably want to do it again.
Yeah, it's not long, but enough to be written on the history of Italy. So, no, we were happy. We celebrated the night we won the championship, but it was enough. But 1 week after winning the Worlds, we were already in the water training hard, because it's really tough to keep up with the class that it's growing and growing. So for sure now we need to train more to still try to be at the top.
Francesca, it's a big year, 2016. What's your goal for here, and what is your goal for the year?
But of course, after 3 months from the other Worlds, it will be good to make another very good result to keep our goal always high. And of course, this year it will be super important for the Olympic Games. So our goal is always thinking about the Olympic Games and try to do the best and try to arrive in Rio really at our top level.
Gold medal on the cards, do you think, Julia?
We will see. I mean, a good result is a result of very good training. So far we've been thinking this way. We train hard. We know what we did, and we are confident with our shape in this moment. So we will see. But for sure, the big goal will be in August, and we are training everything for to be at the top level there.
We wish you the best of luck for your big year in 2016.
Thank you.
So Andy spoke to Julia Conti and Francesca Klapsic earlier about their Olympic aspirations, and that's them on the screen. They are currently ranked, or they won the last World Championships, the team to beat, and still in with a hunt. Andy, just in terms of Olympic nation qualifications, I understand there are still 2 or 3 places left. Can you give us a little bit of an update in terms of countries that have qualified, countries in the 49er FX, and what opportunities still exist for some countries to qualify?
There are 20 spots available for the FX at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games, and at the moment already qualified we have Brazil, Denmark, Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, Great Britain, Spain, Sweden, Australia, New Zealand, France, Argentina, Singapore, Canada, Norway, USA, and we have Chile from South America, and there are 3 spots yet to be confirmed, and one of those will come from Asia, one will come from Africa, and one will come from Europe, and those will be chosen at the Princess Sofia Trophy in Palma, Mallorca. I think it's in April, in a couple of months' time. Africa, particularly interesting. Ben Ramoka could probably tell us which of those African nations is going for it. Now, if Africa, or if one of the African nations doesn't take up on that spot, another spot becomes available up for grabs, and then it gets reallocated to one of the other nations looking to get in. For example, Ireland it has not yet qualified. The Irish team were close, but not quite close enough to be able to earn qualification. There's a few other nations like that that would love to send a team, but haven't yet earned one of those 20 spots.
Well, we've got Ben out on the water with some more info. Ben, what's up?
We've just had a complete course reset. Wind's gone from 0-0 to 3-3-5, so 25 degrees left, and that was what was forcing the delay. Should increase the size of the waves even more as there's a farther fetch the farther left we go. But the wind speed still isn't so strong, so I expect the girls to be able to handle it just fine. We're just in sequence here, and everyone's getting warmed up and ready to race again.
Thank you, Ben. That's Ben Ramoka, the class manager, who's out on the water, giving us on-the-water updates, which is great. And that's interesting, Andy. The forecast I got was for the breeze to gradually go to the right. And so it's gone against the forecast. There must be a little bit of action out in the Gulf of Mexico. So the delay has been caused. I wondered why we were sitting around. The delay, the principal race officer, David Campbell-James, has had to reset the whole course around, so basically rotating the top mark around to the left as we look up the course. And that takes time, but they are meticulous, these race management guys, about doing it right, because they're empowered with putting out on the track a fair race course for the sailors.
And by fair race course, we mean pretty much having the top and bottom of the course aligned with the direction of the wind. The sailors want to be able to make tactical decisions. They want to be able to tack upwind to jibe downwind. They don't want a procession.
On board with Alex Maloney, Molly Meach. They didn't have a very good first race. They'll be looking for a better one in this one. We are in sequence. I haven't seen the clock as yet. But we are in sequence for race 2.
So that was quite a wait around, waiting for the course to be reconfigured, and luckily not too cold these days. It was a lot colder earlier on in the week in Clearwater, which certainly took me by surprise. And well, you still haven't adapted, Peter. You're still wearing shorts and flip-flops, which I don't quite understand.
No, it's all right now. I must say, before I came up here, Luke, here we go. We're in sequence now, 2:38 to go. It looked pretty gnarly, but since I've been here, it's been beautiful. It's been like a spring or autumn day down under. It's around, feels like, 15 to 18 degrees. Breeze is on, a little bit cooler today with the breeze out of the north. But certainly this Clearwater area is beautiful. Beautiful place to sail. If anything, it's a little bit shallow, isn't it? I thought it was unfortunate that so much broken gear got damaged on that first couple of days. Mainly not the wind, more the waves in shallow water.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but anyway, it seems like it's working out okay today. People taking beach balls off the top of masts rather than putting them on. That's a good sign. 2 minutes to go. We've just heard that the breeze has shifted 25 degrees to the left. Now, Peter Lester, you're an America's Cup sailor. What kind of decision would you make about where to start based on the fact that the breeze has just shifted to the left 25 degrees? Does it mean it's going to go further that way, or is it going to go back the way it came from?
Well, it's an interesting one because it's the forecast, if you go by a forecast, is for the breeze to go right. So, to cut to the chase, if it has gone left, is it just an oscillation? will it just might stay there for 20 minutes, half an hour? I'd be wary of the right-hand side with such a big wind shift, because I think the gradient wind at the moment through here is probably out of about 340, 350. If they've set the top mark up here, I'm not sure what the bearing is, but if it was 25 degrees, we're probably around 330 top mark. So what am I saying? I guess I'll protect right centre.
Well, let's see if you're right about that. Right centre is what you want to go for. I'm going to say go a bit more left, so I'm going to gamble on the left, and you're going to go sort of right or right up the middle.
Yeah, and maybe just protect the right of centre up the middle. But these guys will know a lot more than we do about what's going on out on the water.
40 seconds to go, 35 seconds to go, and it looks to me like
a capsizing boat.
So yeah, just behind the yellow flag, just behind the British boat, just out of picture, one of the boats has capsized, and we'll see if we can identify who that is in a moment. We've got 20 seconds to go, but 20 seconds is not long to be able to get your boat upright again. Now, on the left of picture, just behind the yellow flag, you see Denmark 3, that's Ida Nielsen. We've got the Kiwis who led this series going into today, although it's the Spanish who are now the overall leaders, and they are further down the line, so they reckon on going further down the line. 1 second to go, and they should be starting very soon. And Giulia Conti, Francesca Klapsic, the world champions, with number 1 on the sail coming off this end of the line. So a very even spread. Great start by the look of it by the Brazilians, Martine Grael and Kaena Kunz. Good distance above them. That's the Spanish. We can see number 23 just beyond them. The Danes, 71, leading the charge out to the right-hand side. So here we've got some sailors that fancy the right-hand side of the track, which is what Peter Lester reckons is going to work out. Let's see how the bulk of the fleet going out to the left, let's see how they do.
So we're underway. Race 2 of day 5. Gold Fleet, 49er FX. Heading up the first beat. We have 2 laps as we just let it settle down and mature a little bit. And Marcus, what did you read off the line?
Well, leading the pack on the right-hand side, Swedish boat and Danish boat. Good start by them. I was wondering how many boats would head out to the right-hand side right after the start.
Did you get any sense of which that capsized boat was?
No, I'll have to rewind the SAP Sailing Analytics and to see who did a full stop there. I can do that a little later on.
Well, it looks like whoever it was got up and running pretty quickly, because we can't see any of those boats left too far behind.
Yeah, probably one of those port start boats that just got out of jail really quickly. Could have been. Let me rewind. I'll try and find out.
Well, Hansen and Iverson, who we spoke to earlier, they look good on this right-hand side at the moment. Certainly got a lovely lane, and when you're going out right like that, it's how greedy, how brave do I want to be? Do you take a big chunk or a little chunk of leverage?
Well, bearing in mind that we've seen a 25-degree shift, which was why the race was delayed to get that back into place. Obviously, there are big shifts going on out there, so the shifts have to be a big factor. And yes, you don't want to get too much separation on the rest of the fleet.
And I guess you've got to be smart enough, or the sailors have to determine: is it an oscillating shift, or is it if it's a persistent shift to the left, you'd be foolish to bang the right. But if it's a 20-minute or half an hour oscillation, you'd say, well, right hand might be, the forecast is right. So that's the mindset that's going on out on the water.
So the forecast said that this is what was going to happen?
Well, the forecast was where we were in race 1 and then going further right. But actually what's happened, it's cranked back to the left. So is it short term or is it long term?
Yeah, well, we will wait and see.
We'll find out as the day goes on.
These are the kind of bits of homework that you do with your coach the night before and the morning before, checking in on the forecast to get a sense of what the breeze is going to do throughout the day.
I can't fully nail it down, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Swedish boat that capsized.
In which case, a really good recovery by the Swedish boat, getting up and running very quickly again.
So, just provisional, Marcus, give us the top 3 at the moment coming off the animation.
Well, the Danish boat is looking really good on the right-hand side. Hansen and Salskov Iversen. German boat, Meyer and Stoffers doing really well in the foreground now. And also a Finnish boat, good by Kanerva, doing well. But it's too early to call.
Yeah, it's a little bit early yet, but so it's the group that we're looking at here. In fact, there's Hansen and Iverson now tacking, so we'll come up to a cross. Well, I think there's quite a lot of separation between the boats when we look at the SAP analytics. So there is our first little grab at the leaderboard very early on, but you can see there's quite a lot of separation. There's a left and right group.
And that's Myron Stoffers in the middle of our picture now, nominally according to the leaderboard, the leaders, but I think it's still got a while to bed down yet. And it suggests that the right is paying, but I still fancy some of my sailors on the left, Peter.
Oh, that's good. Oh, well, we'll just monitor that.
Myron Stoffers, 77, just in picture there.
It's pretty rough. I think the shots actually dumb it down a little bit, don't they? I think they always make the waves and the sea state look a little more gentle than reality on the water. I think it's pretty gnarly out there.
It is pretty rough, and you can see how much the mast tip is moving around on the German boat. I mean, the boat is leaping through these waves, so it is very challenging there. And the question is the breeze going to pick up a little bit more? Ben Ramoka said that with the shift in direction, there's going to be a longer fetch, there's going to be a longer distance for the waves to start building up. So if the waves get bigger, going downwind is going to become more hazardous.
Meyer and Stoffer from Germany, they were showing to be in quite a strong position. Currently, again, off the animation, the tracking in 5th position, heading up the first leg. You see there the judges out on the water, I assume, Andy, because the coaches are not allowed on the track.
No, they're
so
not allowed inside.
When we see a rubber boat, it is a course official.
Yes, yeah, it must be.
I'm feeling a little more confident now on our sweepstake as we look at the right-hand group coming back. Big separation. It's one of those cases, you roll the dice, don't you? And you go, well, I hope I got it right. There's big separation, big risk, but it can be a big reward or just a shocking losser.
Well, the other thing that your people on the right have to do, they've got 2 more tacks to do. Some of mine on the left, they have only got 1 more tack to do, provided they judge the ley line correctly, and they really don't want to be tacking too often in these conditions, in these waves.
I'm not feeling as confident now with as they come back together, because I think your group on the left are actually making some gains in terms of gauge. Again, the Danish teams, both of them, it looks like first and second.
It's a head-to-head, isn't it?
It is, but see the gain line is actually going to that left-hand group as they come across. There won't be much in it, but it certainly looks like... what would say it was pretty even. There's the cross.
Well, we saw it right there.
So you'd have to say even, eh? You're going to give me that?
I'll give you that, but you've still got to do 1 more tack. So Jenna Hansen here, 71, unless she's on ley line, which I don't think she is.
No, I don't think. I think they've still got. I don't think anyone is on ley line as yet.
Well, it looks like Compin and Steyart from France are on the ley line on the right-hand side.
So you're showing them in the lead there, Marcus?
It certainly looks like they could cross.
Okay.
Well, meanwhile, looking at the picture, Jenna Hansen just crossing some of the port tackers. That's the Italians just ducking the Danish team there, and another team coming across. It looks like Brazil just about to duck behind, but no, they don't have to.
So that'll be Martina Grail
and Kaena Kunz, and GBR just to windward of the Brazilians. And something wrong with the Brazilian boat there.
Yeah, they looks like they dropped a sheet or dropped the main. They went bow down. I think they're back to normal now.
I'm not sure what happened to them, but they gave a bit of distance away there to Jenna Hansen, the Danish boat, in front of picture.
So here we are coming up towards that top mark. That's at the top of the screen must be ley line. As we look at Hansen down to leeward here, pushing forward. They're in a strong position. The key will be, as I think there's one boat coming across from the right on starboard. Starboard, of course, have right of way. The port tack boat's must keep clear.
We're on board there with Martine Grail and Kaena Kunz. Good view from the leeward side of their boat, and you can just see Jenna Hansen just to the left of picture, and the Italians just further down from the Danes. So a lot of the usual suspects up here in the amongst the front few of the pack.
Downwind, that hoist at the top mark. It's always the convergence, isn't it? As they come into the top mark, bottom mark gate, hoist and takedown. They're to me, outside of a big defining moment around the track, like a rules intersection. But always get excited around mark roundings.
That's right. Now, the Brazilians don't look like they have the legs on the Danes. The Danes tack here. Will the Brazilians tack before? Yes, so they obviously think they can tack on a thinner ley line than the Danes. And that's Ida Nielsen, Denmark 3. Tamara Echegoyen and Berta Betanzos, Spain. So 3 bullets yesterday. Will it be another bullet for the Spanish today as they go around in first place? Getting into that spinnaker, hoisting it as quickly as possible. This is the danger point. Get that spinnaker set, get the kite set and up and running and get the speed on, because that's where the 49er is at its most wobbly at this point of the race. So Germans just tacking inside there, but the Brazilians coming in with pace, and the Brazilians have overtaken Jenna Hansen, so the Brazilians judged that ley line really, really nicely and just got ahead of Jenna Hansen, which was a nice, smart move. Giulia Conti looking a little bit heel to leeward there, and then the Kiwis. This is the Kiwis are on board with Molly Meach hoisting that spinnaker. One of the hardest work parts of the race. Her heart rate will be up to about 180 at the moment. Getting hooked up, getting the speed on, and behind her it's Leonie Meyer, Elena Stoffers, Germany 77, and the Italians just getting up and running. Early jibe by the Kiwis. Maybe they felt their air was going to be impeded by the other boats, so they've jibed off for a bit of clear air down the other side of the course, and it's an opportunity to see what tactical gains they can make down that side of the course.
I think they were forced to jibe away, the New Zealanders there. They're probably getting gassed by that big group of boats up ahead of them, so they've jibed away. They don't seem to be enjoying these conditions as much as the lighter conditions yesterday.
No, you're right. We thought that they'd really like the stronger winds, but look at these Spanish. They were second just now in the earlier race, and now leading this race.
I think they look fantastic. I think these conditions, the Spanish look the business for my mind. In these conditions here today, they're loving it. They're eating the course up.
Well, I think these Brazilians that we're on board with, they look the business as well, but they're quite light, and I think they struggle for a bit of body weight in this stuff. And behind that is Jenna Hansen, Denmark 71.
That's a great shot from our drone as the Spanish 23 going down. They led at the first mark.
Safety jibe there again, very late getting that Jenica through, which is a safe way of jibing, but it's a slow way of jibing. So the Spanish are not as gung-ho as some of the other teams out here. It's safety first for the Spanish through those jibes, because we saw them jibe like that on the final jibe into the finish of the previous race where they finished second. But look at the waves. I mean, they are really surfing these waves on port jibe.
But don't you think that a little bit of safety, big waves, you get it wrong, it's those
it's a
pinch
big price
points
to pay.
And I'm impressed that they're actually judging their race, and it's the old risk reward. How much of a risk will I take, and what reward will I get? And by that, let's do conservative drives. We might burn off a boat length, but at least we'll stay in the lead, and they're comfortably in the lead.
They are comfortably in the lead, and they are burning off on pure straight line speed. They have the legs on the Danes. They've actually put distance on the Danes, so they can afford to jibe conservatively. And I think these waves that are underneath the boat, they're exaggerating their lead even more. I think these boats are about as fast as a 49er gets right now.
From the data, Echegayen does 15.76 knots on average on this downwind compared to 15.2 on the Danish boat, so they are going really fast.
Are they bigger?
I think
are they heavier?
I think
horsepower.
I think they are a little bit heavier, so that's got to help. They're quite tall. Certainly the crew is quite tall.
So it's the old debate, isn't it? You can be the same weight but taller, you get more leverage.
Yeah, weight and height count in these kind of conditions.
I think they're absolutely flying. It appears as though what, Andy, you were talking about yesterday, not only speed, but with the extra leverage they've got, if they are a bit heavier, they can press down in the puffs and the waves and sail a little bit deeper. Here we are, another jibe.
Going for the drop by the look of it.
We're into the gate.
In the preliminary overalls, they're having an 11-point lead now with that first position.
And they've sailed past what I think is the closer mark. I think they're going for safety again. It would have been a shorter distance to have gone round the other mark, but they've sailed the extra distance.
But the trailing boat's overlaid. They couldn't lay through. They've had to drop early. So that's a bit of lack of judgment by the two trailing boats. I think that's why the Spanish are saying, well, they can't lay it. We can just coast it in here. And good
plays further into the hands of the Spanish. But the Danes go round the far mark, and so they're in second place going round the far mark. Now it's getting busy. We're on board with the Kiwis.
No, that was Jurtsok and Lawrence, I believe.
No, it was the yellow jerseys of the Kiwis.
And currently they're showing to be the New Zealanders in 8th position, heading into the bottom mark gate. So this is on board the New Zealand boat.
Jibe drop, but they go round the outside, and will the Danes manage to get safely round the inside of them? They've given away a place to, looks like Jenna Hansen there, so good rounding by Jenna Hansen, but the Kiwis recover well. They've got clear air, and now there's a boat speed race. Can the Kiwis get past Jenna Hansen? It looks like they have got the legs on the Danes. So
but they were a bit wide on the mark. I guess they had the inside boat had right away at their zone, which meant that the outside boat, which was the New Zealanders, Alex Maloney.
And they're really giving it to the Danes now. The Danes are struggling to hang on in there, so the Kiwis have got some raw pace here.
Yeah, they've blitzed through to lure to them. I guess as they went round the outside, the Danish boat probably got a bit jammed on the mark, and Alex Maloney put the hammer down, got speed on first, and they've really they've powered past the Danish team on their inside.
Well, they will have to concede those yellow jerseys to the Spanish if the Spanish continue to lead this race and have another great race after this. The Spanish look pretty unstoppable, but you look at these onboard pictures and the way that they've just burnt off the Danes, and you wonder why the Kiwis aren't doing better than they are. Just moving backwards and forwards through the waves. Just moving backwards for the really big waves and then getting back to their standard positions on the side of the boat.
Now, Marcus, I'll come to you. I love the onboards, love them immensely. Just tell us a little bit I think it's intriguing. How are you bringing the onboards to us from out on the water?
We had the vision a few years ago that we get away from these heavy onboard units and use, street technology, which everybody owns, which are smartphones. So we're using smartphones, and we built some smart software that transmits the images, and it works really well. It's beautiful.
Better than
Very
really
simple.
well. I'm blown away at the quality.
And the sailors love it because the units are really light. They don't bother them much, and we're really close to the action.
You know, I reckon the quality of images coming out of here is equivalent to what I've seen on in the America's Cup, and those lenses and that equipment that those boats carry around. Look at the quality of this. It's brilliant.
Yeah, we actually got sound now. We can hike that up a little bit. You can hear the rig squeaking, and we could even hear them talking.
Never ceases to amaze me, Andy, how quickly the technology moves, and the use of cell phones as a camera to transmit back to us here.
How quickly the technology moves and how slowly we adapt, Peter.
And we've even got audio, and I guess in time, if you were really slick, you'd be able to hook them up and we'd be able to have a chat to the sailors on board. All for the future, Marcus. I hope you're listening. But it is staggering, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we are. Golly, you for onboards, some of the big units you've seen in the past, and now using telephone technology.
Weighing less than a kilo. So a lot of chat going on board between the Brazilians there. Always thinking, always looking around, never taking anything for granted. But I think they lack the raw horsepower that some of the other teams have today. So I think the Brazilians are sailing incredibly well, but they're just not heavy enough for these conditions compared with some of the other teams.
Well, and it just looks to me as though the Spanish HGIN is just got the legs on the fleet. They won every race yesterday, and it's not just the raw speed. They're actually handling their boat well, very well, and the way they manage that downwind leg, probably for me in this race, is a bit of a highlight. We thought they were pretty conservative on manoeuvres, but they didn't overlay the bottom mark, and they did a great job.
I think we've got Ben out on the water with some more info.
Yeah, that last downwind, we saw a number of the teams ended up overstood. Usually a sign of either a puff and a shift, probably both. So we probably saw a right shift on that downwind. I really liked the way that the Netherlands, Beckering and Deutsch, took that. They went round what would have been the favored part and then tacked across on the lift. So I think it was Peter talking before the race that he thought it would be going back right. We'll see if that pans out.
Thanks, Ben. Ben Ramoka out on the water as we come back, and Andy, that's pretty safe, stacked up to windward, the classic covering move by our race leader.
Yeah, and you want to keep it simple in a 49er FX in these kind of conditions. Don't get too clever with your match racing knowledge, Spanish girls. You might have won a gold medal in the match racing, but you don't need to be doing that. Just keep your opposition tucked away, do a loose cover, don't tack on them too hard. Just herd them in the direction that you're going and rely on your boat speed. What
can you tell me about the Spanish team? You'll know, obviously very, very talented, gold medalists in London 2012 in match racing. Here we are you couldn't be more opposite, I guess, unless you went kiteboarding. Must be multi-talented.
Well, I had hardly heard of Tamara Echegoyen when she won the gold medal. I don't think she was one of the favourites. A lot of the favourites were knocked out in the earlier phases. And she was very young when she won that medal, so a real talent. And Berta Betanzos, a former world champion in the 470, and combined in the 49er FX, well, we're seeing how good they can be. But they've really underperformed at previous world championships, but on this occasion, maybe not.
Maybe they're leaving their run right to the right time with world championships and Olympics coming up.
And we've got Ben from the water again.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone about the crew. Tamara Echegoyen, Berta Betanzos, former 470 world champion, shifting over to the 49er and loving it.
Thanks, Ben. Yes, it's certainly, you cannot keep good talent down. And when you've got a 470 world champion, a gold medalist from 2012 in the match racing, it's about putting your talent in the right boat, and then the goal will be Rio. But this could end up a good talking point later in the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah. Now, in second place, the Schutt sisters, probably considered as the third string Danish team, but sailing certainly better than some of their compatriots, and in second place in this race. Now looking at the Kiwis, we were on board with them earlier on. Alex Maloney looking around, trying to decide when to make her next move.
Yeah, to me, the New Zealanders just don't look quite as strong in this condition. When you compare against certainly the Spanish, I think they are not enjoying these conditions as much. And often that's the case. You look at a regatta, and a condition change can often mean, different people shine. And that's one of the loves of the sport, isn't it? You get your time. Every team gets their time, and it's a matter of grabbing that opportunity and running with it. Yeah, and being good at all of it is a real skill. And bear in mind that it wasn't that windy when Echegoyen and Betanzos won their races yesterday. It was lighter winds than this. So they had the legs yesterday, and they have the legs today. A second in the first race and still leading this race. And they are going to be putting on a nice points gap on the rest of the fleet if they carry on like this. So whatever they've done here in Clearwater, we're in Florida, in the Gulf of Mexico, just up the road really from Tampa, if you want to know where we are on the map. And the conditions today, it's clear blue skies. It's quite cool outside, wind out of the north at about 17 knots, and the feature really has been, in terms of conditions, the sea state. It's quite choppy. It's shallow water where we're racing right off. It's only about 14 feet deep. But really, other than being a bit shallow, it's been okay, I think. Yeah, and I think the fleet is learning how to deal with it. They're getting in and out from the sailing club out onto the race course is pretty challenging in itself, but the sailors have adapted to that. And we are watching Echegoyen and Betanzos going round the windward mark for the final time.
Will the Schütz sisters be able to tack in there and stay in second place ahead of the Dutch? Very close between the Danish and the Dutch there, and Brazil coming in around the mark in fourth place, which is a great position for Martine Grael and Kaena Kunz.
That is a good result for them because they're not that big in terms of their physical stature. So they just keep themselves in that window of opportunity. There's still a lot of racing to go.
I think another team that we maybe expected to see more of today are the Italians, Giulia Conti and Francesca Klapsic. They're not doing terribly, but they're not right in there at the front of these races. And I expected maybe they would be really enjoying these strong wind conditions.
Well, maybe when you look at Conti, so far the disappointing two teams on this day would be the Italians and I think the Kiwis.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, after such a good day yesterday, and it does look a bit more of a struggle for the Kiwis, and I'm not quite clear why.
So
Spanish there, right at the back of the boat, that bow lifted high in the water, which is what they want to see. Will they need to dump that Jenica? Will they need to flap it? It doesn't look like they need to at the moment, and at times, half the boat leaping out of the water.
Now, Marcus, you can help us here. When we were going downwind last time, we thought the Spanish had a nice little speed edge and angle over the fleet. Just give us a little bit of a analysis from your data here.
Average speed on their boat at the moment the highest, 14.3 knots, but the Schütz sisters are not really much slower. Pretty much on par, to be honest. And then a tenth of a knot slower as Beckering and Dutz in third place.
On board there with Alex Maloney and Molly Meach, fully stretched. Maloney looking around, feeding back information to Meach, just keeping her informed about the tactical situation, where the other boats are.
Here's the race leader. As they're on the last leg, down to the finish, just 2 laps. As we head down to the finish at the committee boat, or just past the committee boat. They look really comfortable, Andy. I keep repeating myself, but for me, they look the most comfortable team out on the water, especially downwind. Let's see how comfortable they are for the jibe. The crew runs through, keeps the kite. No, does a very quick jibe, so that wasn't a safety jibe. That was a full speed jibe, and they got that kite set beautifully. They used the wave to help them through, and they're fully up to speed again. Beautiful jibe. Just talk us through. You say use the wave. What do you mean by that? They chose the moment where they just got on the front of a wave and they were surfing down the front of that wave like a surfboard. Now, the advantage of that is you've got a lot of apparent wind in your face, and when the sails flop over to the new side, they're not too loaded up. If you jibe when you're slow, if you jibe the wrong side of a wave, the mainsail can really load up and you can tip in very, very easily. Now, you wouldn't think it to look at the way they jibed just then because they made it look so easy, but they ran through the boat beautifully and they kept the speed on throughout that manoeuvre, which is a much safer way to go through the jibe as well as being the fastest way through. So if you're brave enough, a high-speed jibe is better than a low-speed jibe. It is. It's sort of counterintuitive. You know, it's easy as a sailor to think, I'll slow down, I'll take it easy, and actually the problem with these skiffs is the more you slow down, the harder it gets. It's a bit like, a bicycle is only stable when it's moving forwards. Trying to balance a bicycle at the traffic light is really difficult. You need a bit of forward momentum on a skiff to give it stability. Absolutely. So... It's our lovely drone shot again. Now, how have they judged their line into the finish? Now, if you judge it perfectly, great. If you jibe too soon, you give yourself an extra jibe to do. If you jibe too late, then you have to drop the Jenica and you sail extra distance, and you've got to drop that Jenica whilst the mainsail is really hard pressed. So judging these ley lines is really critical. We'll just go back to Marcus. Marcus, again, it looks though they've extended on this fourth leg down to the finish.
Well, it's a 50-meter, 60-meter lead over the Danes. They're still pretty close, but then Grael and Kunz are more than 100 meters behind. So a very solid win by them. Now, that was a down-speed jibe on the back of the wave. That was a very safe jibe. And that, they had one and in to do there. But that was the complete opposite to the previous jibe that you talked about. It was. That was a safety jibe. But I thought it made them look a little bit more exposed, vulnerable, actually. Absolutely. Yeah. I think that was too safe to the point of actually being more dangerous. So, but that's okay. They did the safety jibe. They're through. They have won the race 10 of the 49 FX World Championships.
And the first of the beach balls across the line. It goes to show a beach ball isn't a whole story. They didn't need it. They didn't capsize, but it's not slowing the Schütz sisters down because they get second place in that race. And Grail and Kunz up into third by the look of it as they cross the finish line, just ahead of the Dutch, I think, with the other black spinnaker just crossing now.
And that's definitely a good keeper for Grail and Kunz from Brazil.
Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen jibing, a bit of a sketchy jibe, but they got away with that, and so that's a good finish for Ida Nielsen. But of concern to them is that they still finished 3 places behind the Schütz sisters. So
that'll put them in 5th.
That's exactly right. But the Schütz sisters looking like they're in the box seat for winning these Danish trials. The Italians, the number ones from winning the World Championship last year, coming in, but just beaten there by Germany 1-6-1.
Well, this is close here as the boats converge. Big power finish down at the leeward end. I just can't quite pick up who that was coming through on the line as the boats now stream through to the finish.
Kiwis just crossing the finish line there. Their Black Jenica just ragging a little bit.
So I had them coming in, the Kiwis, in about 10th, provisionally, 8th maybe, as the boats flash through.
I think those fast finishes...
That's very provisional.
The fast finishes we were talking about with the British, so they just snuck in for 6th place right at the end and displacing Conti and Klapsic by 2 places. So the Italians really lost out just at the last gasp.
So the boats come over the line. Ichigayen, Schütt, Grail, Beckering, Nielsen make up that top 5. Dobson, Lutz, Conti, Lloyd and Alex Maloney in 10th.
And we're on board there with the Brazilians just taking a bit of a gap, a bit of a break in between races.
I think they'd be happy with that one. Actually, I really do. I mean, I'm sure they'd love to be winning every race, but some days on some conditions they're staying in the window because tomorrow it's going to be light and it's going to come back to them if they're not too far behind in the overall.
Well, they're having a good laugh and joke on there. So obviously that 3rd place they're very happy with. They look very relaxed and they're doing whatever they can. They can only control what they can control. And if the Spanish continue to win races the way they do, then there's not much the Brazilians or anyone else can do about it.
But it's the old adage, isn't it? You can only do your thing. You can't control what other people are doing. And as long as you've sailed a good solid race for your build, for your ability, without making any mistakes, capsizing or fouling out, the result is a 3rd is a damn good result. You cannot control if someone's out there and they're a bit faster than you and a bit better, but what you can do is stay in touch because tomorrow in the lighter stuff it could come back to Grail and Kunz.
And I would think that Echegoyen and Betanzos have got a bit of a lead on the rest of the fleet now. I don't know if that's something you can update us on, Marcus, in terms of the overall standings.
If we'll just work on getting overall to you.
The overall point score at the moment after 10 races is that Echegayen is in the lead with 33 points and Grail and Kunz 10 points behind, tied on points actually with the Schütz sisters. This is preliminary, but I'll also look at who made gains and losses in this last race, and I can actually see that the Schütz sisters climbed 3 spots. But Peter, just talk us through the preliminary results.
The Schütz sisters have shot up. Echegayen, Grail, Schütt in 3rd, so they're the top 3. I guess the talking point from going in first, Maloney Meach down to 5th, Conti, Beckering, Jurgowski, and then Hansen make up that top 10. And there's, first time we've seen a double up in the top 9. And the Danish team, what's come out of this today, the Danish team, who looked a little vulnerable yesterday, they're loving the fishing conditions.
Yes, they are. And the Schütz sisters have really been the 3rd best of the Danish teams. But when it matters, it seems like they're really turning it on. So those sisters must be very, very pleased. And that beach ball at the top of their rig not slowing them down as much as we thought it might have done.
Yorksock from Germany, again, another one of the smaller teams. And they, in that one, 15th, they're not really sparkling in the fresher stuff.
No, when you think that 24 hours ago they were leading this regatta, they slipped to second overnight, and they've had a big tumble down the rankings.
Well, it's the horses for courses debate again, isn't it? And you talked about it earlier, and when we go back to what we're going to see later on, you look at in the 49ers. That's what makes Burling and Took so amazing. They've got range. In the women's fleet, they're at this stage, other than maybe the Spanish, you'd wonder about the range through the conditions. Everyone has their day.
I would say the Brazilians who we're looking at here as well. I think
have got range.
I think they do. I mean, I think that the Brazilians have come second, first, second in the previous 3 World Championships of the 49ers.
So that's pretty impressive. That's when we're looking at Olympics later on. Marcus, you're just picking up there.
Well, we'll have Ben out on the water with an interview in a short while.
So we're doing the best we can to get out to have an interview from Ben Ramoka on the water. I think Ben's standing right. I'll try and throw. Ben, we'll throw to you out on the water.
We're here with first confirmed U.S. sailing team Sperry Olympics for Rio. Eris Henkin and Helena Scott. Tell us, girls, how did you react to the news yesterday, and what can you tell us?
Yeah, we were extremely happy. We just knew that we had to do what we knew what we had to do. Sorry, it's so cold out here. And we wanted to beat the other Americans, but we also wanted to perform, and that's what we did. And trying to stick in some good races today, but it's pretty wavy out here. Not as much as the first 2 days, but we're having fun, and we're happy.
How was it being able to share the news with your family last night?
It was awesome. I called my dad, he's abroad, and I called my mom, and they're super happy. And there's so many texts and Facebook messages, and all that social media makes it extra fun to share the news. So didn't expect to be sharing in mid regatta. We were preparing ourselves for a fight to the end, but it was really nice, and we're trying to keep the hammer down and get into the medal race here.
Well, there's a ton of U.S. fans out there watching you live online, cheering you on, sending you a warm coat to wear for the next race, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ben Ramoka, and congratulations for Olympic selection to the team from America, USA. It's always a big thrill. Can you remember back, Marcus, your first time when you were selected to go to Sydney 2000?
Oh yeah, it's a big relief. And in that at that time it was easy. The second qualification for the Athens Olympics, that was a bit more difficult, but it's always a big relief. If
and
you
it's
get
huge
the ticket.
and a massive honour to represent your country at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, back then I wasn't a big national patriot, I must admit. I was very patriotic about the city I came from, but not so much about Germany. The mood has very much changed to Germany. They've become more patriotic, I think in a nice way. The Football World Championship made a big difference to that, and now I think they've got a healthy sort of patriotism to it.
It's good. I think it's healthy. Now, you've just been studying, doing some analysis of how this regatta, and there's some big changes in the leaderboard as we've gone along, and you're just going to talk us through some of that.
Anybody can go to the SAP to sapsailing.com and look at the stats themselves, and there's competitor analytics for the overall results, which show the gains and losses that boats are making in the overall score. And we can see that some of the winners of today are the Schutt sisters, for example, who started out today in 8th place, then climbed to 5th, and are now currently lying in 3rd position. Another really steep climb today is another Danish boat. Let me go check out that. It's Nielsen and Olsen, who climbed from 22nd to 19th in the following race, and who are now up to 14th. So we see the Danes coming back into the top 10. Now, and a very interesting graphic to look at, where you can see how boats climb and dip.
Just in terms of that, going into today was Maloney and Meach, and they've really not had a good day.
Not good so
they
far.
would have come down.
They dropped to 4th after the first race and to 5th after the second race.
So their graph is going against them at the moment. It'll be interesting to see how they finish off the days. One more race
Another big mover is Jurtzok and Lawrence, who are not having a good day either. They were in second place and they now dropped down to 7th and now down to 8th after the last race.
The two of the stars really of the 49er FX Worlds here in Clearwater of the first 5 days or 4 days, and today they're not having a good one.
Yeah, different conditions maybe.
Different conditions, and we're into the Gold Fleet racing. So now, of course, we've got the top 25. The two fleets through the week were split. They all come together as the top 25, and so, Andy, the ante goes up, doesn't it? You're dealing with the best of the best now. To win in the Gold Fleet finals is probably a true gauge of where you're at.
Yeah, and everyone brings out their best boats, their best equipment. They've peaked for this championship. There is no other. This is the biggest thing there is up until the Olympic Games, which are still 6 months away. So we're seeing the best that anyone can put on display here. There's no games here.
It's an interesting point. You bring up 6 months to go to the Games. There, you've got a European season to go. I guess you start off, in Palma, do you? Palma?
Yeah, that's the first big one.
It's the first one, and so even 6 months out, the picture could look different by August when it's in Rio than what it does here. Because for the Europeans, this is out of season or early in the season. Maybe for the Southern Hemisphere, not. It's in our season. But the next 6 months, traditionally before an Olympiad, the standard and the level of competition just goes up almost in a vertical line in terms of improvement.
Yes, having said that, the last World Championships were only 3 months ago in Argentina, and so really the push has been all the way through the winter period as well, through Christmas. There hasn't really been much of a break for any of these sailors. I would think that some of them are probably going to take a bit of a break after this World Championships because they've had such a long run at it. They have got a few weeks now before Palma and before Hyères.
When's Palma?
I think it's normally end of March, early April. I don't know the dates for sure, but it's normally around Easter. But they do have the possibility of a few weeks off now, and I think this is probably the last period after these World Championships. It's probably the last really clear period in the final 6 months leading up to the Games to take a bit of a break and check in with the rest of the world.
Checking back in with Jurtzok and Lawrence. They're getting prepared for the next race, tuning their boat, trying to get a bit more speed out, I'm sure.
Well, I've just taken a bit of a look out the window, and for my eye, I think it's moderated a little bit. It just doesn't look quite as gnarly. Of course, the tide, what have we got, another hour and a bit of tide coming in, but it just doesn't quite look as windy. Maybe it's as rough.
No, you could be right. You could be right.
Maybe as the heat comes on, or what there is, it's not that hot here.
Well, I see that Annika just then in shot was wearing a woolly hat out there.
Oh, maybe. Well, the water's pretty cold, isn't it?
It's 12 degrees
12
or so.
degrees, so the water's cold.
And this is where we are, by the way. That's the lifeguard station.
There we go.
Clearwater Beach, and we're on the top floor looking out onto the race course, and that's where our little studio is located.
I've got to say, I was talking to the lifeguards this morning, along with Andy Rice, who joins me here, and it reminded me of Baywatch.
But they wear the same red of Baywatch.
It's fantastic.
And they got the same physiques as well. Which is no bad thing.
But they were intrigued. We were talking about surf life-saving and, people drownings, which is tragic, and what they do and how they operate. I have a little bit of knowledge of surf life-saving through my son in New Zealand, and it's a little bit different. They don't use ribs here. Certainly down under in Australia, New Zealand, it's small ribs with outboard motors. It's still essentially here surf skis and Baywatch style, not all bad.
Right. Well, hence the great physiques.
But they've been great to us, haven't they? Great hosts. They've let us use the upstairs of their facility, and they've been very friendly.
Very much. And they were also telling us about some of the sea life in the water. There's a NACRA World Championship going on here at the same time, and one of the NACRAs lying in second place yesterday came to a dead stop. And they don't know what went wrong, but they needed to fix their foils at the end of the day. And was it a sea turtle? They've had a few of those around here lately. Could have been a dolphin. Bottlenose dolphins are in the water around here. There's a few sharks, but not normally as far inshore as this. And also manatees as well. So there's all kinds of sea life operating just under this racetrack.
Yeah, it's a now. Talking of bottlenose dolphins, I can remember. You were probably too young. There was a dolphin television series. Was it called Flipper?
Flipper. I'll beat you to it.
And maybe that was filmed around here because it was certainly filmed in Florida. And that used to, as a kid, I can remember watching Flipper and lovely stories. And
yeah, it was
getting
like
teary-eyed and lovely.
It's like I'm actually watching it now. My my 10-year-old daughter had to do a talk about dolphins, and I told her about Flipper, and I find out it's all on YouTube.
Fantastic.
All 88, the whole 88 set of, what do you call it?
Episodes.
Episodes, exactly, and it's
but I think
it was filmed in Miami, I think, or around here somewhere.
Around here, and lots of dolphins. And yeah, it's a great little innocent tale of good stuff.
Well, there's no innocent tales around here, are there? It's by any means necessary. Winning the World Championship in the 49er FX, whatever it takes.
We're sort of just filling in here, waiting for the last race of the 49er FX, and then followed by the 49ers. They'll come out. In fact, as I sit here now, I notice some of the 49ers are starting to come out of the harbour. And so stay with us after the FX racing. They will be out on the water.
The class flag is up for, here we go.
Final race of the day for the FXs.
3 minutes and 50
to go. And thoughts, Andy? Here we go, last one.
Yeah, so how do you think it worked out last time? It was pretty even Stevens up both sides of the course, wasn't it?
Race winner come out of the right. But I think they won for slightly other reasons. I thought they were. I thought they were just pacey and slick, and they managed the race well. I think they got the legs on the other boats in that race. Anyway.
Yeah, it does look like it. On board here with Martine Grael and Kaena Kunz, third in that last race, and still looking very confident. And I think still a strong contender for a World Championship win here.
Yeah, they'll want another good solid keeper. As I said, the forecast for tomorrow is for the wind to go a lot further right and to be actually in the 8 to 10 knot range, and that will be right in the window, I think, for Martine Grael. But she just needs to stay in touch enough to have that opportunity tomorrow.
That's right.
3 races tomorrow and a medal race. There's still a lot of points left on the table.
Yeah. At the moment, it's a 10 points gap between the Brazilians and the series leaders, the Spanish. 2 minutes 30 to go, and we can see the Spanish just in the back of picture there with 23 on the sail. And will it be a number 1 on the sail for the rest of the season? We'll see if the Spanish can manage to steal that number 1 off the Italian sail. The Italian reigning world champions having an okay day, but they have quite a lot on if they're going to keep that number 1 on their sail, because they're lying in 6th overall at the moment.
Most boats bunching up at the right-hand side of the line, by the way. The top 3 boats in the overall results are currently lying on the right-hand side at the starting vessel. So probably the favored side of the line, I assume.
Yeah, a minute 42 to go. Yeah, they're starting to line up. Certainly within the last minute the boats will position. One thing that always impresses me with the skiffs is how long, for quite a hard boat to control, how well the crews, and it's a skill that's practice, they can park them up on the line, essentially a boat length off the line, and really maintain their windward gauge. It's quite impressive.
And it's really important that you can do that, because you need to book your spot early.
So we're starting to see that now. If you look, the crews will park on the line coming up to a minute, and already they're within, boat length and a half, and they'll hang in there for that full time, always trying to get a gap between themselves and the leeward boat.
Victoria Lawrence and Vicky Yotzok, they're down on the left-hand side. They're really going for the pin end, I reckon.
And Annika Lawrence has got a woolly hat on that says coach, so I wonder if she's borrowed Max Groy's hat and forgotten to give it back.
Yeah.
But that's not the most aerodynamic of headwear that I've seen.
It looks pretty aerodynamic to me. Anyways, so they're going for the pin end. The majority of the top contenders on the right-hand side of the course. Molly Meach all the way up at the pin end. At the starting boat end.
And the Italians, the number ones, up at this end of the line. The Danes seem to like this end of the line. I wonder if they've had a group discussion and decided that the Danes all like the right-hand end of the line. But fairly even distribution down this line. 5 seconds to go. Time to pull that trigger in about 2 seconds from now.
Off they go.
So this is the start of the final race of the day, the third race on the 5th day here at the 49er FX Worlds.
Good start there by Jenna Hansen, Denmark 71. Just on board here with Alex Maloney and Molly Meach.
We have a general recall, so all the boats have been over early, or the race officer, not all the boats, it cannot identify clearly the boats that started early. If there is individual recall, the individual boats will go back. If too many boats or the race officer cannot identify, we have this general recall. Andy, there'll be a black flag, I'm assuming, on the next start. Just talk us through what that is.
So because the race officer will be frustrated that the fleet didn't stay behind the start line, he will bring in the black flag, which tends to impose more discipline on the fleet, because the penalty for being over the line early is that you get disqualified and there's no way back into the race. So that tends to work. We saw it work earlier on in the day when we had a general recall in race 1, and they got away cleanly on the second start when he brought in the black flag. So I think that's going to be standard procedure here.
Just a little bit of trivia here. I just got a note that over 1,100 people are watching this on YouTube, and thanks for joining us. Stay with us. Stay around for the 49ers later. It'll be shortly after the finish of this next race. And there's a question here about any current on the course. I actually went and had a chat with the lifeguards upstairs here. So the current on the course is pretty well. It's not much of it. They said it's negligible. Get my head around that. And it's really running with the wind as the tide is coming in until 3:20. So we're just coming up to 2 o'clock. So it's probably nearly at flat water. And the point of interest, of course, will be when the tide changes. Does it run from south to north? And the answer to that is yes, it does. And the wind will probably stay about the same, but it could get a little bit choppier. The boys upstairs couldn't really tell me how much it was. It was probably not a lot, maybe in the region of half a knot, if that. But that's the information I got on the current. It pretty well is just wind assisted. And is that what you'd expect here, Andy?
Yes, I think so, yeah. I did hear that the current turning the other day did have an effect on the waves, and that once it was wind against tide, it did have some effect on the waves and made it that little bit harder to get the 49ers downwind.
So when the men come out later, it could stand up a little bit?
That's right. And you can just see one of the men in the background in our picture there. Looks like maybe it's a Polish boat. They are going to be straight on the race course straight after the women finish this race.
So stay with us. It's day 5 here in Clearwater. Black flag, as Andy talked about, so you can't afford to be over this time. The orange flag is actually where the starter positions themselves. So the start line is from orange flag at the committee boat end to the leeward end, where you can see the orange flag on the powerboat. So that's the line, and the race officer looks along that line at 0 on the clock, and if you're over the line, you're OCS, on course side of the line. Just to give you a bit of trivia. Marcus.
We've got Ben out on the water with some more info. Ben, what's up?
Gotta just report that not such great news. The French team of Sarah Steyart and Aude Campan had had to retire today. Sarah was brought in with a leg injury. It's not too serious, but she's quite emotional about it. And the coach and Aude have brought the boat into shore. So they're safe on shore, but they're not racing anymore. And it's a disappointing outcome for them in the middle of a world championship.
So the end of the regatta possibly for Sarah Steyart and Aude Campan, and interestingly it's that team that we saw with the boat laid on its side earlier. They went out with the beach ball tied to the top of the rig. They then decided that they didn't need the beach ball at the top of the rig, and I wonder how that injury occurred.
We talked about it, and I just hope that didn't happen when they were in the water trying to get that beach ball off. That would just be a tragedy. Anytime I hear anyone has to pull out because of injury, I feel sorry for them. It's a world championship. It's a big time in their lives, and I hope they're okay.
But it's a tough boat. It's part of the game with skiff sailing. There are injuries with this type of boat, and it's the price you pay for high-speed racing.
Well, when we get to the 49ers later on, I can tell you that Blair Tuke's sailing out there with 12 stitches in his hand. We'll talk about that later as we come up to 2 minutes to go. Yeah, injuries certainly, any injuries, especially hand injuries and foot injuries, sailing dinghies. You really got to look after your hands and your feet, don't you? Sailing any yacht, but especially your hands, because they get a hammering.
Well, I've cut my lip in half going face first into a forestay.
Is that talking?
Pitch poling. I know,
sorry, mate.
Some wish that I did again.
Sorry.
Okay, everybody, 1 minute and 30 to go. Again, we see a similar pattern as before. A lot of boats bunching up on the right-hand side of the line.
And you're right about that, Marcus. So you just wonder if there's a little bit too much traffic for Nielsen and Olsen to be able to get in there. We've seen them do this start before. They hang back until the very end, hoping that the wind will drift all the opposition away from the committee boat.
Just a quick one for you, Andy. I've got a question here about the U flag, U flag, about whether there's an individual recall on that black flag. The answer is no.
Well, this is a black flag. It's not a U flag.
Not a U flag, but on black flag, there's no recall.
No.
Over and
no,
out.
you can have a general recall, but if there's a general recall...
individual, you're gone.
If you're over the line in a black flag, you're disqualified.
Correct.
No matter what.
So under this start, if someone's over, I'm afraid their day is over.
30 seconds to go, and look how Alex Maloney is working that tiller, just trying to keep a bit of flow on the rudder, trying to keep the boat still, not wanting to move forwards too much, don't want to break the line early, don't want to ruin your race with that black flag, but also trying to keep steerage on a boat that isn't moving forwards.
Everybody's quite far behind the line.
10 seconds to go.
Looks like it's going to be a safe start.
They're not risking it too much. Who's going to pull the trigger earliest? The Danes are up at this end of the line. The Kiwis are up at this end of the line. And Great Britain as well. Ida Nielsen, she got the start she wanted. We wondered if the traffic would keep her out, but no, she got a good start with the Swedish at the near end as well. So let's see. Now someone behind had to do a jibe out and is going to sail underneath. That's the Finns. And also one of the Danes is going to do a port tack start, and they're a little bit late. So it looks like the Schutt sisters are a little bit slow getting out of the blocks on the left of our screen there. Schutt sisters in second overall, and they are banking on going out to the right-hand side towards the beach, as are a few other teams. And there's a boat doing a turn, sort of middle left of the picture. I don't know, and they're nearly capsized. Bit confused about this, what's going on. Let's see who that boat is. Argentinians doing a turn. Maybe they had to take a penalty turn.
So they would have infringed. It would not have been for over the line. It would have been an infringement with one of the other boats.
I think the start was won by Dawson and Copeland in the middle of the.
It looks like a nice start for.
Yeah, and that's impressive because there was a sag in the line, and they managed to get out of the middle first. Very impressive start. So
those young Kiwis are another one of these developing crews, and there's several of them in the fleet. So Erica Dawson, good start for the young Kiwis. As we look, and I just trying to look to pick up where are the Spanish team. Right now, we've got the Schutt sisters, and we're, again, on the animation at least, seeing Ichigayen in second place. Now, that'll be very provisional, but as the data comes in, it's very early on in the race to be making a big call.
Having a look at the fleet from the pin end, Yotzok and Lawrence had a pin end start. They've got clean air, but it doesn't look like the left-hand side is very favorable. Boats going much higher in the middle, going a bit slower. They're pinching there, but I wouldn't bet my money on the left side right now.
Well, the Brazilians that we can see in picture there, they're betting their money on the left-hand side. It looks like they've got a good start. Let's see if Martine Grael and Kaena Kunz can make anything of this race going out to the left-hand side.
Maloney and Meach heading to the right-hand side of the course.
They didn't have a very good start. I watched them off the line. It looked like they were a bit deep. They cheated on quite late on the start, and for me, they got quite covered up. I think they got rolled off the line.
Meanwhile, on this side, on the right-hand side, we've got the Swedes on the left of our picture, and we've got Ida Nilsson, one of the Danes. That's the Schutt sisters sailing away from us behind the Swedish front of picture.
Still have the balloon.
Still have the balloon, second place with a balloon.
Maybe it's faster.
Well,
Lift.
we
Lift.
might be discovering things.
Got it full of helium.
Yeah, it's full of helium.
Well, we know what can happen to balloons with helium in. One of the camera balloons covering this event floated off into space a couple of days ago.
Okay, Team Maloney and Meach heading out further to the right, and it doesn't look bad at all to me. They've got clean air.
Well, if they are going to the right, they might have been. They were certainly covered off the line. As we're looking at animation, we're with the Swedish team at the moment of Cross.
Gross and Johnson.
Again, they're wearing helmets, which is interesting. Certainly, the whole safety aspect, how the game is changing. You know, I feel quite comfortable with it. Actually, I don't think it's a bad idea for our sport to have, you know, I guess I don't like regulation, but if it means safety and people, if there are people getting head injuries from it, why not?
Well, I like the fact that some of the sailors are choosing to wear it.
Voluntarily.
Yeah.
But I'm actually saying, well, maybe in time that, like the use of life jackets, maybe it's something which should be considered.
Yeah, it's a possibility, and we've heard about an injury already today, albeit thankfully not to somebody's head.
Exactly, but you sort of think around, especially sailing some of the monotype classes, that the chances of getting smacked in the head by a boom are pretty high if you sail a fin dinghy or even a laser.
So, who's winning this race?
Well, Charlotte Dobson, front of picture, looking good, going out to the right-hand side. How are the Brits doing, as far as you can see, Marcus Bauer?
Dobson and Ainsworth currently on the... You reckon they're heading to the right side?
Yeah, they're in that out to the right side. Okay, so...
Okay, but they're coming over...
hang on a
back
moment.
From the left-hand side. They're leading the bunch on the left-hand side. That was...
Something bad going on with the Dutch
boat. Was that Beckering?
The Dutch boat came through. It looks like the skipper fell off the trapeze. They were on starboard, so they had right away.
I couldn't tell which Dutch boat that was, but that was a dicey moment for them. It looks like they kept it upright. There's the Italians going out to the right-hand side, the number one on their sail.
Now, they look in just from that group we're looking at, I think the Italians look in quite a strong position as they come across. As I'm quickly look at Conti and Klaptich.
Just crossing there for the Brits, but they managed it. Just got ahead of the Danes. I think that might be the Schutt sisters.
I didn't want to put my money on the left-hand side, but it's not looking that bad at the moment.
As
on board with Maloney and Meach.
Maloney and Meach and Molly Meach in the bow position.
Maloney and Meach are the most right-hand boat on the course at the moment.
So they, after a poor start, they pumped hard to the right, and I guess they're
going very low at the moment.
Just to see how they come as the boats converge, the cross.
Standing quite far back down the boat, which tells you that it's quite wavy out there, so they need to keep that bow out of the water, but that's quite an aft position in the boat that they're doing there. And
actually, now they're getting lifted. I can see in the SAP Sailing Analytics that their track is really bent and they're getting lifted. That will help them a lot.
So it's a bit of right hand shift coming through, possibly.
They could just make it through, maybe.
So if you're a Kiwi fan, let's see, they're certainly not showing in the top six. But again, as the boats converge, the data can get a little bit scrambled. Sometimes it's good to look at real time as we look out the window. As what we're talking about is there's this group in the far left, and then that big group on the right. And Marcus, what one are you looking at?
The boat in the foreground, the two boats, Henk and Schutt and Scott and Maloney and Meach. Maloney and Meach are actually the boat which is the furthest on the right, closest to us here on the screen.
With the turquoise
it does
tracker.
Look like they could make it through. Maybe that advantage line is slightly skewed, and there is a chance that they could make it through. Maybe the right side's going to win.
Andy, I'll take that couple of bucks off you soon, if that's the case.
I didn't put any money on this one. But interesting to see Outridge and Curtis, Australian team, doing well there. That's Hayley Outridge, sister of Nathan Outridge, who we'll be seeing shortly in the 49er racing coming up soon.
It's the American boat. They've just been notified today that they've got Olympic selection. They could be in the lead in this one. We won't know until this cross comes up as the boats now converge. There's been a distinctive left and right-hand group.
That's the Dutch team on the left of picture, Nina Keizer and Claire Blom, vying for Olympic selection. They won the Dutch trials, but they haven't yet achieved the nationality requirements laid down by the Dutch Federation.
It does look, sorry to interrupt, but it does look like New Zealand made it through. Now they're attacking. If I'm not mistaken, then we just saw attack by Maloney and Meach. Yep, that was them. They couldn't quite make it through. Actually, the leading boats, looks like they're coming from the left-hand side.
Yeah, that big left-hand group, you can see them stacked up there to windward. And it looks like, I think, Andy, I'll go back to you, your side of the track. It looks like that right-hand group are going to be certainly closer to the top mark with attack to complete. But it appears that big group up there to the right, you can see Dobson and Ainsworth down to leeward, but I like where Ida Nielsen is up on that top corner on the ley line coming in.
Ida Nielsen, she started by the committee boat, so I think she's one-tacked it all the way out.
One tacking in, good ley line then. She might be slightly overlet. Here they are coming in, so it is Ida Nielsen.
And the Spanish not far behind as well, so the Spanish still very much in contention. Looks like it's going to be another race for them. Ida Nielsen, this is what she needs to do, a lot of work to do. Marcus said earlier how they're climbing up the rankings, Denmark 3.
And nearly a capsized by the Spanish after talking them up. They came round, they did that, good recovery, and right on their tail is Brazil.
They didn't hit the mark, did they?
No, they did not hit the mark, but man,
they
nearly had a swim. Nice save. As those first three boats get away from the top mark. Then we have got an Australian,
Hayley
Outridge. It's Nathan's sister. And
Italy going round next.
Big lot of congestion at the top mark, and they come. They're all inside the zone. You've got to be careful taking inside that zone if you're a port hander as they come round the bearaway. Talk about the bearaway in a minute with me, Andy. How important it is to keep the boats flat when you bear off.
And the challenge is it's okay to do it. It's easier to do it when there are no other boats around. But now you've got to do it in really tight circumstances. You've got to bear away in the small space that the rest of the fleet gives you. Maloney and Meach safely up to speed, but they're in bad air there from the Americans, so they may not want to stick around. And I just saw a flap there from the Kiwi kite, but they're still carrying on in that direction. No one's jibed out yet of the front pack. And the front three are on a little bit of a breakaway. Denmark 3, the leader of that pack, and also the Spanish and the Brazilians. So a lot of the usual suspects up there. But this is an important race for Ida Nielsen to be able to win. Important also for her that the other Danes, her teammates, are not so far up in this race at the moment.
Well, the front three, Ida Nielsen and Ichigayen and Grail, geez, you talk about the high rankers, the high numbers in terms of where they sit in the world ranking. They are just reveling in these conditions. Who is going to have the legs? Can the Spanish come through?
The Spanish are in quite a difficult position there tactically because they're really being dictated to by the Brazilians. I don't think the Spanish can jibe where
they can't jibe and get round their bow. Ida Nielsen now goes into the jibe complete. When will Spain come back? And there goes Grail, Brazil. Now the Spanish can come. They won't want to go too far. Overlaying down into that bottom mark would be costly.
That's the risk for the Spanish. Maybe they've been held on and maybe they've gone too far because the Brazilians were holding them on from jibing. So
they look like
absolutely
the boats are flat out. I'll get Marcus in a minute to give us some speeds down here. If he can, we'll just look at the three. So they are the three front runners in the lead. We've got Nielsen, Ichigayen, Grail make up those top three. As it's all about ley line choice here. Marcus, just tell us a little bit about speeds, angle down here.
Boat's doing 15 knots at the moment. Fastest boat on the downwind so far. Again, the Spanish girls. Almost 15 knots. The others are down by 0.1, 0.2 knots. So they're, again, the fastest boat on the downwind.
The question is, how are they doing on ley line? Have the Spanish gone too far?
I don't think so. It doesn't look like they've gone too far. It looks, well, not sure how much they're pinching. I think they're still doing okay.
Just we're lucky enough to be looking at the animation while you're looking at live shots from the drone, and it doesn't. I think they've all got one jibe and into the bottom mark gate. No one's laying. Looks like the Spanish at the moment are just dogging it a little bit mid there. I've just got the impression that the Nielsen and Grail have rolled. Maybe they've had a bit more pressure, Andy, to come down over the top.
Yeah, it could well be. I think the Spanish aren't there because they wanted to be there. They were forced to go there by the Brazilians. We're looking at Hayley Outridge here, Nina Curtis working the boat hard in 5th place. So this is another Australian we've seen do well, but we haven't had much to say about the winners of the first race today. Olivia Price and Eliza Solly, winners in the first race, 16th in the next race, and not in amongst the front few in this one. So it's the Brazilians and the Spanish that impress mostly, but Danish going round still in first place. Are they all going round the same mark? It looks like they might be.
Late drop by Grail and Kunze.
Yeah.
Looks very promising. Are they going to go around?
Too late that drop,
Spanish?
I say. Ooh, that's given the crew a lot to do.
And that's a good overtaking move there by Grail. Nice judgment, putting pressure on the Spanish team at the bottom mark. I think that was set up very early on the downwind with that. Really, the Spanish were put in a position tactically where they couldn't really sail where they wanted to at the right angle. So Grail has done a very good passing manoeuvre there, and set up halfway on the downwind.
We're on board with them, and you can see the battle. What we can't see at the moment is they're a little bit in the dirty air of the leading boat, Nielsen and Olsen, but they pulled out nicely from underneath Echegayen and Betanzos. We can't even see them in the picture anymore.
And Betanzos couldn't get all of that blue Jenica away. It was such a panic drop. I think the Spanish really left that drop too late, and they gave themselves too much to do.
But Betanzos above them has clean air now. They're pinching a little bit higher, and they could keep Grail and Kunze in this position for quite a while. We can see him pinching into the picture again on the right-hand side.
So they lost a little bit initially, and but they've gauged away, and it just looks like, Andy, that the Spanish team have done they were in a compromised position around that mark because of what happened earlier, which was a good tactical setup by Grail. But I think they now have the legs over the Brazilians.
Well, wait and see. We saw the crew make some adjustments to the rig there, and I think just at the end of that shot, I think we saw the Brazilians coming back on them. I think they were starting to point up a little bit higher, trying to give a bit of bad gas to the Spanish.
So it is all on. But out in front, it is Denmark. And then I'm not sure what's happened to the data there. That's just a data thing, I think, what's going on. But Ida Nielsen going away. Yeah, there's not much change, bearing about the same.
But this is a great speed test, isn't it? Because we talked about the relative speeds. We think the Spanish are faster, but now we can really see who is the faster of these two teams.
Oh, there's one.
Oh, that's the German
Lutzenbeuker.
boat, Lutzenbeuker. That's disaster for them. They were in a fairly decent position, and they capsized at the leeward gate. I could see that on the tracker. I wasn't quite sure if it was a failing tracker or a capsize, but now it's confirmed it's a capsize. That's a disaster for them. They were just on a roll to climb up the overall ranks and to stay in contention for the Olympic trials, but that is a very expensive capsize for them.
Well, pressure and the conditions, certainly for some of the crews at the top end, as we see Lutz there tacking after bottom mark gate. Always tricky at the bottom mark gate, especially in these boats, which is so difficult to sail. As Lutz there, we go back to the animation as they head out on starboard mid-track. But we'll go back to the leaders. What's happening out in that leading group, Andy?
Well, I would love to know how that battle is going on between second and third place Brazilians and Spanish. That, to me, is a really fascinating match. And if we get any chance to see what's going on there. It
very interesting. Sorry to interrupt you, Andy, but you can see in the analytics that they climbed out of the dirty air of Nielsen and Olsen together. Very impressive performance by Grail and Kunze, in my opinion.
So both boats that trailed the leading boat just VNG'd or took a little bit of speed off and took a bit of lateral gain as we see Ichigayen tacking away. I guess just tactically the Spanish tacking away a little earlier so they have a clear lane, Andy?
Yes, or maybe they felt they were falling
Getting
into
gas.
the breeze of the Brazilians, but there's still plenty of open racetrack, and if you've got two boats in front of you and you want to attack them, the best way is to do something different.
Well, they are getting out towards that Port Anne ley line, and I would have thought if the trouble is when you're third boat in the line, if you go with the two leading boats, you can end up getting trapped into a position that later on is going to be costly. I can only assume the Spanish probably bailed out a little bit early so that they've got a lane back the other way on port, and then leaving Nielsen and Grail really to decide when they will come back as we look here.
We're now on board with Victoria Yurtzok and Annika Lawrence,
Now, where are they?
the leading Germans.
Where are they tracking there, Marcus?
Well, they're currently lying 7th overall and in 10th place
10th
in
place
this
in
race.
this one.
So pretty good for them, but bear in mind they were leading this regatta just a day or so ago, and they came into the day in 2nd overall, so they've had a bit of a struggle.
Well, for me, that's the talking point. The two of the teams that we've talked about a lot have really struggled today.
Yeah, they have, and we think part of the problem for these German girls is that they're not that tall and they're not that heavy. They've put on some weight. They've been in the gym. They've been eating as much as they can possibly fit in, but they're just not as tall as they need to be, which makes them better in the light winds. They're also great boat handlers, so they can still handle the boat fantastically well, but they don't have the raw leverage of some of the taller teams.
One of the things I'd just like to talk about with you, Andy, is, and I know it's a factor certainly down our way, is the difference between sailing in heavy winds and cold temperature, or moderate winds and cold temperature, and moderate winds and warm temperature, because the barometric, the temperature has an effect on the wind. I can remember Tom Schnackenberg, who is a bit of a sailing scientist, really, America's Cup, and he'd say 10% temperature change is 10% density of the wind. And, today's quite cold, where I'm coming to, quite cold. Do you subscribe to that sort of...
Oh, yeah, very, very much so. Yeah, density of the wind does have an effect on the strength of the wind. It's not just about wind speed, it's the density that also has an effect. So we've seen the Spanish make a break out to the right-hand side. Let's see how that works out for them when they come back towards the race leaders, Nielsen and Olsen.
Well, it looks like we've got a cross coming up. I think the leaders, Nielsen and Olsen, are going to they'll be ahead, but really when they left each other, it was for 2nd and 3rd that we were looking between.
It looks like Grail and Kunze have overtaken them. I think they're going to pass. Looking at the sailing analytics, I certainly see them. Yeah, they're going to pass. If we zoom in here a little bit.
But have they overlaid?
That's Grail and Kunze, which doesn't carry a label at the moment. There we go.
Yes, I think they're clear ahead. I agree with you.
They're clear ahead, so they've worked their way out of that position, which is a sign of strength, I'd say, against the Spanish. And if I look at the preliminary overall, they're currently lying in 2nd place with 45 points, and that's 9 points behind Echegayen and Betanzos. The regatta is far from over, and they just showed what they can do. I'm a little surprised that Echegayen goes that far over the ley line.
Well, it's tactically not a strong position there, I don't think, for the Spanish, but I don't think they have many options.
And interesting for Conti and Klapšić to come in, which are currently lying in 3rd. And we see some consistency coming back here into the women's fleet. We were a little surprised a day ago that the usual favorites weren't up in front, but I think they're all climbing back in there now.
They've come to play today, and so, we've talked a lot about Ichigayen and their pace and how well they've sailed, but when this is the 3rd race, we go around the top mark down to the finish, and right now my mindset is, well, what a day Grail's had. Probably not their preferred conditions, but they're hanging in there, and if they didn't have a good first one where they were 12th, but a 3 and a 2, that's impressive for a crew that probably are saying, yep, we just need to keep in the game because we know it's going to go lighter tomorrow. So they're going to be, if this stays the same, it's always a big if, impressive day by the Brazilians.
Yeah, they've had a very good day. It's also a really big day for Nielsen and Olsen, starting the day in, I think it was 22nd place. Now, their scores so far today are a 3rd and a 5th, and they're leading this race. So they are having one of the best days of any of the sailors out here. So really important for them to get back into contention for the Danish trials. But the best day, it looks like it's going to go to the Spanish, 3rd in this race at the moment, and they've just had to concede 2nd place to Grail and Kunz earlier on in this leg, but 2-1-3 is what they could come out with.
Impressive.
And here they go.
Martin Grail bearing away, Kaina Kunz getting the Jenica up, and need to get that. Well, it's a bit of a strain, that one. That took a while, but she's got the Jenica set, and she joins Grail out on the
She
trapeze.
does look a little bit tired to me.
That could be what it is.
I could understand that. I mean, 3 tough races, and breeze-wise and wave condition for sure. But they're on. This is the last leg today for the women here at the 49er FX Worlds, and we're on board with Grail and Kunz as they go down. They're currently in 2nd spot. Are they close enough to have a piece of the leaders, Nielsen and Olsen, who have led really throughout? They've had an impressive day after a difficult week, Andy.
Well, a lot of pressure on them.
There's a 55-meter gap between them at the moment.
But at this speed, that can be gobbled up pretty quick.
Yep, let me check.
They're having a phenomenal day and really responding to the pressure of having had a bad day the previous day with 2 OCS disqualifications.
They're really fast. They're cracking the 15 knots barrier, whereas Grail and Kunz are more than a knot slower on average so far.
They want to jibe soon because they want to make sure that camera boat gets out of their way. So they're looking to jibe soon, and they don't want anyone to get in their way when they make that maneuver.
So we'll just stay with them. They're doing in excess of 15 knots as they head down on starboard jibe, heading down 1 and in, possibly to the bottom mark to the finish. It's a pretty handy lead. It's tidy manoeuvre. They'll be fine.
But it's easy to take these jibes for granted. We haven't seen too many dodgy jibes. It's actually a really hard manoeuvre in the 49er. Requires the most teamwork of any moment in the race.
Beautiful jibe by Nielsen and Olsen. Just waited their moment so that they were going max speed down the front face of a wave as they now head down towards the finish. Started off the week, difficult week, but they have really come on song. And I guess it's when someone's struggling, it's just time, isn't it? You know they're going to come good if the quality's there. You're not going to hold them down for the whole time. If
the quality's there, and yeah, I think some would have crumbled under the pressure. It looked to me like these trials might have got away from them, but they've had a really good day to respond, and they're pretty much on even terms now with Jenna Hansen in the trials, and well, not in the trials, but in this regatta. They've still got they need to finish a few places ahead of Jenna Hansen in this World Championship. But if they carry on sailing like this tomorrow, they still have a shot.
Well, at the end of play yesterday, it didn't look like they were going to have a shot. In fact, we were even talking, would they make the gold fleet? But really now, today, they're right back in the game in terms of their qualification for Denmark.
Absolutely. I mean, they only squeaked into gold fleet by a matter of 1 or 2 points. And if they hadn't have managed that would have been game over there last night.
Could be an interesting story down track, couldn't it? When we think we'll 6 months ahead, you go, well, do you remember? You nearly didn't make gold fleet. That...
Nielsen and Olsen in the lead. Kind of lonely there.
Nice way to be lonely. I don't think they're going to complain about that. A nice 90-metre lead on Grail and Kunz.
Big wave there under them now.
And the Brazilians have really shown it to the Spanish. It looked like the Spanish had the legs on everybody else, but the Spanish have actually dropped a place in this race. And that should be the last run, the last jibe into the finish if they've got their ley line correct. They don't want to have to jibe any more than they need to. And Marie Olsen just getting hooked up onto her trapeze there while Ida Nilsson was holding the Jenica sheet for her teammate. All of these things I say are much easier to say than they are to do. There's an enormous amount of teamwork involved in making this. And sometimes it would be good to have a beginner next to them just to show what happens when beginners sail 49ers.
Well,
There it is.
I think when you... Yeah, so over the line goes Nielsen and Olsen to take out the third race of the day. It's race 11. And we wait for second to come in. Who's it going to be? Grail down towards the pin end comes through. As they really did a fabulous job today. And I'll talk about that in a little bit when they created a passing opportunity. Echegayen, where are they?
You know what? I think that was the Spanish we just saw coming across there. So
you think that was the
I think so, yeah.
You think that was the Spanish. So they have made a place up on the...
Well, I'm not sure where Grail and Kunz are. This is the Italians I think we're looking at, jibing with the black.
Grail and Kunz finished second.
They did, so we just didn't see them.
We missed them.
Okay.
And then coming over the line is now the group. Sorry, I'm having a little difficulty picking up who's who. There's an early takedown there before getting over the line.
Yeah,
very close there between those two boats as they come through.
I was surprised to see that. That was the Italians dropping their Jenica early, and it looked to me like they nearly conceded 2 places
Exactly.
doing that.
The tracking says they finished fourth.
Oh, I think they managed it, but
but close. They just did a late takedown.
Maya Stoffers in sixth. They'll be happy about that one.
Very fast finish here with the black Jenica.
Who's parked up in midline on the green Jenica on. That was they lost some on the line. Oh, that was after the line, I think, for them.
And 5th place for Beckering Dukes. We haven't said much about that Dutch team today, but they've had a pretty good day as well. And they're in the top 4 or 5 of this regatta. So we haven't said much about them today, but they're still very much in contention for the podium and possibly even for the gold.
So the boat's just filing through. I just want to come back to that first downwind leg with you, Andy, in terms of the change in position between the Brazilians and the Spanish. I thought Grail managed that. Oh, she didn't really have to do anything because really the Spanish team were locked out. They couldn't jibe. They couldn't jibe and cross, so they had to carry on. And that lead change is my defining moment in the race for those two.
Yeah, it was an important psychological battle that the Brazilians won.
And maybe for the regatta. Because you've got the Spanish team who are now fighting for the title. Grail's fighting for the title, and that little moment on that downwind leg could prove to be a big moment of the regatta.
It could be. I'm still going to argue the case in favour of the Spanish that in their last 6 races they've got 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3.
Impressive, absolutely impressive. Wonder what they had for breakfast yesterday morning.
Looking at today's performances, some really stick out in terms of climbing or dropping places. And the biggest climber of today was Nielsen and Olsen, who climbed from 18th place up to 9th. So back in the top 10. Someone who dropped quite a bit was Dobson and Ainsworth. They dropped from 4th, no, actually 3rd, down to 10th. And another big drop, Gross and Johnson, they were 10th and dropped down to 17th. No massive climbs. I reckon Conti and Klapschisch are back on the podium. They were 6th this morning and they're back up in 3rd place now.
They seem like they've had a quiet day, but a 7.74 isn't too shabby for the Italians.
That's very consistent.
And Maloney and Meach, well, they had a bit of a drop because they were the series leaders going into today.
Well, they've had a 17, 9 and 11. That's not a great day for them.
We can see Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen there, the number 2 on their sail, the Australian flag on their sail. Second in the last World Championships in Argentina just 3 months ago, which is why they've got the number 2 on their sail. They would really like to get that number 1 back on their sail, get it off Pete Burling and Blair Tuke.
So we'll just look at the preliminary results after 11 races. And as we can see, it is all on with Ichigayen with a brilliant day of 2-1-3. They would have had their best day. Grail, Conti make up that top three. Beckering, Maloney, who went from first to fifth, Schutt. And then the German team, Hansen and Olsen. And Olsen really has moved up the leaderboard from being deep. We're just going to stay with us as we are just going to take a small break, but come back with us. We're just getting set up on the water for the 49ers to start racing. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back. 49ers will revel in these conditions. The conditions look beautiful. The boats are already out on the water, but race management are just having to rejig. So stay with us, and we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes or so.
1, 2. I'm here on the beach with Kahana Kuhn. Tell us about your amazing comeback from that first dodgy one in the day.
Yeah, it was really hard because we are not used to sailing that conditions, but Tamara and Bertha, they are always sailing so good, but we're really happy because in the last race we could manage pretty well the race and we caught them, so we are really happy and hopefully tomorrow we're gonna do the same.
Great. So what are you going to prepare for tonight to go into tomorrow? What are you going to think about?
Well, I haven't think about it yet, but
we'll give you a little time.
Yeah, maybe it'll be good.
Great. Well, we are tuning in, and great job today. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Katie. That was just a little snippet from the shore. Welcome back. And we are just waiting for the countdown out on the water. We're here in Clearwater in Florida for the 49er World Championships, and we are now into the medal race. This will be race 10 of the Gold Fleet, and Andy, the breeze hasn't gone down. It looks like it's got a bit choppy. I don't know if it's just because of the light now, but the tide certainly will be pretty well flat. We're coming up to 2 minutes to go, and this is the first time in the week that we've seen Burling go up against Outer Ridge, and I can't wait.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting for. We got 2 days left of this championship. Let's see how the scores are.
Well, here's the leaderboard. Burling and Took, they've just had an amazing week. They're 28 points ahead of Nathan Outeridge, the Olympic gold medalist, and Ian Jensen from Australia. So there's gold medalist from London 212 and silver medalist was Burling. Botine, Delcath and Pink, they're right up there. Your GBR, they're looking pretty strong. Duotoli and the Polish team, Wara and Seaton. It's good to see the Irish. They finished yesterday afternoon. They were on fire.
They were. Race winners and then fourth in the next race, just getting them up inside the top 10. So 1 minute 15 to go. That's Diogo Botin that we're looking at there, currently vying with his Spanish teammates for selection. This is a really important regatta for them. And just beyond them, you can see the New Zealand one. That's Pete Burling and Blair Tuke. So Botin lining up right next to the reigning world champions.
Coming up to 47 to go. It's all about boat control. We've talked previously in the women's division about how important it is to be able to position your boat on the line with quite a long time before they go. See now the Kiwis moving forward, and they can put the boat really on a tuppence and hold it there so that when the gun goes, they're in perfect position. Andy, 25 seconds to go. What are you looking for today?
Well, the boys will have been looking at which was the right way up the track. I think going out to sea, going out to the left is probably slightly the stronger move. It's not as clear-cut as yesterday. The final 10 seconds, waiting to pull the trigger. No black flag on this start, but let's hope the boys behave themselves and that we get the start off first time. They pull the trigger. Good launch by the Americans in the middle of the course. John Pink and Stu Bithell up this end of the course, GBR 6. Good starts for a lot of the teams up this end, and the Spanish really poked out in the middle. And we're on board with one of those Spanish teams, and just to windward of them are the reigning world champions, just sailing. Oh,
we just heard from Race Control. There's on board with the Kiwis, but we are told that there is a general recall. So a bit like earlier in the day, first start.
Boats still continue because they get into the groove. They use that post-start phase to just, check their speed and get a feel for the boat again before they go back.
Just before they bail out of here, Marcus, just looking at these two, comment about how they work the boat control.
First of all, nice yellow shirts, well deserved, I'd say. But we've seen them many times. It looks too easy what they're doing. There's so much routine and in all the everything they do. It looks flawless. Really, mastery at its best.
Interesting to see that they both go in the foot loops of the bearaway. They're not taking any chances. So just to be secure that there's no nosediving as they bear away. So that suggests that it is pretty lumpy out there and they're not taking things for granted.
So Blair Tuke on day 1 of the regatta, he actually cut his hand. He's got 12 stitches in his hand, right in the between thumb and first finger, and it just opened up, evidently on a towing hook. It ripped his glove and took a bit of skin with it, and they've stitched him up, and he's playing it down. But I did. He was telling me about it yesterday, and I thought, ooh,
that's a tough boy, isn't it?
They are tough boys, all of them. As now we'll just regroup. Let's just talk a little bit about the weather. The weather really hasn't changed too much from earlier in the day. It's very similar. The wind is out of the north at about 350. It is due to go to the right, although I'm not seeing that, Andy. We're coming up to high tide, so the tide will start going out. So that means it should go tide against wind. It might lump up a wee bit more. It's a beautiful, fine day, but it's cool. The water temperature 12 degrees, so the air density is quite. It's a dense 15 to 20 knots.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised to see that Blair Tuke goes bare-armed actually, because it's not that warm out there. Pete Burling doesn't, because he doesn't do much work.
What do you think that is for? Just circulation? Doesn't want any restriction in his arms, because it's such a physical job, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you certainly don't want to restrict your arms, but there's plenty of flexible gear that you can wear if you want to cover your arms, and it's not going to impede you. So maybe it's a fashion choice. Maybe it is just a choice about that's the right amount of warmth. I mean, he stays pretty warm doing that job.
Well,
anyway.
there's a lot on, but I've seen them actually be sailing in bare feet as well. They're not today. I think the breeze is on. It's cold, but if it's warmer. They do like to sail on bare feet. And
I just wince looking at it whenever I see them do that.
I do too. At least they don't have flip-flops on, which it's a bit of a phenomena down our way as well. But look, we're in post black flag start for this next one, which is now that looks quite a windy shot, doesn't it? As we look upwind into the breeze.
And this is the camera that we mounted this morning on the starting vessel, and you can see the waves and how much the boat shakes around.
It makes you seasick just to look at it.
Got to be fairly seaworthy to be a race officer out on that boat.
If we get the opportunity, the course, Andy, I think with two windward lures, 2 laps. On the back,
L2 tells us that it's a 2-lap course, much as we've seen with the FX Racing just now.
So bottom mark gate, top mark, and then finish 4 laps. Pretty straightforward, and really the pinch point's always the start. Top mark rounding, bottom mark gate, picking up that bottom mark lay line is pretty important.
But a few key decisions in between. Which way do you go up the beat? And I'm still not clear what the best way is, but I tend to favour going out to sea, going out towards the left.
Yeah, it could be. It's a lot more even than yesterday.
Yeah.
Which is kind of better to watch the race, isn't it? There's a bit of a left and right option.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think as the day's gone on, it's sort of left, centre. Other than that first one, when of the women's race, where we thought initially right was quite strong. So we'll go out to Ben. Ben, let's come. What's it like out there?
It is getting gnarly. The wind speed I can report is up at least 4 knots from the end of the women's racing, and the guys are all hunkering down. They're dropping their jib tacks lower so they can handle the pressure. I see at least one boat that was upside down in the pre-start, and these guys are going to be getting towards survival probably on the downwinds, but loving the upwinds, and it will be a true test today. I can report that for sure.
Thanks, Ben. That's Ben Ramoka out on the water, and he'll come to us from time to time. Sounds like it's getting pretty gnarly out there.
Yeah. So you saw that a little bit earlier. You observed it, Peter. It's pretty hard to tell from the pictures sometimes, but I was surprised to see that the Kiwis using both foot loops on the barroway on that general recall just now. So that tells you they're not taking any chances when they turn these boats downwind. Just
a quick one before we go to Andy for the pre-start. Marcus, lowering the jib tack. Tell us about that. What's the philosophy lowering the jib tack as the breeze gets up?
Well, you straighten the lower leech and open the upper. You open the jib in the top and depower it, where usually the most power is created is in the top part of the jib. And if you want to reduce riding moment, you want to ease that area a little bit without creating too much drag. And then easy way to do it is bring the jib down.
Double Olympic medalist, double Olympian, and 3 times European champion. Great explanation. Andy, call us into this one.
Well, we hope that they're going to be a little bit more cautious on this start because it's the black flag. No one can afford to be over. We're on board there with Pete Burling and Blair Tuke in the final 25 seconds. Let's look at the tiller movement that Pete Burling uses. Often there's a lot of tiller movement as he waggles that around. But not being that vicious on it this time. He's obviously happy with his position. He feels he's got flow on the foils. Final 10 seconds. You can see Blair Tuke calling the time on his, looking at the wristwatch. He's about to go, and they're about to get launched off the line. Gun goes, and an even start across the line. A lot of good starts there. There's some going for the port tack start underneath. I see a British boat. That could be Dylan Fletcher and Alan Syme going out to the right-hand side, or left of our picture. A Danish boat going that way. And the French, I think it's the French, could be the Italians, hard to tell. Or maybe even the Irish. Some of those flags look very similar. John Pink and Stu Bithell, good start out the middle of the line. And Schmidt and Boom, the top Europeans at the European Championship last year, and the Polish out on the far side of the course, also a good start for them.
So a nice clean start on the second start of the first day. And Marcus, what did you make of that off the line?
Burling and Tuke starting in the middle of the line, and we're on board with them. Not a great start, not a disaster, but not a great start. And this is interesting, can he pinch out of that spot? That's where I think he excels, that he can start safely, but then still pull out. We see the Polish boat in the background, and if that boat is moving slowly to the right, we know that he's got a speed edge. I can actually look at the data and see what that says. Give me a second to dig out the speed over ground.
I'm just looking at the bearing change, and I think the New Zealand boat was moving forward just slightly in terms of the bearing.
Well, that'll be interesting to see if they can pull out ahead of those Polish boats. And it's Jonas Warra, the 2008 Olympic champion, alongside, I think it's an Italian boat.
We have Ben Ramoka out on the water.
Just wanted to check in there that last start. I thought Nathan Outridge absolutely nailed it. He was deep in the hole, pulled the trigger well, and accelerated to have full control of his lane. He's got a bit of a rib injury, so he's coming out here to give it a go, and he's not sure he's going to be able to make it through the day. Back to you guys.
Oh, thanks, Ben. Oh, that's sad to hear, because I just cannot wait for the next couple of days. Outridge against Burling. But if Nathan is a little bit sore, I just hope he makes a speedy recovery. But he's a tough Aussie. He'll grunt up, I'm sure.
Well, let's hope so. That's sad news to hear, but that must have happened sometime on the way out to the start today, maybe.
Yeah, I didn't check in with him last night. I didn't hear anything last night that he'd hurt himself yesterday. But you pointed out earlier today, it's so easy to hurt yourself sailing these skiffs, 49ers. As now we just let this one settle down, and we're looking down. The group that we're looking at really is that the left-hand group over out to sea. They haven't tacked. It's really just been a bit of a speed test at the moment, and we're looking at Schmidt, Pink, and our Polish team, and that must be Burling and Tuke just to lure to the poles, but it's pretty early on.
No, Burling and Tuke tacked away and headed over to the right-hand side. So they had to bail out, really. They didn't manage to squeeze out. They're not invincible.
That's Nathan Outridge then. I just picked up the Aussie flag, which is very similar to the Kiwi flag down there.
Oh, I'm so glad it happens to you as well.
That's why we're changing it, mate. So here we go. This is Warra up down in front here, from Denmark. Man, it has chopped up. Whether it's a light in the afternoon, but there's quite a sea ray running now.
Those rigs, those square-top rigs, they're almost like windsurfer rigs, the way they're whipping around through the waves, doing all the depowering, doing a lot of the work for the sailors in terms of powering up when they need to be powered up and then depowering with that flick of the mast.
So Warra is looking real strong, I think, of this group. He's ahead of that whole group down to Leeward as they go across.
And he won his first race of qualifying. Just goes into attack there. Wants to protect the right-hand side. And nicely up to speed there for Jonas Warra and Anders Thompson.
It's a good tack. Very good tack.
The Dabini brothers from Italy in second place, and Fletcher and Alan Sine from GBR in third.
So in terms of performance in the breeze, across the board over a season, who do you fancy, Marcus?
I give that one to Andy.
I'm going to take that and just say Pete Burling and Blair Tuke. I think in this breeze they shine in all conditions, but I think when it gets windy, when it gets gnarly like this, they're one of the best boat handlers in the fleet.
They're normally pretty pacey downwind, aren't they?
Yeah.
And that's boat. I think a lot of that is boat handling, isn't it? The ability to launch it, as they would say.
Yeah, and to be able to do what they want with the boat in tight situations as well. If they're finding themselves having to jibe in a tight spot, they can deal with it better than most.
But at the moment, we have Thomas Warra out in the lead, and it looks like Fletcher and Sine in second. That's on the very provisional on the animation.
Burling and Tuke are heading out to the right-hand side still. The tracking has him in 10th place. It's going to be interesting to see whether he can cross when he tacks back onto the ley line from the right-hand side.
But looking again at the tracking as we go on board, looking at down at the Irish boat, which is Seaton and McGovern. The boats are already close, and as they come into the top mark, it's how you manage that convergence around the marks that is so important. Boat handling, positioning, a little bit of luck at times.
Burling and Tuke have tacked and are heading towards the windward mark now. They're currently not in the picture.
That's Warren Thompson in the picture, leading this race at the moment, doing well on the right-hand side of the track.
So they're coming across, and they've got a tack to do before the top mark. There is a group coming from the right.
We can't see
that
them
we
currently.
Can't see, but they'll be just lining them up to find a lane to come in at the top mark.
But Jonas Warra, he's well ahead of Burling and Tuke. He got lifted just a few seconds ago, which helps him even more.
So Burling and Tuke right out to the right, slightly showing above the ley line.
But still looking good.
They'll be coming in at pace.
Great recovery.
I guess if you're going to go ley line and you just do not want to get someone leeway attacking you, so they're up there pretty well on a straight line. Remember, the boats coming in from the right will have a tack to do, but it looks like Warra will have a pretty nice lead over the bunch at the first mark, and then it's pretty congested.
To me, it looked like Burling and Tuke hit the ley line very early. They need to squeeze there a little bit. It's not going to be easy for them to make it. Vara's going a little bit further as well. But it's like a magic recovery. I can't believe it.
Yeah, they were pretty deep, and there's a good lead here for Warren Thompson as they go round. Look at their set. They're first at Mark 1.
These barroways are starting to look difficult. The Swedes are about to go round in second place, so they're going to be just ahead of Burling and Tuke. Have Burling and Tuke managed to make it on that ley line? I think they have. We just saw the edge of their headsail, or their mainsail maybe. So the Danes have got their white Jennica up. Up goes the green Jennica on the Swedish boat, and both the first two boats with the kites safely up. But sketchy moments here, potentially in the traffic for some of the boats further back down the pack. And look how much some of the other boats have overstood the ley line, just going out of picture to the right-hand side. Nice little lead for the first two. And the 2008 Olympic champion charging downwind, looking in good control, not having to dump the Jennica, still holding on to that Jennica, driving the boat at full pace.
Yeah, nice first beat, mark round, and good manoeuvre for Warra and Thompson. Sylvan from Sweden is showing second, and then Burling from New Zealand.
And Anders Thompson just curling the front of that Jennica, just making sure it's not too powered up. And you can see the boat accelerate down the waves.
lovely drone shot heading down. You just see how much more powered up a full 49, a full rig. I think Breeze is up a little bit as well, but they're certainly a lot more lively, aren't they, than the FX?
I don't know about that. I'm not sure that. I think an FX in these conditions would have the legs, would be the same speed, possibly faster than a 49er.
Maybe the Breeze is just up a little bit, but I just think these boats look a bunch more powered up than what we had earlier in the day.
Well, that might be true, but I think the trouble with the 49er is the design of it with the fine bow is that they reach terminal velocity. They get up to 18, 20 knots at the most, and then they sort of stick there. So they don't keep on going faster and faster.
First jibe.
And it's a bit of a safety jibe. It's a similar jibe to what we saw the Spanish do earlier.
SAP Sailing Analytics tell me that if Vara stays where they are, they climb up to 4th place overall from 8th. Great move forward for him.
Early days, first race of the Gold Fleet here, day 5. And out in the lead we have the Danes. Warra, and then the Swedes, then the New Zealanders. Delcath, Heil, Dublini. So it looks like those front 3 boats now have jibed. Just if we pull back, and Marcus, I'd be interested again in that you did such a good job with before, just looking at speeds heading into this bottom mark. Let
me get the average
already
speeds.
At the bottom mark. I see Spinnaker's coming down now. So
average speeds on this downwind, one of the fastest boats was Vara.
They may well have overlaid. Spinnakers are down, Jennikers are down, and they've... I'd like to hear your stuff on this, Andy. Have the first 3, have they overlaid? Now, we're Burling and Took. Has this opened up an opportunity? They might be slightly... a lot of them have overlaid. They're coming back without their Jennikers on. Did anyone jibe early to come rumbling into the picture? There's Burling and Took. There's a whole bunch of them. So the front runners looks like they all
got it wrong.
They all got it wrong.
Yeah, big misjudgment by the leaders, and the Austrians looking in trouble there. They just went out of picture, but
Bildstein and Hussel, they came in nicely, but are they in trouble? Oh, they need to.
Everyone's getting it wrong.
Spinnaker.
Someone's in the water.
Someone's capsized here.
Let me check who.
So Warra safely round. He holds on to the lead, but the Swedes really closed in there, and the Burling and Chuk really throwing it round the mark.
The capsized boat is Heil and Plössl. The German boat has capsized.
Oh, that's it's the first one, but I'm sure it won't be the last. The breeze is all on now. Breeze is up, Seaway's up with the tide change. But in the lead, we've got Warra, Sullivan and Burling. That's the top 3. All 3 leading boats overlaid the bottom mark. They had to drop Jennikers early.
So maybe there was a wind shift, or maybe the breeze picked up and suddenly their direction changed, because you have very little control over the angle that you sail downwind with the Jenniker up. You're fast, but you can't control your direction.
There's the gold medalist from London 2012 with the 2 on their sail. That's Nathan Outeridge. He's back in the bunch. I'll just get Marcus to give us where did
Outeridge is...
Where did he go around the mark?
Oh, down in 11th place.
11th spot, and I see his countryman David Gilmore was just ahead of him, the young David Gilmore, lots of promise. I know he wasn't on the corrected. David Gilmore was down in 13th. So, heading up the upwind for the second time, it is still the Danish team in the lead, Andy.
Yep, it's the 2008 Olympic champion Jonas Warra with Anders Thompson. They managed to hold on to that lead despite making an error. Fortunately for them, many of the people around them made the same error. They overcooked it. They sailed too far before jibing, and they had to drop the Jenniker early. But it's the same 3 that went round the top mark, and Burling and Chuk yet to make inroads on the front 2. Now, he should be able to pick off the Swedes. The Swedes were 34th in the last World Championship, so they are not front runners, or not typical front runners.
Let's go to Ben out there.
That last downwind, obviously full on for all the top sailors. My guess is that they couldn't see the leeward marks with the conditions so big, because when the leaders jibed, they looked overstood from the start, and then it probably got exacerbated by the additional wind. So huge turnaround there. We saw Eric Howell and Thomas Wilson capsize. We saw a bunch of guys change places. And sometimes when the leaders are leading, you can't follow them.
Thanks, Ben.
Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Ben. So that's interesting, eh? The Seaway's running so hard that he thinks they're having difficulty picking up the marks.
I think that's a big problem. I mean, actually having the time to look downwind and look for those gate marks in amongst the waves. The waves are enormous, so you have to pick your moment when you're at the top of a wave and hope that those marks are at the top of the wave at the same time and they're actually visible. But half the time, those marks are going to be invisible because they're going to be in the trough of a wave. And meanwhile, I've heard that Silver Fleet has been sent in. So we're watching the best in the world, Gold Fleet, but Silver Fleet have been sent in because of the conditions. So that's a measure of just how tough it is out there.
It's turning into certainly the best of the best, isn't it? Boat handling and what's noticeable for me now, the teams are minimising their tacks, aren't they? Burling and Tuka come around. The other two boats are tacked away, but Kiwis have carried on.
They're loving the right side. They're going really far. Breaking away from the fleet surprises me a little bit. I've seen them often going back to the middle of the course, playing it safely, but they now tacked and they're still well below the ley line.
Well, maybe they want to get a bit of leverage on the front two and see if they can use a bit of favourable breeze on the right side to get past the Danish and Swedish teams.
So on board with Blair Tuke in the bow and Peter Burling steering, working their boat. What's noticeable to me is how low they trapeze, even in a big seaway.
Actually, I still think it's quite high, and that's got a lot to do with the waves. You could go lower, but not in these conditions. Otherwise, you get washed away. But they look super steady, and
they look as one.
Yeah.
In terms of the movement, maybe that's just because of the way the waves come through.
Blair Tuke is not doing a whole lot of work with the main sheet because Burling is steering so cleanly.
And Burling doesn't look like he's steering that much either. I mean, the movements are quite small.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because any movement means drag, and they're really reducing drag as much as possible.
Great onboards coming, the technology, the innovation that we continue to see in the sport to bring you those shots. And there's a new one, a little 3D, looking at heading up into the top third of the course. So this is the second time up, round the top mark down to the finish, and how important is Bearaway and picking up that the ley line to the bottom mark for the leading group.
The Bearaway, you can't take it lightly. You've got to get it right. You've got to go round with the boat absolutely flat. If you go round with the boat leaning slightly away from you, the boat just won't respond because the rudder's small. And you cannot do everything with the rudder. You've got to do a lot with body movement and with how you set the sails as well.
One boat we haven't talked much about is the Austrians, which are currently lying in 4th place in this race, but they're climbing up to 2nd place overall, pushing Outeridge and Jensen to 3rd place as it currently stands. Outeridge Jensen down in 15th, maybe even 4th overall, so very bad race for the Australians and a good one for the Austrians.
So that's Delcath, who's making a bit of a move, enjoying the conditions.
And he's aiming for his 4th Olympic Games, so one of the veterans in the fleet.
That's absolutely impressive.
Just missed out on a bronze medal in London 2012. It came down to the final run of the last race, the medal race. So now 4th Olympics at Rio 2016, wants to try and get that medal.
So this is interesting. It was ley line for Warra. In these conditions, minimising tacks. He didn't bother trying to protect his position with Burling and Tuke. He's come the race leader right out to the ley line, showing above ley line, but I suspect the tacking angles might be a little bit wider than our animation. As Burling and Tuke will go right out, and looks like maybe have they climbed up, as it's going to be close between Burling and Tuke looking at that animation in Delcath.
That calculation is based on the ley line. Looks like Warren Thompson they went over the digital ley line, that's for sure, and that brings the calculation down.
But it's a good guide, and so we may well have seen, we'll just wait till the boats come back together, that the current world champions have come up. But we now are on berth, that's with Botin, is that right, boys?
That's right, that's with the Spanish.
We can switch to Burling and Tuke, going around the windward mark in a second. Stepping back, little wash.
Let's have a look at boat handling, and this is sort of one of their trademarks.
Pretty far back down the boat. That's about as far back as you get going upwind, and just setting up for the bear away. You'll see him put his foot in the back foot loop.
Easing the Cunningham, easing the kite, putting the foot in the back.
Both in the foot loops, just to be sure.
Back out, kite up as quick as possible, standing really far back.
No, he's not tired.
Super athletic, aren't they? And, and their coordination to be able to jump around the boat like that. You used to be able to do that once, Marcus.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Long time ago.
That's the gold standard for top mark roundings if you're watching. And it's blowing hard, big seaway, and Blair Tuke, arguably you got to say at this level, he's probably the best forward hand out there.
Well, he'd have to be, based on the results of the last 3 years. 22 straight international victories. This could be their 23rd. That's Jonas Warra just dumping the kite there. Anders Thompson just being on the safe side.
Yeah,
just dumping it a bit.
Worth to mention that it's an intentional flog, that they really do this on purpose to not pinch into the waves. The 49er kite doesn't have that much lift. It doesn't come out of the water that much. It doesn't lift the boat out of the water. It's probably the hull shape that does that. And
so the technique to give a bit of pop is just to ease and let it shake once and bring it on again. So we have, going down the last run, it is Warra from Burling from Delcath. Burling has managed to make a spot on that upwind. Nice jibe on the front face.
They make that look easy.
Front face of the wave. Looks like they've jibed a little bit earlier than they did on the first down leg.
Well, based on what happened, that's what you want to do. You don't want to get caught out. You want to carry your Jenica all the way down the run, all the way to the finish if you possibly can. And if your boat handling is good enough, if you're not scared of the jibes, then you do a couple more jibes rather than overstand a ley line. But anyway, safely through that jibe, and they made the best of the waves. The waves can be your enemy and they can be your friend depending on when you pick your moment on the wave.
Great race by the Danish pair, Warra and Thompson. Burling and Tuka second, Delcath third.
And the Danes, they really are masters in this breeze along with the Kiwis.
They love a breeze.
Highest average speed has a bit to do with the fact that they've been on the downwind the longest, but they're definitely at the moment the fastest boat in the fleet.
So reveling in the conditions. It's getting later in the afternoon. We're up to local time 3:15, hence the beautiful images. Well, that's interesting. They jibed early. Burling and Tuke have gone further to that ley line down to the finish. But I think Warra, Thompson look pretty safe. Another impressive race by the Danes.
It looks like the Swedish boat can't hold on to third. Have you followed it? I think when did the Austrian boat overtake?
I didn't see when.
Must have been on the upwind.
But it's still quite close.
I missed when that happened, but it must have been on the upwind. As we look coming down towards the finish, it is.
Ooh.
Burling's been rolled. They went past the ley line. So the Kiwis have made a mistake and they're going to get rolled by 2 or 3, maybe 4. So a mistake by the New Zealanders if we look back at that back bunch. So Warra picked up the ley line perfectly. The New Zealanders have made a mistake and they're going to drop down the field. The Swedes have got ahead. Fletcher, Scott signed. They've rolled them. So that is a uncharacteristic mistake by New Zealand, by the world champions.
And the Swedes in the end did get out of jail. What happened to the Austrians?
They must have overlaid as well, maybe, over in that corner. Well, teams are having difficulty. There's the Austrians who just finished behind Burling and Tuke. So,
Burling and Tuke dropped to 4th.
From second to 4th, ley line.
Yeah.
Picking up downwind ley line. And big credit to Warra. He jibed early. He was not going to get caught out like they did on the first downwind. Let's go out to Ben. Ben, how did you read that one?
Yeah, so Burling and Tuke overstood by so much they actually dropped their spinnaker halfway down the leg, allowing Fletcher and also the Swedes to get over top of them, and then they decided to get ambitious again and put their spinnaker back up and then had to flog it. So another ley line error cost them 2 points there, but a 4th will be okay.
Thanks, Ben.
Back to you.
That's the first schoolboy error we've seen from Burling and Tuke. I'm really surprised by that. I mean, to overstand so much that you have to drop the Jenica, I mean, why take that risk?
Twice.
I wonder if they had a problem going into the jibe. I wonder if there was something that was not in the wrong place. I can't think what would stop you from jibing earlier.
Well, there's no doubt that Warra jibed early, and once they'd gone, you'd think, well, I've picked up a ley line. So that's an interesting one, and that is a mistake. So they're not invincible. They sailed
really surprised.
A very conservative start for the Kiwis. Went round, they made a spot up, and then on the first downwind, all the boats overlaid. On the second downwind, 2 or 3 boats made the same mistake again. It's interesting.
Well, I mean, how many? I mean, it didn't look like that many did make the same mistake again.
Well, they certainly did.
They certainly did. The boat that you would at least expect to make that mistake twice. Surprising, but in the overall scheme of things, I'm sure it's not hurting them too much. What will be of benefit to them is that their closest rivals going into that race, Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen, didn't have a particularly great race, and I wonder if that damaged rib is affecting Outridge.
Yeah, that's right. Just to reiterate, we have heard Nathan Outridge, the Olympic gold medalist in 2012. We understand he is racing with an injury, and that's really unfortunate.
He finished 13th in that race.
So Nathan Outridge, Ian Jensen down in 13th position.
And that drops him down to 4th overall. Let me check.
Well, it's very close on points, isn't it?
Actually, no. Let me. Once we get the overall results in, we can confirm. But it does look like he's still, despite a 13th place, he's still in second place.
Okay, so beautiful. There's looking back from out to sea, back towards the shoreline where we are. And preliminary results after 10. Burling and Tuke first. Outridge and Jensen still in second spot. But look at it. It's a stack up. Dalkarth, Botine and Warra, all within a point or on the same point. Then we have the Poles. Fletcher Scott has jumped up with Alan Syne to 7th, and Pink and Diotoli. The Brits, you must be pleased about that. They're up there.
They're up there. I think they still expect better than that. They're within striking distance.
I'm a little disappointed to see that my math don't work out anymore, because I used to say that the gap between Burling and Tuke and the second place boat is as big as the gap between the second place boat and the 10th boat, but it's a lot bigger now. It makes it look even more ridiculous. What is going on? How is it possible?
What's interesting with the guys?
They sail in a completely different class.
When they have a bad one, it's not a shocker, is it? They made a mistake, and they'll be really unhappy with themselves. But it's not a disaster. It's a keeper.
No, because they're so far up the front of the fleet already that even when they made that error, which was quite a big one, it didn't actually hurt them that much because they'd already pulled a lot of ground on the rest of the fleet. So we made quite a big deal of it at the time, but that's mostly because we just don't expect that kind of mistake.
So, the net result is they actually move further away from second, well, other than Dalkarth. They move further away from who many of us regard as their big opposition is Nathan Outridge. They've actually taken points off him.
Yeah, I wonder psychologically when they start to think in terms of protecting the silver medal rather than going for the gold. We've heard something about that psychology already.
Well, that's interesting. We've got a little bit of time. Your friend Stevie Morrison, who was your Olympian in 49er class in London, I was at another event and I was chatting and having a beer with him, and we were chatting. He said, I think he thought some of the psychology in the 49er class is that they go out there, the fleet, and they're racing for second place because Burling and Tuke are so dominant. And that came from Stevie Morrison, who I rate very highly.
Yeah, that's right. So it starts to make life even easier if you have people trying to avoid the Kiwis on the start line and giving them a bit of space around the racecourse. But they...
Notwithstanding that was a mistake. There's no doubt overlaying the bottom mark twice. I'm sure their coach, Hamish Wilcox, will be discussing that with them in the interval.
And for all the fans out there who want to look at whomever they want to in this race, go to sapsailing.com, or more specifically 49erworlds2015.sapsailing.com, and you get all the results, all the stats, and all the analytics of what's happening out here. And we've got Ben Ramoka on the line, and he has something to say from out there on the water. I think he's...
We're here with Dylan Fletcher and Alan Sine, who managed to gain a couple boats on that last downwind. How's the day going, fellas?
Yeah, it's fun. Winds up, waves are in. You know, it's exactly why we like to go racing, and that was full of pace changing and wicked fun.
Tell us, what was going on that first downwind when seemingly the entire fleet missed the marks?
It's proven pretty hard to find the ley lines downwind with all the buildings on the shore and big waves around, so you just got to keep your eyes up, I think, for this next race. And I think the fleet have actually learned where the ley lines are now and where the marks are, so I think it shouldn't see too many more mistakes in that, hopefully.
We're seeing some breaking waves down here at the start line area. How are you going to handle those?
You know, just go big or go home like we always do.
Good luck the rest of the way. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Ben.
Go big or go home.
That's good, eh? Sort of bit of a skiffy mentality, isn't it?
Yeah, no beach balls at the top of their mast.
Dear. It's amazing, you know, you sort of think of skiff sailors' mentality, and I guess some of it was in the early years was created in Australia, in Sydney, with the 18-footers, and they are renowned for their behaviour, should I say.
Now, we've got an interview with one of the big veterans we talked about earlier, the Austrian sailor Nico Delacarth.
Nico Delacarth sails for Austria. He's already qualified to represent his country at Rio 2016. And Nico, you're going to be one of the veterans at Rio. How many games have you done already?
It's going to be the fourth. First ones were in Athens 2004, quite a long time ago.
So what keeps you motivated to keep on doing it?
That my crew is still sailing with me, so it's been 17 years now, so that keeps me motivated.
17 years together in a 49er?
No, we sailed 420 before, but since 2001 we are on the 49er together.
And tell us about the last Olympic Games, because that was very tense on the final day.
Definitely. I mean, we had some troubles going through the series, and we were always around 6 to 8, I would say. And going into the medal race day, we were, I think, 4 or 5 boats fighting for the bronze medal, and we were leading the race all the way to the finish, but we were on bronze medal course for 2 laps or 2.5 laps. And then the Danish got a nice gust, which put them forward, and then we finished 4th. Unfortunate, but that's how it goes.
Is that part of the reason why you're back again 4 years later?
Part, I would say. I mean, first reason is we really enjoy sailing a 49er, and we really enjoy sailing in general. So it's basically our profession, so we love what we do, and that's why we gave it another 4 years.
And what are you trying to achieve here in Clearwater this week at the World Championships?
Well, the idea was to get on the podium. We made this life quite hard for us at the moment, but the series is long, and we want to finish within the top 3. That's the goal.
Nico, thanks very much. Best of luck this week, and best of luck at the Games.
Thank you very much.
We're just in delay, waiting now for the second race for the 49ers. And we're in for another beauty. The conditions, that makes it look a little bit more gentle than what it is. Believe me, it's plenty of breeze, big seaway. We're just past high tide, or we're right on high tide now, so it could even get a little bit choppier as the afternoon goes on. Course, we've got 2 laps, 4 legs, and in that one, certainly it was the Danish team of Thomas Warrer who led from start to finish. They were ahead at the first cross, ahead at the first mark, and they sailed well to take that one out. So Andy, in terms of the next race setup, any change in what you're seeing on the water? You've liked the left all day, and I think you were right on that one.
Yeah, I think that would still be the way to go. Part of the reason is that you have to do fewer manoeuvres if you're going out to the left, unless, of course, you take the port tack start and want to go out to the right-hand side. But judging the ley line in one tack would be pretty difficult. So I think in terms of minimising manoeuvres, you want to go out towards the left. Of course, you still want to think about shifts and if there is a favoured side. But in these kind of conditions, which are bordering on survival, you just want to keep the boat moving as well and minimise those tacks.
So we're in sequence. 3 minutes. The warning signal has gone, and the teams now will have had a bite to eat, something to drink, bit of a chat to their coaches. Most of the top teams have a coach out there. There's certainly an armada of coach boats, which seems to be the norm now around all Olympic class yachting.
Well, if you have the option of a coach, you'd certainly take one, but it does make the game a lot more expensive as well, having that third person travelling around the world with you, and the costs of a rib and everything else.
In terms of we're on a windy day today. It's blowing like heck. We've got a little minute here to fill. In terms of the setups between the difference between light air sailing and mastering sailing in the breeze, those gear changes, how important is that, and reconfiguring the rig?
Yeah, it's very important. You want to make sure that you're on the correct settings for getting out the start line fast, and if you think the breeze is going to change throughout the race, then maybe you factor that in. But mostly, you want to, if for these strong winds, you want to pull the rig in hard. Tight settings on the shrouds and the forestay. That bends the mast, flattens the sails, depowers the rig. And also those subtle movements like moving the jib slightly down the forestay gives you a different angle of attack on the jib, opens up the top of the sails a little bit more, lets the sails breathe more easily, and takes away some of the tipping force of the sails.
So we're into race 11. We're coming up to 1:10 to go before the start in the Gold Fleet 49er Worlds here in Clearwater in Florida.
It's looking busy down this end. Very busy. And all the top guys are lining up there. Outeridge is staying out of it a little bit. Burling's trying to squeeze in up there. He's above the ley line, just a little bit above the ley line.
So he's right
in the second row, really.
On that imaginary line to the committee boat end of the line. As we can see now, a bit of action on board. It's coming up to that 30-second marker. And Andy, there's a lot of movement going on the boat.
Yeah, and Burling also holds the tiller with his wrong hand, the different hand to the one that he'll be using once he gets the boat going. He's got a very forward-facing stance and really
That's
physical.
Really interesting, yeah. I didn't notice that before. Well spotted.
So very, very unusual way that he stands in the boat, and very aggressive as well. 5 seconds to the start. Very congested this end. Who is going to pull the trigger first, and will it be at the right time? We're about to find out. And a bit of a slow one there by Burling and Chuk. They must have felt they were close to the line, but they've got some space to leeward of themselves. So it looks like a good start off the committee boat end for the Kiwis. Just a little bit slow to pull the trigger compared with some of the other boats.
Yeah, I guess what they're trying to do is gauge away from the leeward boat, and in doing that
Another general recall.
Another general recall, okay. So boat's over early, and that's why we can see Burling and Took just bailing out of that one. So we'll be in a short delay. We'll go under black flag, I'm sure, for the second one. So anyone over in the next one will be in trouble. Marcus, one of the themes you gave us at the beginning of the show was rivalries. And certainly the rivalry that we were wanting to see here was Burling against Outeridge, the gold and silver medalist from London 212. Unfortunately, some of that might have been taken away from us if Outeridge has got a sore hand. But, you talk about sporting rivals, yachting rivalries. Pretty cool.
Well, here's someone to talk about that rivalry. It's the coach of Nathan Outeridge and Ian Jensen, Emmett Lazic.
Few people know how to make a 49er go fast than Emmett Lazic. He coached the Finns to winning the gold medal the first time the 49er was at Sydney in 2000. He did the same with Nathan Outeridge and Ian Jensen at London 2012, and you're trying to repeat that with Nathan and Ian for Rio 2016 later on this year. How do you rate your prospects with 6 months to go?
Oh, very good. Obviously, it's like we might, I think as a team, Nath Goobs and myself, we digress at times, but we do learn from our mistakes. So I think I can't imagine the Kiwis would have written us off.
And you mentioned those Kiwis, Pete Burling and Blair Tuke.
Yeah.
You worked very closely with them going up to the games. Your guys got the gold, they got the silver, but the way that the Kiwis have gone in the last 4 years, do you feel that maybe you shared a little bit too much information?
Not really. Like we talked about how that arrangement was going to work in early 2010 with Pete and Blair, and it was a conscious decision, and we set boundaries for the level of collaboration between us, and the goal was London 2012, and our attitude back then was we didn't have enough depth in the Australian squad, we thought, to push Nathan Goobs far enough to win, and Pete and Blair were just across the other side of the Tasman, lovely guys to work with, and we thought that if they can push us and we can help them, and the idea was that we would win, and if they got second, that's awesome, but if they won and we got second, we thought that without them we wouldn't have even been on the podium. So it was a conscious decision, and I think it worked out really well.
Well, that's exactly what happened, the gold and silver last time. Clearly the Kiwis will go into Rio 2016 as the favourites. What do your guys, the Australians, need to do to close the gap between now and then?
Mainly it's just doing what they know how to do, not looking or searching for anything special, grinding it out just like any other regatta, making sure that we're fast and we don't do anything silly, and really that they can sail their best. Like, I still believe, a lot of people might disagree, but I still think that Nathan Goobs are the best sailors out there, but how much they apply themselves to the task is a huge question, and with their America's Cup commitments and spending maybe 25% of the time that they need to in the boat, it's just been a different challenge for all of us. But now in this year, they are taking it a lot more seriously, and we're still time constrained, but it's better, and I still think we can win.
Well, let's see if you can. I think most neutrals would still say it's the Kiwis, but we know how special Nathan and Ian are as sailors, and you clearly have faith in them. The best of luck to you.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks a lot.
Andy, that was an interesting piece you did earlier in the week there, Mitt, and the point I'd like to pick up on is this whole sailing different campaigns, and both Nathan Outridge and Peter Burling, with America's Cup teams. The Burlings with Team New Zealand, and Nathan Outridge with Artemis. And the comment I'd make is, since they've been in the America's Cup game, Burling's performances have gone down. Outridge's have gone down, Burling's has gone up. What do you think that's attributed to?
Well, Emmett Lazic made it very clear that the America's Cup sailing is a distraction from what he feels they need to do to win another gold medal at the Olympics. So it's very much the 49er sailing has to play second fiddle to the Artemis racing campaign for Outridge and Jensen. I get the sense that there's more support within Emirates Team New Zealand for Burling and Tuke to go and get that gold medal, and then put that aside and then focus on winning the America's Cup next year for New Zealand. So I think there's a level of support there for Burling and Tuke that I don't think Outridge and Jensen get in quite the same way from Artemis Racing.
I'd agree with you, and I'd attribute some of that to Glenn Ashby, who's the skipper of Emirates Team New Zealand, and he takes most of the heat. These two guys just jump on as the jockeys and then get back into their 49er campaign, in my opinion.
Well, 45 seconds to go. It's a black flag start, so let's hope they get away on first go. And again, it's quite congested up at the committee boat end, but also there's a little gaggle of boats poking their nose out in the middle of the line, which is quite unusual for a black flag start. Doesn't look like there are many going for the pin end of the line. It looks like they're all bunching up very much at the committee boat end of this line. And then there's that forward-facing stance I was talking about earlier. It looks sort of ungainly. It looks difficult, the way that Burling and Tuke do it, but it works for them, and they're into the last 8 seconds. There's a gap to windward of them.
I think the advantage is that he can stand further in and pull the tiller really hard. He can keep his weight in without, and still pull really hard.
I think you might have worked it out as they launch off the line, and one of the boats had to wait for the rest of the fleet to get going. Good start for the Germans up at this end of the line. And 1 or 2 boats going for the port tack duck approach. But we, as we've been talking about earlier, think that the left is the way to go. Not by much, but generally it's the safer bet. So you need to get a good start. And already some of the boats are second rank. And it looks like an okay start for Burling and Tuke.
It was okay. On the tracking, I can see that he just pinched out under the first bunch of boats on the right-hand side. And he's got a fairly clear lane.
And the group down towards the pin end looked to be a little bit bow forward, but again, it's a matter of when you bail out of there or when you are forced to bail out. How long can you stay on starboard? But a clean start.
Best start of the race is from Highland Blösel. They pulled out as the windward boat.
At the committee boat end?
Yes.
So good start by the Germans, and they need that. They capsized in the previous race. Although this is not a qualifying regatta as far as German selection is concerned. It is for the women in the FX, but not for the men.
Outerich and Jensen, third boat from the pin.
So they got a good
left
start.
Side.
Nice start. The Langer brothers also down in that left-hand corner. So it's that group over in the left that started in the bottom third of the line that look quite strong at the moment.
And the Swedes had a great race just now. Carl P. Sylvan steering to second place, overtaking the Kiwis again on the run into that finish. And it'd be interesting to see if the Swedes can replicate that kind of performance in this race.
Swedes are doing a lot of work with their 49er campaign, aren't they? You've seen both on the FX and in the men's discipline. There's a lot of young Swedish sailors here.
And they're working with Paul Brotherton, who was one of Great Britain's best 49er sailors 10 or so years ago, a European champion. Recently found himself tumbling down at the mountainside off his mountain bike in New Zealand and had to be stitched back together in quite a major way. But it's good to see him back here in one piece and coaching the Swedes.
Yeah, he was telling us the story. Man, be careful mountain biking, all I'd say.
Now, I always find it difficult to tell these Italians from the Irish, from the French, very similar flags, but I think that was the Irish we were just looking at.
So I think this is the group that started on the left and have gone straight, with the Langer brothers, Diotoli, and I think Nathan Outridge is in that group also over on that far left. On the right and in the middle, you've got Delcath down on the right. I think Burling and Tuke have bailed out early, and they're also heading across on port. Diotoli getting out of there as they, certainly the boats that trail a little bit in that left-hand corner they'll probably want to get out of there a little bit early so they don't get trapped. Need options. Once you get near the ley lines, it's all about finding a lane. We can see Burling and Tuke, they're behind that advantage line, and they're heading over here to the right.
Looks like they've got a ducker boat as well, maybe a few more, so some expensive moments there for Burling and Tuke, having to give away a bit of distance, and that drops them down to 15th on the advantage line.
So the leading group are the group that have gone off the line. They've gone all the way over to the left, and we could be looking at that group now as they come back maybe on... No, I think this is the right-hand group. I don't believe we're looking at the left-hand group here.
That's Jacopo Palazzi and Umberto Molinaris, the top Italian boat in the regatta so far, in 15th overall. And it's the first time these guys have made the Gold Fleet of a World Championship, so they're really pleased to have made the Gold Fleet. And they say every year they have a great European Championship and they have a pretty awful World Championship. So they were chuffed to be able to make it through into Gold Fleet yesterday, and now they see where they can progress from there.
So moving up just beyond halfway.
Outerich and Jensen looking quite good on the left-hand side of the course.
So they've only done one tack from the start. That left-hand group pretty well gone a long way towards the ley line, minimising the attacks. So Outeridge and Jensen are looking good right up there, just under the port hand ley line.
But nobody's really winging it. They're all diverging into the middle of the course. No one is close to the ley line.
Well, that will please you, won't it, Marcus?
Yep.
You don't agree with ley lines.
Yeah,
they should be
stay
banned.
away from the ley line. Keep it boring.
Boring means sailing up the middle, not taking too much chance, not allowing too much leverage to creep into the race. Playing your cards close to your chest.
Well, leverage is a wonderful thing if you get it right, but it's a horrible thing if you get it wrong, if you take too much risk. It's all about risk-reward, isn't it?
Yeah, and the faster that you think you are, the less risk you need to take in other respects.
Exactly.
And this is back with Plazia Molinaris from Italy, still sailing out to the right-hand side. Looks like possibly a German boat. Just up into the left of the picture, hard to tell from here.
The whole fleet really are just being very careful about minimising the attacks as they go upwind. The tacking is about minimising attacks and then finding a lane that you can live in without being compromised by another boat around you. Burling and Took.
Boats are not getting lifted on the left-hand side, and that's where Burling and Tuke are converging now over to the left-hand side. I think they're slightly lifted at the moment.
It looks like they've got a lot of work to do looking at the boats behind them. If they tacked, I think they'll find themselves behind a lot of those boats.
I think they're just going behind Outeridge and Jensen.
Yeah, I think they're sort of mid-fleet, quite deep for them.
Yeah.
As we just let it mature towards the top mark. The fleet will be close, but often we see that the leading 2 or 3 boats will step out, certainly after the mark rounding.
The Swedes sailing out to the right-hand side. That's Carl Sylvan, who came second in the race just now. Really good race by the Swedes, and showing a bit of form in this strong winds.
Well, and the animation or the data's telling us Diotol leave, and then Sylvan could in fact be second. He's in the leading group, and Schmidt, he's in third. That'll make Marcus happy. Seems like quite a long beat. A little bit longer maybe than what the FX has had.
Maybe the target time was a bit short on the last race.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any significant tide, to be honest. Sometimes tide change coming in, it slows it all up. But
good tack there by Carl Sylvan and Marcus Anyamark, and the next boat is going to have to duck behind them. Argentinian, I think that is. Most likely the brothers, the Langer brothers.
Leaders are currently in the middle. Dortoli and Schmidt-Böhmer.
John Pink and Stu Bithell, can they charge underneath the Argentinians? Can they break out into clear air underneath? It looks like they've just about got away with it. The Brits still going a little bit faster than the Argentinians. And the Argentinian Langer brothers, their father is just a couple of miles across the water competing in the NACRA 17 World Championships. And we have the Santi Langer going for his, I think, something like his 6th Olympic Games for Argentina, 2-time Olympic medalist. And now his sons are going to the Olympics as well for the first time in the 49er.
not sure if this windward group on the starboard tack are quite on the ley line, and then we go right across the other side. Duatoli, Schmidt, they are right out on that port side. So they looks like everyone at this stage has still got a tack to do in the boats before they get to the ley line. And if you're full short on the starboard ley line, Andy, it's can be 2 tacks, eh?
That's right. That can be really painful to do, 2 short tacks right up at the top end.
So we'll see how that develops for these starboard tackers as they come on. Certainly on the animation below the ley line, the starboard tackers.
The French team of Dortoli and Delpech, they won a race yesterday in lighter conditions, and they're doing really well in these stronger winds at the moment.
Yeah, the first Australian boat coming through here on port, I think it might be David Gilmore as he goes through.
And that's the Spanish we're on board with there, Diego Botín. Just
and we're
ducking
gonna
behind
see
the
them
boat.
tack, and now we can jump onto the other side. There they go again.
It's very good. I like that. It's very good. Marcus has got a big smile on his face. Loves the technology. That is clever.
And 2 different cameras.
It's our secret.
So, coming up to the first mark.
It's the French. Dortoli and Delpech, race winners yesterday. Looking good. Looking well positioned to win a race in the stronger breeze. Followed by Italians, Platzi and Molinaris. First time in the gold fleet of a world championship. And Schmidt and Boom, the young up-and-coming German team, fighting for selection against the more experienced Eric Harland Thomas Plussel. And there is Eric Harland Thomas Plussel in the middle of our picture, just behind the Danes, Jonas Wara. And there's the Swedes that were second in the race just now.
Burling and Took are deep. You can see them just coming up on the ley line.
18th.
So now let's see what the Kiwis are made of. A lot of work to do to get through. They better pick their ley lines better in this race than they did in the last one. Irish just going round. Everyone's managed to get the kite up. There's Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen getting the Jenica up and running. Followed by the Irish just getting their Jenica set. Argentina, number 7, going around. One of the Spanish crews, and there's Pete Burling and Blair Chute. Chute getting that kite set. Ready to run out onto the edge of the wing and join Pete Burling, getting the back foot loop. And a different challenge for them. They've got to fight their way through. I wonder if they remember how to do this.
Well, they're pretty deep, and let's just monitor that one. They've gone around there as 17th position. And let's just see how they go as the race unfolds. But they had an okay start, but obviously they got bounced up a couple of times up that first beat. And like normal people, they've ended up having to fight. But out in the front, it is Dortoli from Italy.
Occasionally, the body's hitting the water, sailing that boat very flat, even slightly heeled to windward sometimes. It's a wet boat.
Right aft, as far as they can get, we can see the blue spinnakers. The after one is the Kiwis.
Argentinians to the left with the red Jenica.
Performance I'm interested in here up the front will be Gilmore and Brake. They've the other Australian team, the young guys, they're up there in 4th. That's a very good first leg for them. And just to be in the gold fleet, I'm sure they're delighted.
It's breeze has died off a little bit since we were in the last race. We got peaks of a range of 13 to 25, and we're back down to more like 11 to 18, median around 14, 15. So you'll see the guys in far more control on this downwind than we saw last time.
Back out on the water. We're lucky to have Ben Ramoka out there giving us blow by blow. I think that is Botín on board. As we go on board, it's certainly the light is becoming challenging.
That is the Spanish. And doing very well in this regatta as well, in about 7th overall at the moment. But the points very, very tight in their neck of the woods.
There's someone upside down, unfortunately. And we're always concerned about mast in the mud. Certainly it's not right upside down. So crew jumps over the top side to assist on the centreboard. We can't identify who it is yet. We will be able to once the mainsail comes up.
And it's a hard work job getting that boat up, right?
So from the data, we think it's the American team that have gone over.
And it is USA 1-2-4. Getting their boat upright. That's Ryan and Henkin.
So we're back with the Spanish team as they head downwind. See the shotboard return just onto the front of the wing. The fleet are already at the bottom mark, by the look of it, bottom mark gate.
Good rounding by the French, still leading. And I think some of these boats have overstood. I wonder if the red Genicas to the left of picture are struggling a little bit. The red and the orange Genicas might have overstood it. Now, is it an opportunity for the Kiwis to make a move? Surely it won't be the Kiwis that overstand this time.
There's a first of the blue spinnakers coming in, but it's one of the Australians. It might be Peter Gilmore, or
it is indeed
Peter Gilmore coming in. Sorry, David Gilmore, thinking of his dad, Peter. David Gilmore having a good race.
And the Spanish, I wonder how they've worked their ley line. Have they got it right, or are they going to need to drop early? I think this is one of the teams and crews, none of them yet world class, but a lot of strength and depth in a still very young team there.
And in terms of the French selection, who do you prefer? Who do you think will get the nod there?
Well, I think it will be these guys. Manu Dienne struggled to just make it inside Gold Fleet. They are in 18th overall at the moment, whereas the French that we're looking at leading this race are in 5th overall. So
they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah. And I think that it's a very subjective selection for the French, so anything could happen. It's not a pure points-based selection, but I think you'd be hard-pushed not to select these guys if they manage to stay in the top 5 or 6 of a World Championship.
So we're on the third leg of race 11, Gold Fleet, 49ers.
How's Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen getting on, by the way, Marcus?
Let me check. Not good. Well, top 10, ninth. Currently ninth.
They're showing ninth.
Yeah.
But of the Australians, it's Gilmore and Brake that are up there. They're up there in 5th.
Gilmore and Brake yesterday morning were in 49th overall. They had to sail an incredible day yesterday, even to make it into Gold Fleet. They had an incredible day. And they won one of the races, and then they got 2 4th place and a 13th. So they got through into Gold Fleet, and here they are competing. And with a 6th in the first race and currently lying 5th in this race, they are climbing up. They're knocking on the door of the top 10.
Yeah, it's good. I mean,
Burling and Tuke are counting their 21st place, by the way, and they still have a massive lead overall.
Yeah, but they won't want to keep, just see how this one pans out, but this is...
They don't want 3 or 4 of those.
So, coming up, halfway up, what are we, halfway up the beat? Yeah, about halfway. Dortoli, Platzi, Schmidt, Heel, Germans, 3rd and 4th, and Gilmore, Delcath make up that top 6.
Well, that's a good climb by Highland Plussel, getting up into 4th place.
Let's see what that means overall for them. In the overall scores, they are currently, Andy, you're faster than me.
Well, I have them as 10th overall at the moment.
Yep.
And they got 5 on their sails, so they were 5th in the last World Championships in Argentina. And 10th is okay, but Highland Plussel expect better than that, don't they? I mean, they've won medals at major championships in the past, so they would be expecting to be vying for the podium this
They're
time.
one of the medal hopes for the German team, so they want to see him up there on the podium.
Sure.
Talk about the US and the Spanish trials. We can highlight them. We have no cameras at the moment.
So the Spanish trials are interesting. The Diego Botín currently doing very well in this race. they need to do well because the Alonsos, the very experienced Alonsos that have been sailing in the 49er for probably more than 10 years, maybe closing on 15 years, never yet been to the games because there was Iker Martinez and Xabi Fernandez that won a gold and silver for Spain. But the Alonsos sailed the race of their lives in Argentina at the last Worlds. They were third overall, got the bronze medal, and that was the first trials event. So the young Botín and Lopez Mara at the bottom of our screen have to sail a really good regatta and hope that the Alonsos have a fairly average regatta here in Clearwater. And that's an interesting trials that we will be keeping an eye on tomorrow, particularly with the final three Gold Fleet races followed by the medal race.
So the the Spanish selection you were saying earlier is quite subjective.
No, it's a points based. Yeah.
So it's really it's pretty cut and dry between the Alonso brothers, Botín, and who was their third one you just talked about?
Well, it's Alonso's leading the trials at the moment
from Botín.
From Botín, and the Paz brothers not doing so well, but still in with a shout.
So three still in the game.
Yeah.
For the Spanish selection.
And Anton Paz, I think his name is, the crew, he was the gold medalist in the Tornado in 2008. So class sailor from the catamaran fleet.
Highland Plussel gained 2 places on this upwind so far, and the Swedes gained 3 places, and a big drop for Wara and Thomsney, dropped down 5th.
Really,
so far.
they must
not a good upwind for them at all.
Unfortunately, we haven't really seen what's going on that one, but there has been a lead change. No, there hasn't. Wara just slipped back through the field. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. No, he dropped.
The lead is the same.
He was 5th around the first mark, and he's down.
Dortoli just maintains the lead. So here we go. We just had a bit of a glitch with the cameras, but we're back as we look at the two Germans heading upwind.
And it's the younger team to windward and slightly ahead of the more experienced team, Eric Highland, Thomas Plussel in sail number 5.
Berling and Tuke climbed up 5 places so far on this upwind. They are up in 16th place.
And that's Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen that we see there.
So they're up in 8th place at the moment. So they've pulled up a little bit. They 8th, 9th as they come up the field, and Gilmore also from Australia is up in 6th.
Meanwhile, here's the battle of the Spanish. We're on board with one of the Spanish teams of Botín, and just to windward of them are the Alonso brothers.
They're currently down in 19th. And the other Spanish teams ahead of them in 13th and 14th place. That looks like some qualification action.
Yes, we'll be looking that closely tomorrow because tomorrow we'll decide which of these 3 Spanish teams gets to go to the Olympic Games for the first time.
As one of the Spanish teams, Botín tacks, I think that was them with the camera on.
And we'll see that come up shortly on the animation.
Animation's just a little bit behind live. Meanwhile, up at the top mark, the first boats are already around. Dortoli, Platzi, Schmidt. That's the first 3.
Everyone in good control of their boats. Not seeing very much capsizing going on here, and good lead for the first 2. Can Platzi put pressure on Dortoli? Can the Italians overtake the French on this final run to the finish? Just 25 metres in it, and as we saw earlier, a lot of it is about positioning. If you can get slightly on a more downwind track than the boat in front of you, then you get to dictate when the leader jibes. So if the black spinnaker has managed to sail a little bit lower than the white spinnaker, it could be the black spinnaker that holds the aces. But we'll see in a moment when we get a better eye on the angles. There we are with the French leading this race at the moment. And still looking forwards, not looking over their shoulder much, concentrating on what they're doing, not worrying too much about the Italians just behind them.
Nice little acceleration there as they popped off the top of the wave. Looks like the Italians have just soaked down on the inside a little.
And that's what they need to be able to do.
So when they go into Simo Jibe, looking to set themselves up for a shot at the leading boat. Going downwind at 16 knots-ish. Little squirts a little bit more than that as they ride down the front of the wave.
That's the Italians in second place. Helmsman riding quite high there. You think maybe he could be a little bit lower on his trapeze. And you can see the sun is getting low. We've got about 2 hours of daylight left here in Clearwater in central Florida.
About halfway down the last leg, down to the finish. We are scheduled to have one more race this afternoon of the Gold Fleet.
And Burling and Hugh having their first chocker this week, down in 17th place.
It's not working out for them, is it? But it's working out for Dortoli and Delpech. They managed to pull off their jibe before the Italians, and a bit of a sloppy jibe there by the Italians, struggling to get that kite reset. And the Italians do get their kite reset, but they've given away a bit of distance there to the leaders.
And here's the battle between the Spanish. Where's the third Spanish boat?
So it's...
Third Spanish boat will be somewhere just behind these two, so off to the right-hand side of our picture. That's
they're coming into the picture now. No, I think they jibed to the other side of the course, attacking... If we could get the flag on the third Spanish boat.
So a jibe and trying
and
something
Lopez
different
on that side, and we could cut over to their... Oh, and they... No, actually, they just continue. They keep continuing onto that left-hand side.
So that's back with the race leader, Dortoli. They've jibed, and they're heading down towards the finish. And I just do a bit of an eyeball out the window close to ley line as we go on board Botin, the Spanish boat.
Botin crossing over to the left-hand side of the course. Did they make a gain there?
I think the other two are comfortably ahead there, Marcus, as we look at Paz and the Alonso brothers. 80 odd metres, 75 metres between in terms of the advantage line.
And meanwhile, it's not long before the French cross to the finish. And that will be a second race win for Dortoli and Delpech in this World Championship.
Which brings them up to 5th place, by the way.
So the French just about to cross the finish line now. And just as a puff hits, they bear away, but they're safely across the finish line. And we should be seeing Platzi and Molinares.
So that was a good win. Platzi, Molinares. Schmidt will be third and Heil. So the two German boats having their very good day, 3 and 4 in the second race of the final of the Gold Fleet.
And a good race by the Swedes. Second in the previous race, 5th in this race. So putting a nice series together in the Gold Fleet for Carl Sylvan and Marcus Anjermark. And then Nico Delacarth, who we saw interviewed earlier, gunning for his 4th Olympic Games in Rio 2016, representing Austria in 5th place. And the purple Jenica of Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen, we saw in picture there. Someone just getting away with it there. Maybe it was Dave Gilmore and Lewis Brake having to drop the kite, and a few boats. Oh, they've finished, so that's okay.
Finished, so they got over the line. That was a pretty good race by them. I've got them up in, I think, 11th. I think that's what I saw just before it popped off our screen. They were up at 6, so Gilmore might have dropped back a couple.
Argentina just coming across our screen there. And I wonder where Pete Burling and Blair Tuke have managed to get back to.
I think they're pretty deep.
Unfamiliar territory for the Kiwis.
Teams, if we can just have a wee bit of a look here at the
They're
data.
down in 18th place.
So 18th is 18th, 19th even. And that could be them coming over the line there now. Well, could even be 20th, actually, looking at our provisional on the screen for the New Zealanders. So we've got, that's the end of the first one, the provisional results for that race 11. Diotoli, Platzi, Schmidt, Heel, Sylvan and Delacath from Austria make up that top 6. Maybe if we can possibly have a look at overall after 11, we'll work on getting you the overall results. Certainly we've got them on our screen, or you do there, Andy. What's that done to the points? Because really, with the Kiwis being so far back, has it pulled the fleet back into them?
It's a disaster for Burling and Tuke, as their lead is diminished now to just 25 points. So, no, I mean...
You are cynical, aren't you?
Even with that 20th place in that race, they still have a 25-point lead on the rest of the fleet, because the rest of the fleet, to some extent, are mixing up their scores anyway. There's no one that's constantly chipping away. Everyone is having their moment in the sun.
But we have seen a change there from second with Outridge and Jensen moving down, and that means Delacath and Warra have moved up into Delacath second, Warra now third, and then Outridge. And that win is catapulted Duotoli up into 5th, so that makes up your top 5.
It does, and while there's a 25-point gap between first and second, the Austrians in second are on 60 points, and in 7th place, it's just 70 points. There we have it.
Yeah, here we go. Here we have it on screen now. So you see Burling and Tuke with that 20th, so that was deep. But they've still got 25 points over Delacath. Warra make up the top 3. Jensen, Duotoli, Fletcher, Sign up into 6th. Botin, Jazawoski, and up into 8th, and Pink into 9th. So in terms of the GBR selection, Andy, that's a good result for Fletcher to pull him up.
It is. That's what he needs to do. He needs to be doing well. He needs to get into the top few.
Well, that was a bit of a shocker for Pink.
It was. Yeah, we saw them having a bit of a dodgy leeward mark rounding just behind the Spanish, and the Spanish finished 18th in that race, and they were 21st, and not great for either of those teams in that particular race. There's a sad story to tell about Januszewski and Novak, the only Polish team in Gold Fleet. The other Polish team didn't make it through, but the other Polish team has already won the trials. So it doesn't matter how well Januszewski and Novak do here, they're not going to Rio 2016.
Tell us a little bit about Januszewski. I don't know him. Is he a young guy? Sorry to put you on the spot.
I don't know a lot about Januszewski, I'm afraid. I can give you some statistics.
Just some numbers. Is he? We can probably pick it up from his results. That was a little bit of a hospital pass to poor old Andy. He's scrambling next to me to bring up on the screen.
Well, what I do have is the results of their previous World Championship finishes. So they were 14th last year. They were 29th in 2014 and 26th in 2013. So anything inside the top 10 is going to be an all-time best for them. And so they're sailing really, really well. But maybe that says that when the pressure comes off, when the horse has already bolted and the Polish selection has already been made, maybe that's when we see the best of them.
Yeah, maybe. And also, if they get a good result here, if they continue on sailing 49ers, good for the future. Now, in the next group, Seaton, Heel, Sylvan, Platzi make up to 13 pars, and Gilmore. What did Gilmore end up? He did get a 6, so he's at 2-6. That's very good for David Gilmore.
Okay, we've got an interview out on the water. We've got an interview out on the water from Ben. Ben, take it away.
Hi there, here with race winners Julien Dortoli and Noé Delpech. Julien, you're looking cold, but hot enough to win that race.
Very, very hard. We had a big start, and the race was really long, so it was hard to stay and the wind shift to beat, but we managed to make the good choice. So we are really happy. We are really happy with this race, and I want to thank the GTP, the best group of supporters that sailing team has never known. So thank you for the support, guys.
Oh, I'm sure they're watching back home. No way. Tell us, how does this affect you having a good championship? How are you thinking about the championship with regard to your French teammates?
Yeah, it's a good championship for us. Not single hand, but we'll try to do our best for the 4 last races now before the middle race. And we keep going and we keep trying to do our best for the next.
Okay, good luck the rest of the way. Stay warm, and we'll see you on shore.
Thanks, Ben. Interviewing the race winners out on the water. Sounds like it's getting a bit nippy out there. It's a beautiful day. Sun's out, but it is cool, and the water's cold. So on the water, wind chill, cold breeze, and they're now done. 2 races. That fatigue is quite a big deal leading into the last race.
Yeah, it is. It's really difficult to know what to wear out there because it looks warm, it feels warm in the wind shadow, but as soon as you get out in the wind, that wind chill really knocks down the temperature. And, there's no respite from the water. You'd think the Gulf of Mexico would be warm, but 12-degree water temperature, that's not going to do anything for you.
Well, middle of winter, and it's shallow. Well, I assume in the summer it warms up being shallow pretty quickly, but not at the moment. It's pretty cool, and it's the reason you can see the water looks quite dirty. Well, it isn't dirty. It's very shallow, only 14 feet deep here. So we're picking up as the tide now is on the ebb. It's going out, so the tide is running from looking at your screen from left to right. Wind against tide. That's why it's got a bit choppy.
I think we have a quick interview. Back at the boat park. Katie, you're with Vicky Yortzok. Just take it away.
Hi, yes, I'm here with Vicky Yortzok from Team Germany. So we had a bit of a day, but now, we're back a couple places. Tell us kind of what were your challenges today in the races?
We struggled a little bit with the speed today because it was quite wavy and middle winds, or a little bit more perhaps in the end. And so we needed some time to find a good setting for us, for our weight. Yeah, and that made the day really difficult.
Okay. So going into tomorrow, what are you going to focus on? What are your Anika's game plans?
Oh, we don't want to change anything right now. We can have really nice races when we find the right setting, and I think we have it and we can do it. And tomorrow is a new game, a new day.
So you're feeling good going into tomorrow.
Yes. Yes.
Great. All right. Thanks. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Katie.
I just want to put out a shout out to the dog just in the background there, just retrieving a plastic water bottle from the water, doing its bit for the environment. That's what we like to see.
Good dog.
Never a dull moment. It's a long day at the office. Now, I think we've got lined up.
But she's throwing it back in.
Well. Vicky is polluting the environment and the dog is trying to clean up the environment.
He's either a retriever or a Labrador, and he's happy playing.
He's a good dog.
He's a good dog. It's a lovely shot. Play forever, won't they? Well, while we're waiting, I believe the boys have got set up here a little interview that was done with Nathan Outeridge just a little bit earlier. No, I don't think we have.
We thought.
Sorry about that. I thought we had a Outeridge. Okay, here we go. Let's try again.
Nathan Outeridge and Ian Jensen are here at the Worlds, seeing if they can win another Worlds. Nathan, if you were to win this Worlds, which one would it be for you?
It'd be my 5th Worlds, and be Gubin my 4th one together.
And Goobs, you were second in the last World Championships. You had a fantastic final series. You were a little bit ill for the qualifying, so you didn't have a great week throughout Argentina. What do you want to achieve here this time at Clearwater?
Well, obviously we'd like to get through the qualifying a bit better than we did in Argentina, but I think every regatta we just got to keep building on what we learned from the last one, and we were a little bit slower maybe in the lighter stuff at Argentina, and I think today was a light air day and we're doing pretty well, so that's a good sign. And put a consistent qualifying series together, and then when it comes to real racing, hopefully be in the hunt.
Now, you've got other commitments, both of you, in the America's Cup. How much are you able to devote your attention to Rio 2016, which is now only 6 months away?
Probably not as much as we'd like to be honest, but we're definitely getting more time in the boat this year than we have in the last couple of years, and we're planning quite a few training camps in Rio, from like May onwards. So we've got the Worlds here at the moment. We'll do Palma and the Europeans later in the season, and then everything else will be focused in Rio. And obviously in our time off from that, we're with Artemis in Bermuda, sailing there and doing all the World Series events. So time off would also be nice, but you can't have time off and sail the Cup boats and the 49er. We've just got to keep pushing through, and I think this year's going to be a good year. We've worked out a good calendar, and I think it's going to work well for us.
A wedding on the cards as well very soon?
Yeah, that only takes a week apparently, so we'll get that done quickly and get back into the sailing.
And you need to get back into the sailing because those dastardly Kiwis are still going pretty quickly. What do you need to do to close the gap on Pete Burling and Blair Tuke?
I don't know. I think we just got to keep focusing on ourselves and trying to improve our sailing, and hopefully that'll be enough by the time we get to Rio.
And can you see what that gap is and see where those gains need to be made?
I think it was nice for us, in Argentina to have a really good final series. We had a good light day, and then we had a really good day in the medium air. And then we sort of backed that up really well in December when we went to Rio and did another event there. And, we won that event there, which was nice. And, all things are just progressing forward. There's a bit of work to do, just refining our settings, and, the fleet's getting faster every event. And so we're just always working on that and just trying to get as much racing in as we can. We felt most of last year we sort of would show up with a few days and then do a regatta. And, it was really nice to do Miami OCR before coming here, and just getting the starting practice, the race practice, and, being able to sail without mistakes was exactly what we did today. And we just need a few more days of that. And hopefully we get to be in the same fleet as Pete soon and we can actually race against him.
That's what we're looking forward to seeing. We'll see how the chips fall at the end of this week. Thanks, guys.
Nice. Thanks.
It's interesting, Andy, isn't it? From your interview you did with Nathan, just the dilemma that you have of mixing two major campaigns. You're not talking small stuff here. America's Cup, an Olympic campaign, and he used the word distraction. So you've got to believe, even as we sit here today, they probably don't quite have... He's got a lot of responsibility as we come into the last minute in his America's Cup campaign, a lot more responsibility than Burling's got in Team New Zealand.
Yeah, he's one of the senior decision makers at Artemis Racing, whereas Pete Burling and Blair Tuke, they are being nurtured as the next generation.
Anyway, let's get back into it. This is the last race of the day. This is on board with Burling. He'll be pretty keen to have a better one than he did in the last one. And breeze-wise, it's still nice. It's a little bit lighter than it was. Andy, you call us into the start.
Really vicious movements on the tiller by Pete Burling, the most aggressive we've seen by him today. Really trying to hold their position and not to slip too far to leeward. And they've got good space to windward side of them. And they're very close to the committee boat. 5 seconds to go. And they pretty much nailed the committee boat end of the line as long as they can pull the trigger, and off they go. You see New Zealand come into shot, their second boat down. Pretty good from the Austrians as well, right at the start line.
Yeah, I think for general recall, I was going to say, I think for New Zealand, they still had that boat lee bowing them down to leeward, so very hard to press with a boat that's sitting under your lee bow.
That's the
Marcus?
view from the starting vessel, looking down the line, and everybody coming back.
So coming back, general recall, I expect when they come back they'll regroup.
More than half the starts today
They'll be
had a general recall.
We'll be back into black flag, I'm sure. So black flag, break the line, you go home.
I'm surprised they're even being given a second go. I thought they'd go straight into black flag. But it's great to see all the races are getting away on schedule, and we've still got daylight.
No, it's good. It's good racing conditions. I think actually it's with it lightening up a little bit. The sea state still pretty bumpy. Some of that is the wind. Obviously, it's so shallow. So general recall. We'll go back. Just perhaps we can just talk a little bit about given Burling and Outeridge are both involved with America's Cup challenges, but their roles within the syndicates are quite different. I would say that Burling especially, sailing multiple disciplines of boats, even having a taste of the America's Cup has improved him. You know, he won the Moth Worlds. He sails A-class cats. He does a bit of keel boating, and they're winning the World Series, AC World Series in the 40-footer for Emirates Team New Zealand. But this is his prime focus. This is his number one priority. And so the Team New Zealand thing seems to be complementary. And it's a really fine balance if someone so talented as Nathan Outridge, but he's got huge responsibility within Artemis. And I think it's compromising his Olympic effort.
Well, clearly, that's what Emmett Lazic said earlier in the interview with me, and also that's what Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen just confirmed as well. As you say, they both use that word distraction. And for sure they'd be liking to spend more time on their 49er campaign, but I understand that Artemis Racing is actually giving them more time in the final 6 months. Now, we've got a quick interview with Stu Bithell, one of the British sailors.
Stu Bithell won a silver medal in the 470 4 years ago at London 2012, and now he's bidding to win another medal at Rio 2016. But first, Stu, you've got to get selected. How's that going?
Yeah, it's going okay. Like you say, there's still a British spot to be selected. There's a few guys going for it, so yeah, it's pretty tough. Feel the pressure, feel the vibe. No, it's going well, and we're just carrying on, focusing on winning medals, and let the rest take care of itself.
And Clearwater's given you a little bit of everything so far, a lot of waves and a lot of wind and a lighter day as well. How's it all going so far?
Yeah, we've not done too much racing over the 3 days. We had a one race on the first day, which we got second, and then we got blown off yesterday because it was too windy, and today it was fairly light, and then a nice breeze in the end actually, and yeah, we got 4 races in, which was good. And we got 4 good results, so we're happy.
And what do you think you need to get out of this week in terms of selection? This is an important one, right?
They're all important. You know, the British selection process is thorough. It's not just on results, so we just keep focusing on what we're doing and racing well, and let the powers that be decide who they think has got the best medal potential in the summer, which is what it's all about, really.
And let's say you do get that spot, what capabilities do you think that you and your helmsman John Pink have? Do you have the ability to win the Olympic gold?
We'll absolutely be going. We set a programme out 2 years ago, to try and be the best in the world. I'm not going to lie, there's a Kiwi team that are very dominant at the minute, but our learning curve is still steep. We're still a relatively new team. I'm arguably a relatively new crew to the 49ers, so we're still learning, and but there's quite a gap to close down.
There sure is, but let's see how you do. Best of luck this week,
Thank you.
Stu.
Cheers.
So that was an interview. Oh, that's a big unit. It's very, very Florida-ish. But just getting back, hearing that interview from Bithell, Pink and Bithell, the combination, in terms of GBR selection, I mean, you know this intimately, is that the favoured crew at the moment in your mind?
Yes, they are, but they are the second crew in this in the standings overall in Clearwater right now. So that's good news for Dylan Fletcher and Alan Syme, because they're a little bit on the back foot, and they need to do whatever they can to show the selectors that there's still a serious case.
He used that word medal potential, and I must say you seem to hear that a lot from anyone when they start talking about selection, which is a bit subjective. The selectors have to be, seems like in these systems, you've got to show medal potential. So here we go, coming up to a minute 15, minute 10 to go. And Marcus, who's stacking up where? Can you pull them off the screen there?
What I do in the SAP Sailing Analytics is I highlight the top ranked boats and I look where they place themselves on the starting line. Anybody can do that. Just go to sapsailing.com and check it out for yourself. But at the moment, again, Burling and Tuke up at the committee boat like we've seen before at the last two starts. Now he's set up a little bit too high and he has to go down. He's worried that he might not make the gap right there. Well, he's still vying for it, for the top spot next to the committee boat. The Austrians are also up there, maybe 3, 4, 5 boats down. The Danes, currently lying in third place overall, are down mid-fleet. And let's go on board Burling and Tuke and check out whether they can make the gap inside the committee boat.
I think I saw the orange flag there, and we did see a black flag. So, Andy, you're on.
10
seconds to go, and Burling and Tuke again choosing the committee boat end. It looks like they've got space around them. They now just have to control their acceleration in the final 2 seconds before the gun. They don't want to be over the line. No one does. Good start for Germany with the Audi logo there. Good start for the French, but is that the Kiwis that have tacked immediately? It looks like they're looking to get out to the right-hand side straight away. So
I think they had a bad start. I think they got covered up. They couldn't accelerate and forced to tack away immediately.
I think you're right. I don't think that was plan A. I think that was
I think they wanted
switch to plan B.
I think they wanted to go straight, and
but they got a clean lane now, heading out to the right-hand side.
So it may not hurt them, but it may not be the way they want to go.
But giving away, as you say, you do a down-speed tack, you're probably giving away 3 lengths. Behind the line, giving away, they could be 5 lengths behind.
Terrible start by Auderich and Jensen in the middle of the fleet. They now have to tack out. Not looking that good for them.
So the regatta favourites, Burling and Tuke, Outeridge and Jensen, just struggling a little bit here.
Burling and Tuke on the right-hand side, I think they've got a good lane, but they're now very much relying on the right-hand side, paying off. And it's a bit of a gamble, I must say.
Well, I don't think they had any options. You start at the windward end. If you get pinned out, as they now have to dip as well, as you get pinned. No, sorry, picked up the wrong boat, wrong flag. So they are the most right-hand boat, but really very much Plan B. The leading group are where you want to be, Andy, right over on that left-hand side. I think the people on the right here really are dealing with the rats and mice of scraps of pre-start.
I agree with you, and interesting that the top 2 in the world, the Kiwis and the Aussies, are amongst those having to chase for the scraps. And Warra, he's up there. He's having a really good day. He's already got a 1st and a 7th in the previous 2 races today. So Jonas Warra and Anders Thompson from Denmark really showing some good mastery in these conditions. And Schmidt and Boom also done very well in the previous race, the younger German team.
And another Spanish battle we can see here. We are on board of Botín, Lopez, and again another Spanish boat really close by. I think that battle is going to intensify it's going to intensify tomorrow.
This is an absolute perfect encapsulation of this battle.
That was
USA living dangerously.
Came through on port and a giveaway boat, and
yeah, that was close.
That was pretty close.
Now, can ESP 46, the Alonso brothers, can they live there? Can Diego Botín give them some bad gas? I'd rather be where Botín is than where the Alonsos are. But the Alonsos at the moment are just about living there.
Yes, but again, they're holding
Botín away.
But I think they're starting to lose bearing there now. You'd expect at some point that the Alonsos will bail out of there.
I think they're squeezing them off. Well, this is all happening in the middle of the fleet, not quite up fleet. Interestingly, on the right-hand side, Burling and Tuke are getting a massive lift, and it looks like they're getting back into the lead. At least they're actually just taking the lead now.
Yeah, but it could be. Let's just.
You think it's too early to call?
It's too early to call.
They're getting nervous, Peter.
No, it's just the facts. You're in the first 5 minutes of the race, and they had a bad start. They got really pushed in the direction I don't think they wanted to go all day. The left-hand side has been either advantaged or safe even. And the right has not been strong. I know, I don't know about in the northern hemisphere, but I know in the southern hemisphere, late in the day, sometimes you can get a big crank to one side or the other as the sun sets. Same sort of stuff up here?
Oh, yeah, very much so. Yeah, how much it applies here in Florida, I don't know. But, yeah, certainly we feel those effects of a sun setting and the wind shifting with it.
If you're interested in trivia, look up Coriolis effect on Wikipedia. That's interesting in terms of rotation of the Earth and wind around the equator and southern hemisphere, how the water goes down the plug hole, all that stuff.
Water down the plug hole, I find that fascinating. It goes one way down in one hemisphere and one way the other.
Wikipedia, Coriolis effect, wonderful stuff. If you're good for trivia.
Well, it also has an effect on how you set sails as well.
Let's get back to this.
The lead changing all the time between Vara and Thompson on the left side of the course and Burling and Tuke on the right-hand side of the course.
Extremes?
Yeah, well, I thought it would be a bit of a gamble, and at the moment it looks like it's playing out for Burling and Tuke.
Yeah, but again, let's get back. If in fact they can get home and take an advantage from a very, very compromised start, I think sometimes you just got to be a little bit lucky in our game. Andy, I don't know what you thought. I thought that what happened at the windward end was just misjudged the line. Plan B went for it, took enough leverage. Maybe we've got a bit of a right-hand shift. And,
if you want to get out to the right...
Luck beats skill sometimes.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, if you want to go out to the right straight away, you start on port tack at speed. You don't start on starboard and then do a down speed tack. So I think you called it right. There's Nathan Outridge, number 2 on his sail. Dylan Fletcher and Alan Syme, 33, GBR. And behind, crossing, looks like another Australian boat.
As that also the 2 on the sail on the Australian flag. Of course, that's Outridge and Jensen as they head across.
Very lumpy, as we can see. The boat leaping up and down, just going into attack there. Outridge and Jensen tacking away further out to the right-hand side.
I think they were getting just gassed a little bit from GBR from the 33. It is lumpy. The boats are climbing out of the water over the waves, aren't they? You see the front edge of the centreboard occasionally.
Yeah, and it really pays to be heavy in these conditions, to be able to put some grunt into the sails. And we heard Vicky Yurtsok saying that she struggled in those conditions in the FX earlier.
So heading up, just huge waves. And if you get it slightly wrong and you get on a real steep part of the wave, the whole boat just lurches out of the water. And when it pounds back in, you lose a lot of leach tension.
And a lot of speed.
So we go back to the animation. We're in the top third of the course now. The bulk of the teams that we're watching are really getting quite a long way over to that port hand ley line. So we've got Warra, Schmidt, and as they jump around, Warra, Schmidt, looks like they are quite well. Schmidt nicely bow forward. I think just down bottom of screen, slightly behind the advantage line, will be Burling Tuke, who have made really a Houdini comeback from a very, very poor start.
And Schmidt and Boom were third in the previous race, so they seem to be enjoying these strong wind conditions, and they were one of the real revelations of the Europeans in Portugal. They were the top European finishing team. It was, of course, those men again, Pete Burling and Blair Tuke, that won the European Championships.
Much wind there? Because normally Portugal... It's quite breezy.
We had a bit of everything. But the interesting thing about the last day was it was quite windy, but it was really right-hand track. So we saw a lot of people starting on port tack and sailing out underneath the fleet out into the right-hand side, and that was the winning move. Burling and Tuke, it looks like they have recovered well from that poor start, so they've made good work of the right-hand side.
Big time. They didn't have a lot off the line and forced to the right. Told you, Andy, it's been good in the right all day, but they picked up a nice right-hander, and now they're in a very strong position, and it'll be another counter. So it'll be interesting tonight to have a wee chat to them. I'm sure they'll have a wry smile, characters to talk to.
With 25 points in hands, they can afford a wry smile. Eric Harlan, Thomas Plissel left of picture. One of the Spanish boats right in the centre of screen. Can't quite work out who that is at the moment. Boat's absolutely flying along upwind.
Marcus, speed upwind. Sorry to throw that on you, mate. You'll go to it.
Around 10 knots.
10 knots?
A little under 10 knots.
That's pretty quick for a dinghy.
And it's the 49er just makes such good work of upwind sailing, even in these waves. So that's the Paz brothers from Spain that we saw.
So Schmidt,
right up on ley line,
Paz, as they'll come all the way to this, Burling will now all the way to the starboard ley line. And then he'll come across. Schmidt will have a slightly shorter ley line, that last run to the top. Mark, we're coming up towards Mark 1. This is be race 12. Had 3 today. Long day for the sailors out on the water. Andy, just talk us a little bit about downwind tactic. Picking up ley line obviously is quite a big deal.
Yes, as we saw earlier, getting these ley lines is difficult when you can't see the marks half the time because the waves are so big. Germany 59 has just tacked. That's Schmidt and Boom, so it looks like they should be coming in to this mark round first. Warra and Thompson, if they can get a good tack in here, they'll hold second, but they might be sailed over by the New Zealanders.
No, I think they've noticed are they going to sneak in there on the kit? No.
Yeah, they're just getting away with it. Kiwis having to sail higher.
They'll probably try. It'll be interesting to see that set. We'll come back to that one.
Swedes in fourth. They're having a great day. They've had a fourth and second so far, those Swedes. Carl Sylvan and Marcus, Anjamark, having a fantastic day. Argentina 7. The Langer brothers about to go round. The Americans next.
This boat's jamming into the top mark. There's a late tacker from, looked like an Italian boat. I wonder if they can get in. Or remember those Port-Am boats required to keep clear.
It was our race winners, France 13. And America, USA 808. Just going round. Schmidt and Boom leading with the black spinnaker. Warren Thompson with the white spinnaker, chasing them directly on their line. And Burling and Chuk just off to the right of our picture.
So Warra having a good day. Very good day for them. They won the first one, 7th in the second one. We can see Burling and Took trying to press down over the top. I wonder if they can press hard. If we got to get a long way forward because the apparent wind is so far forward. I think they're going to have a piece of them, aren't they? Yeah, they've got to jibe away. So that the wind shadowing effect was starting to work for the New Zealanders over the top of the Danes. The Danish team required to go away.
It's not all bad news for them, though.
Not at all.
They might find that there's something good down that side of the course, even if they were forced to go that way.
I got the impression at the top of the course, the end of the beat, the right-hand side really came back strong because Warra was back a little bit. We were showing Burling and Took a clear second, and then at the top mark, it just the top end seemed to come back quite strong.
Yeah, it could well be. Well, it does seem that if you have the choice, you do a straight set and you carry on. But we've also seen people misjudge the ley line and overstand it and have to drop the Jenica early. Now we'll see if Schmidt and Boom have made their correct call on when to jibe.
So all the boats, the three leaders now have jibed. They're coming down towards about halfway down, 15 knots-ish, as we look at Schmidt.
Long shadows, very long shadows on the boat when you see the sails reflected on the water. The sun getting low in the sky.
So Schmidt and Boom in the lead from Burling and Took at the moment. Warra, Thompson make up that top three. Just looking back, I see Gilmore and Brake up there again. Have you got them at 5? If I run back through the fleet, I'm just looking down for Outridge and Jensen at the first mark. They were back in 18th, I think, Marcus. Is that, have I got that right?
I'll have it in a second. Outridge and Jensen's down 3 places on that. Yeah, and they're actually 17.
So they're deep.
And we saw the leaders just ragging the kite there. They were concerned about sticking the nose in. So there are still moments where the waves can reach out and potentially, bite you and pull you beneath the surface. So there are some moments that you have to keep alert for. So the crew's always focused on what they can afford to do with the throttle.
This is a lovely shot of Schmidt and Boom going down. They're riding there's chop, but now there's some swells running through, and you pick up one of those long running swells. They're actually going faster than swells. You catch one up though, and you're off on the elevator down towards the bottom mark.
And they are super fast. I can see that in the SAP Sailing Analytics. Almost 16 knots and the fastest boat on the course at the moment.
Oh, they've extended nicely, and Warra has actually got round Burlington too.
And anybody interested in the data, go to 49er Worlds 2016.sapsailing.com and you find all the info, the live stats, the live analytics, and the live overall leaderboards.
Nicely judged leyline there by Schmidt and Boom. Absolutely perfect rounding. And they're going to pull more distance on the Danes. The Danes are going to have to do a really difficult jibe drop here. And the Kiwis coming in fast behind them.
Well,
so a bit of a slow rounding there. Oh, it's not good at all for the Danes. And the Kiwis could get round inside them and could maybe steal second place back from them. That was poor boat handling by Jonas Warra and Anders Thompson there.
They had a lot on at the bottom mark with that mark rounding. For me, the downwind leg, the highlight would have been the speed of Schmidt and Boom, especially coming across on that final jibe, coming across on port towards the bottom mark. They hit a couple of those big swells, and they were flying.
Carl Silverman, Marcus Anjamark, the first to sail out to the right-hand side. The Swedes having an absolutely barnstorming day in these strong breezes. So far, they are having the best day of any of the teams out here, and we hardly ever have cause to mention those Swedes, but sailing a fantastic day.
See that there, Burling, as they go over a wave. They actually rotate back to pop the bow out of the water to get over the waves. So when you're talking trapezing technique in waves, good example.
Well, they didn't dominate that run, but they are at least in the top three again.
No, not at all. In fact, when they rolled Warra, I thought, oh, well, they'll be gone. But, oh, dear, here we go.
That's not what you want to see.
And that could be Master in the mud. Please don't break. It's very shallow.
Yep, that's an expensive hobby in Clearwater.
And I don't recommend what they're doing there, but no, they might be getting away with it.
I think they might be saving it.
It's been a real issue earlier in the week with boats capsizing and breaking the top of the mast off in the very, very shallow water. Looks like this one's happened right at the bottom of the course, down by the bottom mark gate, and they're having difficulty getting it up.
That is, by the way, Diane and Christidis, the French team. Meanwhile, at the front, it's Schmidt-Böhme leading the pack with a 80-meter lead over Burling and Tuke, and Vara and Thompson roughly 20 meters behind, all heading out to the left-hand side of the course.
Certainly the bottom mark, it looked to me, and I see they're popping up there, the Swedish team, Silver, he took the opposite gate, and the right-hand gate looked to be a little bit closer to the top mark than the left-hand. I don't know what you thought, Andy. Looked like it was quite a good move by the Swedish team to me.
Yes, I think so. And, well, we saw from Burling and Tuke going right is not a disaster. I have still been preferring the left marginally all day, but I don't think there's too much in it side to side. And the benefit for them is they get to sail their own course. That's them at the bottom of our picture just now, so we can see them tracking the leaders all going out to the left-hand side, but with the Swedes in their own bit of breeze out to the right of the fleet.
Well, look, the guys are so bright, sometimes it becomes pretty obvious if one side of the track's playing, that's where the bulk of the fleet will go. And just the mere fact that the leading bunch really all want to track over to the left would indicate that the right, if there is anything in the right, it's not there very long. And I think Burling and Tuke up that first beat probably really were... they might have just got a little golden one out of the right, and it didn't last very long. But what they did do, once they had some advantage, they took it. They weren't greedy and waited for more. So they consolidated their advantage that they'd got after a very poor start, very early on.
They banked the game.
Looks like the Swedes in the foreground are winning the day, really. They had the best results out of the whole fleet, I reckon. They're just scoring 10 points in 3 races.
They're sailing a phenomenal day, and should be enough to get them inside the top 10, which would be their best score by a long, long way. They've never even, I don't think they've even made the Gold Fleet before.
Well, they're lapping up these conditions, and good on them. It's great. I think it's fantastic to see new team. As we look, Burling and Took still rough.
It's really difficult to look around like Pete Burling was and keep the boat moving at speed. It's very easy to get knocked off by a wave when you're not looking at what the waves are doing. Still very rough out there.
He's looking over his shoulder. It looked like he was having a look over there at the boats going the other way. What have we seen? What have we seen? Whole regatta, Spanish boats just locked
Viva
together.
España.
Oh dear.
Botina and Lopez still having the upper hand on the qualification. They're currently ranking in 8th overall, 13th Paz Blanco, and 23rd Alonso, which is a bit of a surprise, probably, isn't it?
Well, it's a shame for the Alonsos having got 3rd in Argentina and then potentially to be throwing the trials away with a poor result here. They need to be turning it on because it looks like it could be Botín that gets selection for Spain.
So we just go back to our live shots, back looking up towards the top mark. We can see it there, the yellow mark centre screen.
Spanish battle highlighted bottom left. It doesn't help your overall result, does it, when you do these trial games?
No, I think it's an interesting debate. I think it absolutely harms the overall result because it...
That's actually the reason the Germans didn't pick this World Championship as their trial, because they wanted to have a top-level regatta without trial pressure before the Olympics. I think that was a good move.
So they can check in and see what they can do without those extra distractions of a selection.
Exactly.
Well, very good. You'll be pretty pleased here with this German effort. Schmidt and Broom just
let me check the distances.
They're
actually gaining. They're gaining over Burling and Took.
Well, Burling and Took are still in the fight with boats around them, whereas they can probably sail a little bit free. They've got 100 metres. They're gone. So they free up a wee bit and enjoy the ride. Sailing very well.
Nathan Outridge and Ian Jensen, we haven't mentioned them lately. How are they getting on?
Not a good day at all for them. They're deep in 16th place, and they're also they dropped substantially today. They're down overall. They're down in 6th place. So the big battle we anticipated between those guys and Peter Burling and Blair Took, it just won't happen.
Yeah, just to repeat, it could be injury. We were told earlier that Nathan Outridge went out on the water today under an injury cloud. Not sure what's wrong.
Something to do with ribs is what we heard, isn't it?
Maybe overnight we'll do our best to give an update on that. But it's an unfortunate because we're all hanging out for that this morning, but it hasn't eventuated.
But another Australian boat in the top 5, that's Gilmore and Brake. Currently lying 15th overall, 5th in this race.
That's a good result for them.
Well, they had a poor start to the week, but they've had a great run of races recently towards the end of qualifying and the start of the Gold Fleet. So really good sailing by Gilmore.
I was talking to them on the day I arrived on day 3 for your regatta, and they'd had a terrible day. And they were dark. They were not happy on the beach. And I saw him last night. He was a much happier young man, big smile and enjoy the ride. It's a brutal sport sometimes. So, number 1 on the sail, that's the current world champions, Kiwis, New Zealanders, Peter Burling, Blair Tuke. They had a shocker in the previous race, 20. Good first race to 4. That's a good keeper, and it looks like Andy. They'll be happy with this one. You don't have to win every race.
No, and they keep on stretching points on the rest of the fleet because no one is being that consistent. We should just say the most consistent team again. Marcus brought it up just now. It's the Swedes.
Swedish team have had a good day.
Carl Sylvan and Marcus Anjermark.
So they're up to win the day with the What did they have earlier on? They had a good day though.
A 2, a 4,
two and a 4,
lying third in this race.
2.43. It's pretty good. It's excellent.
And a confident day like that, it must make them feel that maybe they have the skills to move up to the next level.
Well, they're currently before this race in 12th. You'd think it will move them up after this if they hang in there into the top 10.
I think it will. I think it will just kick them up inside the top 10,
which would be a great result.
Yeah.
What's been? Do you know off the top of your head best before? The leading boats round the top mark comfortably. Shite and Broome. We've got Burling and Took on the ley line, and then the team we're talking about coming in third. Best result for them
by a long way.
Okay.
I think the best they've done in a World Championship before is somewhere in the mid to late 30s. So big gain for them in performance.
Good lesson in that. You just got to keep doing it, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, wait and then take your chance.
Learn the lessons.
Learn your lessons. Pay your dues. Then when your chance comes up, grab it.
So I don't think even Burling and Took can close that kind of gap.
No.
It's got to be an unforced error from the Germans to stop them winning this race because, as Marcus said on the previous run, they were the fastest boat downwind.
Well, downwind, especially when they came back on port, they got a couple of those big rolling swells, which are, there's the chop and then there's the swells. And to me, they just took off and that stretched them nicely into that bottom mark the first time down. Now all they really got to do is survive it. And I don't see them having too much problem doing that.
We haven't seen many capsizes today.
Tell us a wee bit, Marcus, tell us a wee bit about these two guys.
Fairly young team. They've done really well in the 29er as kids, but then it took them a while to get into 49er naturally. But nobody expected them to actually be competition for the Olympic trials, and they now are. They won the Europeans last year in Porto. And they're actually now they have a slight lead in the trials, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle in the next qualification regatta.
You know, as a generalisation, I reckon it's great to go with young guys. If you're in doubt and you're looking at your future of your sport in a country, I think you always select young. If it's even, you know, if someone's if it's dominant, you go for it. But if it's even, I don't know what you think, Andy. You always go with youth.
Yeah, I do. Just because you've got more potential, you've got the opportunity to invest in Tokyo 2020, if not for Rio 2016. That's the reason for saying that.
And at a certain age, I think you've had your time, you know, and move on.
At the same time, I think the Alonsos, they've done this for nearly 15 years, and then they had the best regatta of their lives fairly late on in their careers, getting that third at the last World Championships. Max Boom just ragging the kite there. Max controlling the throttle of the boat, which is the sheet that controls that black Jenica. And we're not seeing many people rag the Jenica, but these guys, funnily enough, the fastest boat downwind, are actually curling their Jenica a little bit more than the others.
Just having a quick sneak out the window. How does it look? And certainly they're on the ley line to the finish now as they come across. So it's one jibe and in, and they've done the jibe.
And they're very low. I mean, they're trapezing really, really low right now. And I think they are probably loving this. 49er sailing doesn't get much better than that.
As they come across towards the finish, they've got a little way to go yet, probably a couple of 100 metres. Marcus can probably tell me more accurately than that, maybe.
I can give you an ETA.
Oh, that's good.
No joke.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, ETA is in 45 seconds.
Oh, there we go. As they come through, lovely drone shot of... I love that shot. You can see the chop. They've overlaid it, actually, but won't matter.
Oh, they've got some work to do then.
So they've got to but look, they're well and truly safe. I wouldn't mind betting that the Burling and Took have overlaid it as well. When you look at their tracking line,
it looks like most of the fleet,
the whole fleet, other than the boats up there a little bit to the right. But Burling and Took are coming down the wake of that powerboat. It's interesting, isn't it? Through the day, that's going to stay with us. Overlays.
Yeah. There's been a lot of that going on today.
I wonder, and Wonder if it is lack of being able to see out on the bend. Ramoko talked about it's very hard to see the marks.
And a big slap on the back from Justus Schmidt onto his crew, Max Bohm. The young lad's happy with that race win.
Yeah, they just won with a 160-meter lead.
And they put the hammer down and they show Pete Burling and Blair Tuke the way down a 49er run.
Yeah, great race.
Spinnaker back up and on the way in, and very, very happy.
And I look at the other boats coming down and I can see ragging Spinnaker's eye. Burling and Tuke, have they managed to carry through? Maybe they have to the finishing line, but certainly the boats went quite a long way, well, just a little bit past the ley line, picking up the line. So Burling and Tuke second.
And the Swedes third. Winners of the day.
What a great day
Swedes.
for Sweden, eh? 2, 4, 3. That's a good one.
And another good race there for Dylan Fletcher and Alan Syne, making their case for selection for GBR.
Well, then a bunch coming through. Photo finish between
Austria.
The red and Spinnaker, and it's another. Oh, that's one of the. That'll be David Gilmore, the Australian and blue Spinnaker. Jenica.
Spanish boat in trouble here. Got to wait for that starboard to get across before they can set the Jenica. That was a little bit of a sketchy moment there for the Spanish boat. And that was Paz Brothers, the third placed in the Spanish trials at the moment, but best placed in this race.
Some analytics trivia from that last race taken out of the SAP Sailing Analytics. It's the race, I think it's fair to say, was won by Schmidt and Böhme through superior speed. They had 11.42 knots. Only one boat in the fleet had a higher average speed, and that was Delacarth in fourth place, 11.48 knots, but they covered a lot more distance, actually 300 meters more they covered, and that brought them down to the third place. I think they'll be happy, Schmidt and Böhme, to actually see it on the clock here that they had 0.1 knot more speed than Burling and Tuke, actually. So interesting data coming out of the Sailing Analytics. Also, they did one maneuver less, 7 maneuvers. In general, the pattern at the front of the fleet, less maneuvers.
Preliminary results coming in.
And I think we also have the preliminary results after these 3 races. Another beauty of the SAP Sailing Analytics, immediate results that give us a good idea of what the leaderboard looks like.
I love how quick you can get the results. So, looking at it, Burling and Tuke, 28 points in the lead over Delcarth, Warra, Diatoli, Fletcher, Syne, Outer Ridge. That's a surprise to see them slip down. Boten, the Polish team, Sylvan. Sylvan's really the mover of the day with a 2.43. And as we predicted, it's put them up in the top 10.
Yeah, fantastic day for them, Carl Sylvan and Marcus Anjemark, and also a great day for Schmidt and Bohm. They were third in the previous race and the winners of that last race. So the young guns coming to the fore in the strong wins. And Burling and Tuke, of course, a good day for them, but carry on with the scores.
Well, 10, we got Pink, and then we got Seaton, the from Ireland. Hill, he had not such a good day, 21, 5, 11 for Marcus, and Paz and Platzi. There's David Gilmore, so he's had a good day with a double 6 and a 7. And Schmidt, Langer, the Langer brothers, and Burrows from the USA. So what a day, great day. Look, after all that, we went into today thinking Burling and Tuke, they looked shaky in the second race of the day. They went in with 28-point lead. What's the score now? They're still 28 points, I think, in the lead. So no change for the leaders. But they are not far now from the end of this regatta. So they're actually even mathematically in a stronger position with only 4 races to be sailed tomorrow.
Yeah, so 3 Gold Fleet races, just as we saw today, coming tomorrow, and then that 10-boat medal race coming up for the FXs and the 49ers. So great day again for the for the 49er fleet, and we saw some fantastic sailing by the FXs and a lot of place changing in that fleet as well. There's a lot more uncertainty in the outcome of the FX World Championships.
FX is wide open. Marcus, you reflect on the day, your closing comment?
Wonderful day. I mean, beautiful conditions. I think Florida is looking a lot better on these last and final days than it did on the first days here. And I think it's coming back. The event is coming back very nicely. I'm very happy. Tomorrow is going to be a fantastic day. We're going to have, again, 6 Gold Fleet races. We're going to cover 3. I think we're starting at 10 o'clock in the morning local time. And then there is the 3 medal races on, and I think we're probably going to cover the NACRA medal race as well, which are having their World Championships at the same time. So tune in, everybody. If you want more info and more data, go to sapsailing.com and check it out and enjoy all the things we're doing.
Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, Andy, for the day. And look, I hope you've enjoyed being with us. It's been a long day watching some of the best racing I've watched. And it's really been a highlight for me, really, how close it is in the women's division. The men's division, certainly some upsets today, but Burling and Tuke remain in the lead. If you're around tomorrow, please join us on the final day of the 49er and 49er FX World Championships here in Clearwater. Good afternoon.